by John Bagnell Bury. The Student's Roman Empire. The growing importance of the Jews in the Hellenic world is illustrated by the circumstances that two of the most important Greek writers of the 1st century A.D., whose work have come down to us, belonged to the Hebrew race. These were the historian Josephus and the philosopher Philo. We have already met Flavius Josephus in the tale of the Jewish rebellion under Nero and Vespasian. Born about 37 A.D., he belonged to a distinguished sacerdotal family, and on the mother's side to the royal house of the Maccabees. In religion, he inclined to the sect of the Pharisees. He first visited Rome in 63 A.D. to defend some of his countrymen, and succeeded in his object through the influence of Poppaea. The part which he played in the last struggle of the Jews for independence has been already told. Received into favor by Vespasian, he lived henceforward at Rome and wrote his historical works there. His purpose in writing was to make the Greeks acquainted with the history and character of his own people. The best known and most interesting of his writings is the story of the Jewish War in 7 books, which has all the value of a contemporary witness who had taken part in it himself and been present at the most striking scenes, and a witness who, although a Jew, was able to see the Roman as well as the Jewish side of the question. He wrote this work in Hebrew and then got it translated into Greek. His Jewish archaeology in 20 books, reaching from the creation to Nero, is a much larger work. The later books are very valuable for the history of the first Roman emperors, and in Book 18 occurs the earliest notice in literature of the founder of Christianity. Josephus also wrote his own autobiography, Life of Flavius Josephus, and 2 books against Appian, an Alexandrian grammarian who, on occasion of the Jewish embassy to Caligula, had attacked the Jews, and a treatise on the sovereignty of reason. Like Josephus, Philo of Alexandria also appears in political as well as in literary history. We met him as one of that embassy of Alexandrian Jews which waited on the Emperor Gaius in 39 A.D., and of which he wrote an account. As a philosopher, he was one of the earliest who attempted to combine Greek and Jewish ideas into a philosophical system. On the one hand, he makes Moses speak with the lips of Socrates. On the other, he derives the views of Plato, Heraclitus, and other Greek philosophers from Mosaic sources. He interprets the Old Testament allegorically, but his chief inspiration is drawn from Plato. In his treatment of Plato, in whose writings he finds more than Plato ever dreamed of, he is a precursor of the Neoplatonists. Plutarch was born at Chaeronea about 46 A.D. and educated at the University of Athens. Under Vespasian, he visited Rome as an envoy from his native place, and seems to have won some influence at the imperial court. Trajan granted him consular rank, and directed the governor of Achaia to avail himself of his counsels. But the favor which he enjoyed at Rome did not induce him to quit his home, where he lived a happy domestic life and died at an advanced age. His attachment to Boeotia was a feature of his character. Hesiod and Pindar, as the 2 great Boeotian poets, had always a special charm for him. He seems to have occupied himself with informal teaching and lecturing, as well as with writing his historical and philosophical works. His historical work consists of the Parallel Lives, a series of 46 biographies of great Greek and Roman statesmen, grouped in pairs. In every case, except in that of the Gracchi, a Greek is compared with a Roman. This way of setting Greek and Roman history side by side was natural enough in a Greek under the Empire, recognizing the greatness of his conquerors as well as that of his own nation. The example of such parallels had been set by Cornelius Nepos. In some cases, such as Demosthenes and Cicero, Alexander and Caesar, the comparisons are obvious. In others, such as Pyrrhus and Marius, less striking. In most cases, Plutarch appends to the pair of lives a formal statement of the points of likeness and contrast. Besides these parallel lives, there are 4 single biographies of Artaxerxes, Aratus, Galba, and Otho. In compiling this historical gallery, Plutarch thought far less of finding out and relating what actually occurred than of edifying his readers and promoting virtue. He has no idea of historical criticism. He is much more at home in ethical disquisition. He loved anecdotes which point a moral. The consequence is that perhaps no ancient history has been more popular down to the present day than his lives. His other works consist of numerous essays and treatises on various subjects, chiefly ethical, and generally grouped together under the title of Moralia. Among them may be mentioned the Platonic Questions, controversial pamphlets against the Stoics and the Epicureans, and against superstition, an attempt to explain the myth of Isis and Osiris, a large number of sermons on moral subjects, such as virtue is teachable, fortune, cheerfulness, a physical treatise on the face in the moon, a discussion of the question, should an old man take part in public life? Literary questions are considered in The Malice of Herodotus and a comparison of Aristophanes and Menander. His dialogue on music is very important for the history of ancient music and meter. Perhaps the most attractive of all Plutarch's works is the Symposiaca, in 9 books, containing discussions on all sorts of subjects in the form of table talk. The scene constantly changes. These symposia are sometimes at Athens, sometimes at Rome, sometimes at the author's house. As examples of the questions discussed may be mentioned the number of the Muses, the grafting of trees, the most suitable form of entertainment at table, the abstinence of Jews from pork. Another Greek essayist, contemporary with Plutarch, was Dion of Prusa in Bithynia, surnamed Chrysostomus, gold-mouthed, from his eloquence. He had come to Rome under Vespasian, but fell under suspicion with Domitian, and, banished from Italy, retired to the north shore of the Black Sea. Of the old-fashioned life at Olbia on the Borysthenes, of the enthusiasm for Homer which prevailed in that remote Greek colony, and of the dangers which constantly threatened Greek civilization in those regions from the Scythians, he has given an interesting account in his Borysthenic Discourse. Under Nerva he was recalled to Rome, and when he afterwards returned to his native town Prusa, he obtained some privileges for it by his influence with Trajan. Although Dion is counted among the sophists, and went about as a rhetorician, it must be said to his honor that he was by no means a typical specimen. He did not, like the ordinary sophist, sacrifice thought to expression. He was a deeper thinker, inclined to stoicism, than most of his class, and he sometimes makes a hit at the vapid sophistic style. Of his discourses or essays, 79 are extant, and many of them are most interesting. In the Alexandrina, he inveighs against the extravagant luxury of life in Alexandria. In the Olympica, he places in the mouth of Phidias a description and explanation of that sculptor's great statue of Zeus at Olympia. In his 4 discourses on monarchy, he sketches, for the benefit of Trajan, the rule of an ideal sovereign. One of the most pleasing essays is the Euboica, in which an idyllic description is given of the life of 2 rustic families in a desolate part of Euboea, and a counterpicture is drawn of life in the town. Dion aimed at writing pure Ethic. His chief models were Plato and Xenophon.
Notwithstanding his advanced age, Trajan had gone forth on his great eastern expedition, without having taken the precaution of settling the succession to the principate by adopting a son. He had indeed made it clear enough by various marks of favor that he designed P. Milus Hydronius, his relative, to be his successor, perhaps confident that he had still many years to live. He wished to postpone as long as possible the act of adoption, did not care for the notion of delegating to another any portion of the supreme power. Or perhaps he may have thought that even without the usual measure of adoption, the succession of Hadrian was sufficiently assured, and may have been willing to leave the Senate to elect as princeps, without any apparent constraint, one who is not the son of an Augustus or a Caesar. There is certainly little reason to suppose that he had not himself decided on his successor, and that he looked forward to testing the merits of possible candidates. In the Parthian expedition, he had already shown such favor to Hadrian that to have preferred another would have inevitably led to civil war, and Trajan could not have failed to foresee the result. In any case, he found himself in the presence of death before he had formally declared miswill on this important question. Plotina, who was a warm supporter of Hadrian's interests, seemed to have induced the dying emperor to sign at the last moment a letter of adoption, or at least signify his consent. Was a fiction contrived by Plotina. Whether genuine or not, the letter reached Hadrian at Antioch on August 9th, 2 days before the news of Trajan's death arrived, and there can be little doubt that it represented Trajan's real wishes. The family seat of Hadrian belonged originally to Hadria, a municipality of Picenum, but had settled in the Roman colony of Italioa. His father, Hadrianus Afer, was a first cousin of Trajan. He entered early Uxum, the usual official career, and after the Vigintivirate, became a legionary tribune. Under Trajan, he was promoted to be quaestor, 101 AD, and tribune of the people, 105 AD. While he impressed, Plotina showed marked favor to him, and through her influence was permitted to contract a marriage with Julia Sabina, the granddaughter of Marciana, Trajan's sister, as Trajan had no children. This alliance was naturally to be significant. In the Second Dacian War, Hadrian commanded a legion, and in recognition of his services, the emperor presented him with a diamond ring, which he had himself received from Nerva. He became praetor in due course of time, and in 108 AD was elected as a suffect consul. About the same time he was appointed to legatus of Lower Pannonia. After the death of Licinius Sura, his influence with Trajan doubtless increased. He took part in the Eastern expedition, and in 117 AD was appointed to legatus of Syria, with an extraordinary military command during the emperor's absence, and in the same year was a second time consul. On receiving the news of Trajan's death, Hadrian was proclaimed imperator by the soldiers, having secured their allegiance by promising them a donative of double the usual amount. He then wrote a modest letter to the Senate, asking, as the adopted son of Trajan, for their recognition and excusing the unconstitutional action of the soldiers, in acknowledging him as emperor before he had been elected by the Senate. Although there were many members of the Senate adverse to Hadrian, no opposition was organized against his claim. His respectful letter produced a favorable impression, and the various powers which belonged to the princeps were duly conferred on him. Hadrian had received as a boy an education in Greek letters, perhaps at Athens, and he showed such a decided leaning to Greek life and thought that he was jestingly called the Greekling. But his interest in things not Roman went further than Greece. He was attracted by the Antiquities, the mysteries and the romance of the East, and studied Oriental philosophies and religions with curiosity. He was, in fact, a cosmopolitan, and liked to place himself in touch with all the various races and creeds and institutions which had been gathered together in the complex of the Roman Empire. He was eminently susceptible of new ideas, and must have been impatient of the narrow prejudices of the aristocracy of home. It may be readily imagined that such a man could not win the sympathy of the Senate, and though the nobles had to cloak their feelings during his lifetime, their antipathy expressed itself after his death in detraction and calumny. The note of his character was a certain restless curiosity. He desired to see all that was to be seen, to know all that was to be known, to do all that was to be done. He visited all the provinces of the empire, and in each province he was as much a sightseer as an administrator. He wrote poetry, attempted painting, acquainted himself with all the systems of philosophy. It accorded with his character that he had an extravagant passion for the excitement of the chase. The personality of this searcher out of all curiosities is indicated in his countenance, as we see it in his numerous busts. The head is bent a little, as if to catch every sound. The eyes and mouth suggest the quickness and liveliness of an intellect determined that nothing shall escape it. The type of face is neither Roman nor yet Greek. In the gallery of imperial busts, his is the first marked by a beard. Whether he wore it, as some said, to disguise a scar, or whether it was characteristic of the Greekling, it may be regarded as an outward sign of a new type of emperor. Hadrian had his faults and foibles, qualities, although he took wide views as a statesman and a thinker. He was not above petty ambitions, although he was eminently tolerant. He was not superior to feeling jealousy at the merits of men who followed as their special calling pursuits in which he engaged as a dilettante. He was suspicious and distrustful of those who surrounded him, and naturally was not able to awaken their confidence or engage their affection. The rhetorician Fronto says that he regarded Hadrian rather as a god to be propitiated than as a man to be loved. Hadrian was a statesman of great ability, but by no means of transcendent genius. Indeed, at this time, there was little scope for a man of genius. What makes him so remarkable, made his reign so unique, is the circumstance that he embodied and represented in his own person the tendency of the period, and revealed and developed those tendencies in his policy. It rarely happens that the most typical man of an age is selected by destiny to be a sovereign. It happened in the case of Hadrian, and his reign derives much of its peculiar interest from this coincidence. He was not a military monarch, and here, conspicuously, he was in touch with this age. The Roman world wanted peace and rest. Men did not yearn for conquest, and the military policy of Trajan, however plausible it may have seemed from a theoretical point of view, however necessary it may have been up to a certain point, was not in harmony with the spirit of his time. In this respect, Hadrian marked his position clearly at the outset. The first important act of his reign was the surrender of the 3 new eastern provinces, which Trajan had annexed: Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Assyria. The new emperor thus declared that he regarded Trajan's oriental expedition as a huge mistake, that he definitely abandoned the project of extending the empire eastward, and that he recurred to the policy of Augustus. He may be questioned whether it might not have been wiser to retain Armenia, while abandoning Mesopotamia and Assyria. Dislike of Trajan's war policy as a whole may have carried Hadrian too far in his reaction. It is even said that have he contemplated the surrender of Dacia, but if so, he was wise enough to abandon the idea. Dacia, in which a large number of Roman colonists had taken up their abode, was in quite a different position from the annexations beyond the Euphrates, where no Roman settlements had yet been made. Of resigning Arabia, Trajan's other new province, there was no question. This first act of Hadrian struck the keynote of his reign, and inaugurated that remarkable period of nearly half a century, in which the Roman world enjoyed a measure of peace and happiness, which it had never enjoyed before, and was never to enjoy again. The thought was beginning to force itself on people, more or less consciously, that men were not made for the state, but that the state was made for men, and Hadrian's policy expressed and realized this thought. Trajan's had been tempted to make the extension of the empire and military glory ends in themselves. Hadrian regarded the defense of the frontiers and the maintenance of the army merely as means to the prosperity of his subjects. He fully recognized the necessity of maintaining a strong military force, and of being prepared to fight in case of need, and he devoted himself to the reform of the military service, closely connected with this view of the state, and at the same time characteristic of his cosmopolitan temper was Hadrian's interest in the provinces. The importance of the welfare of the provinces had been recognized by Julius Caesar, and had been always a political principle under the empire, but Hadrian sympathized with the provincials more thoroughly than any of his predecessors, and really felt that the provinces were not made merely to serve home in Italy. He was himself less at home in Rome than in any part of his empire, and hardly a third part of his reign of 21 years was spent on Italian soil. He saw that personal acquaintance on the part of the ruler with the affairs of each province was requisite for a sound administration, and his journeys through the provinces are a unique and striking feature of his reign. His other great work was the creation of a civil service. He must not fail to note that in the period of peace and prosperity, which was inaugurated by Hadrian and continued by his two next successors, a great social and spiritual change of deep significance for the future of the empire, and also for the future of the world, was being accomplished. The process was reliant, and almost escapes our observation, but the results are clear. The principle of humanity, as opposed to Roman exclusiveness, was becoming widely recognized, and a spirit of cosmopolitanism was taking possession of the world. The way was being prepared for the diffusion of Christianity. This new spirit was injurious to the power of Rome, but advantageous for the future development of Europe. It helped on the decline of the empire, but it was also the beginning of the transformation of the ancient into the modern world. Hadrian is the first great representative of this new spirit. The last months of the year, 117 AD, were occupied with ordering the affairs of the East. The Parthian question was settled, as has been already said, by unveiling Trajan's conquests, abandoning the cause of Parthametis and recognizing King Croesus. In order to retain the new conquests, it would have been necessary to increase the army, and the financial condition of the empire would not have admitted such a step without an increase of taxation. Moreover, under Trajan's military reign, too little attention had been paid to internal administration. These considerations alone were sufficient to move Hadrian to adopt a totally different policy from that of his predecessor. The danger of extending the frontier may have also been brought home to him by the reports which arrived of disturbances breaking out in remote corners of the realm. The Britons in the far north, the Samaritans on the Danube, the Moors in the west, were all saving signs of rebellion, while the rising of the Jews in Palestine and Libya, not yet completely arrayed, was in itself an adverse comment on Oriental expeditions. Hadrian probably visited Palestine and Egypt himself to hasten the suppression of the Jewish revolt, which was carried out by his able officer Q. Martinus Turbo. He apologized Catilius Severus to the post of legatus of Syria, which he had occupied himself before his elevation to the principate. He removed Lucius Quietus from the governorship of Judea, and sent him to his native land, Mauritania, apparently in order to quell a revolt which was breaking out among his countrymen. But Lucius, who was by no means well disposed to the new emperor, and disliked the change of policy, showed no energy in crushing the movement, or perhaps encouraged it. At all events, Hadrian found it necessary to send Turbo, who had already suppressed the Jews, to suppress the Moors also, and we are told that he disarmed Lucius Quietus. Hadrian traveled by way of Illyricum to Rome, which he reached early in 118 AD. He was favorably received by the Senate, to which he now renewed in person the respectful overtures which he had already made by letter. The title Pater Patrix was offered to him, but he refused it, on the ground that Augustus had received it at a late period of his reign, and did not accept it until 128 AD. He celebrated the Parthian triumph of Trajan, the image of the dead emperor being borne in the triumphal car. Hadrian was not long at Rome before he had to hurry away to the Danube to meet a Samaritan invasion, and during his absence his throne was threatened by a conspiracy in which 4 men of great distinctly were implicated. The leader was a consular named Avitus Niginus, whom the empire seems to have regarded with special favor, and perhaps intended to choose as his successor in the principate, besides another consular, Publius Celsus, 2 officers of high military reputation, Cornelius Palma, the conqueror of Arabi, and Lucius Quietus, who had ere 80 displayed a disloyal spirit in Maretta Ea, took part in the plot. The implication of these 2 generals suggests that dissatisfaction was felt in military circles at the peace policy of the new emperor. The intention of the conspirators was to kill Hadrian when he was either hunting or performing a sacrifice, be it in the plot, was discovered, and the Senate showed their zeal and loyalty by ordering the 4 conspirators to be put to death. When the news of the affair reached Hadrian, he placed the conduct of affairs on the Danube frontier in the hands of all his trusted officer, Marcius Turbo, had hastened back to Rome. August. He regretted the execution of the culprits, which was an unpopular act, and although the Senate had acted without consulting him, he was blamed for it, to dissipate the feelings of alarm which the occurrence had caused, and to show that terrorism was not to be the policy of his reign. He voluntarily took an oath never to pass sentence of death on a senator, as Trajan had done before him. During the next years, Hadrian seems to have devoted himself to internal reforms in Rome and Italy. In 119 A.D., he was consul for the 3rd and last time, and in the same year he undertook a journey through the southern Italy in 121 A.D., having laid the foundation stone of the Temple of Rome and Venus, April 21st. He started on his first great journey through the provinces, as he intended to be absent for a considerable time. It was necessary to leave the control of Rome in trustworthy hands. The safety of the city lay with the commanders of the Praetorian Guards. Hadrian had not full confidence in Attianus and Similis, the 2 prefects who were in office at his accession. Attianus had given him support at the critical moment, when his installation as princeps was doubtful, and on that account might have proved presumptuous, while Similis was a man of independent ideas. Accordingly they were removed, and Q. Marcius Turbo, along with C. Septicius Clarus, appointed in their stead. Hadrian undertook 2 great journeys through the provinces. The first began in spring 121 A.D., and ended with his return to Rome at the end of 126 A.D. The second began in spring 129 A.D., and ended with his return to Rome early in 134 A.D. On the first occasion, he visited almost all the provinces of the empire, both western and eastern, but on the second occasion he only visited the eastern. This was probably due to the outbreak of the Jewish rebellion, which recalled him to Judea, as he was retracing his path to the west, 131 through 132 A.D., so that at this point his second long absence from home ceases to be a provincial tour. Besides these 2 great journeys, he undertook, in the interval between them, a lesser journey to the African provinces, 128 A.D. The exact route of his first journey is not in all respects certain, but it seems to have been as follows. Having made a progress through eastern Gaul, and probably visited Lugudunum, he proceeded to the province of Upper Germany, and thence along the northern frontier, and Rhaetia, and Noricum, into Pannonia, returning doubtless by a different route. Through these provinces he reached the Rhine again, proceeded to Lower Germany, and passing through the Laurel of the Batavians, crossed over to Britain, 122 A.D. Having remained there for some months, he returned to Gaul and traveled through the western regions of that country to Spain, where he visited Tarraco. A revolt of the Moors induced him to visit Mauritania, though this perhaps was not part of his program, and thence he went on to Africa, and possibly to Libya. Crossing over to Asia Minor, he first visited the cities on the coast, and then traveled through the interior to the Euphrates, 123 AD. Returning by the coast of the Euxine, he traversed Pontus and Bithynia, and crossed over to Thrace. Whence advancing through Macedonia, he received successively Epirus and Thessaly. In autumn 125 AD, he arrived at Athens, where he spent the winter and spring, and made a tour in the Peloponnesus in the following summer, whence he returned to Rome, taking Sicily on the way 126 AD. His second journey began by a second visit to Athens, where he spent another winter, 129 through 130 AD. Then he sailed to the south coast of Asia Minor, and landing in Syria or Lycia, traveled through Placidia and Cilicia into Syria, reaching Antioch by June. In the same summer he visited Palmyra, Judea, and Arabia, and proceeded in autumn to Egypt, where he spent the greater part of the year. Returning to the latter part of 131 AD to Syria, whence he set out for the west, Phi has been recalled by the Jewish revolt, and spent 2 years on the scene of warfare. These imperial visits may in some cases have been burdensome and expensive to the provincials at the time, but there can be no doubt that they conduced to the prosperity of the subject lands. The emperor saw with his own eyes the condition and needs of each province, and also the exact importance of each in relation to the rest of the empire. We cannot trace all that he did in the correction of abuses, or in furthering the economical interests of the land which he visited, but we know how he tried to secure the indispensable condition of peaceful development, namely, the satisfy of the emperor against invaders. Hadrian never lost sight of this end. His care in providing for it was exhibited in 2 ways. He introduced a number of vital reforms into the army and the military system. He developed, with more consistency than any emperor before him, the method of defending the frontiers by artificial means. The military reforms of Hadrian went into the minutest details, and he may be considered the originator of the military system of the later empire. His changes affected both tactics and discipline. His great reform in tactics was the introduction of the phalanx, not exactly the Macedonian phalanx, but an improved form. The necessity of superseding the old legionary battle array seems to have been proved in recent warfare. Hadrian directed all his officers to study carefully the tactics and MS of the barbarians, Parthians and Armenians in the rest, Sarmatians beyond the Danube, Celts and Britain. He also introduced oriental armor and heavily armed cavalry. His Batavian squadrons were so well drilled that they could swim across rivers in panoply. Improvements were made in the military engines with a view to facilitating the rapid motion of the army. Hadrian found that the discipline of the camp had degenerated, and he spent the greatest pains in restoring it, and made it stricter than ever. He increased the number of centurions, and only allowed those to be appointed who were of strong body and good character. He admitted none to the legionary tribunate who were not of mature age. Leaves of absence were rarely granted, and everything that could have an enervating effect on the soldiers was removed from the camps. But notwithstanding his strictness, he was very popular with the men, and there was not a mutiny throughout his peaceful reign. This was due to the fact that he shared with the soldiers their exercises and privations whenever he visited the camps, and required of them to undergo no hardships which he was not ready to undergo himself. His dress was severely simple. His repast consisted of the same plain food, lard, cheese, and sour wine as that of the legionaries themselves. On the march, he used to walk or ride in full armor and bareheaded amid the snows of Caledonia, or beneath the hot sun of Egypt, and never made use of the vehicle. He concerned himself with every detail of military life. He used to visit the ambulances every day, used to attend to the commissariat, and inspect the arms, dress, and baggage of the soldiers. On coins he is often represented as addressing his legions, at Lambasis in Africa, where he founded a new camp, of which the praetorium, or general's quarters, still stands. A pedestal has been found, on which is inscribed a speech, which he delivered to Legion III. Augusta. He praises the soldiers for their performance of the most difficult exercises, for executing in a single day works which would employ others for a week, for their sham battles and other achievements. Under no emperor was the army in more efficient condition than under Hadrian. In regard to the fleet, Hadrian introduced the regulation that all the marines should possess ius latinum. Thus no Roman citizen, whether Italian or provincial, could serve in the fleet. The service was only open to those who possessed Latin rights, or those who possessed neither Roman nor Latin rights. The latter received iva latinum on entering the service. The Samaritan races, which were separated from each other by the province of Dacia and Roxolani on the east and the Jazyges on the west, kept up mutual communication and formed a league against the empire. After the accession of Hadrian, the immediate cause of the war is said to have been that the Roman government refused to continue the subsidy which Trajan had consented to pay to the king of the Roxolani. The barbarians probably invited Dacia, and Hadrian, as we have seen, was obliged to leave Rome shortly after his arrival and take the field against them, 118 A.D. Although successful in this war, he consented to a compact by which he agreed to renew the subsidy claimed by the Roxolani, and the king of that people received Roman citizenship and became a Roman vassal. Recalled to Rome by the conspiracy of Nigrinus, Hadrian appointed Q. Marcius Turbo to a special military command over both provinces of Pannonia and Dacia, although Turbo was only of equestrian rank, and gave him the same title and dignity which the prefect of Egypt possessed. But Hadrian was not content with averting the present danger. He sought to guard against future invasions, on the one hand of Pannonia by the Jazyges, on the other hand of Mescia by the Roxolani, and with this view constructed lines of fortification. The new fortress of Traumus, Lycia, in the delta of the Danube, commanded the route of invaders coming through Bessarabia, and formed one of a number of posts along the Euxine coast: Odessus, Vama, Tomi, Kistenge, Trosimus, Tyrus, at the mouth of the Dniester, Olbia, at the mouth of the Dnieper, Ponticapium, in the Tauric peninsula, between which constant connection was kept up by the Pontic fleet. Panticapsum was at this time under the government of a Samaritan prince, who professed warm friendship for Hadrian and the empire. It is said that Hadrian, in order to protect the provinces south of the Danube from the chance of an invasion by way of Dacia, broke down the upper part of the great bridge which Trajan had constructed at Turnu Severin. The truth of this statement has been questioned, but it may have been found that the intercourse between the northern and southern banks of the Danube was still carried on chiefly by boat, and was little facilitated by the existence of one bridge, and the emperor may have determined to sacrifice it. Possibly he substituted a drawbridge. To him, perhaps, were due many of the forts which protected the valleys and passes of the eastern Carpathians. But though he regarded the province as outlying and insecure, he did much for developing its resources and Romanizing it. Under Hera began the settlements of veteran soldiers, and a vigorous prosecution of the mining works. The administration of Dacia was changed, 129 A.D., by its division, like Pannonia and Moesia, into two provinces, Upper and Lower Dacia, governed by legati. Hadrian busied himself equally with the defense of the Middle Danube in Pannonia. It was here most conspicuously that he put into practice a new principle of investing with the municipal character the most important frontier stations, and combining civu with military life. This was easy, for not only did many tradespeople settle close to important camps, but the veterans, after they discharged, used for the most part to remain in the same place, and thus were formed town settlements, separate from the camp, and known as canbas or the booths. Trajan had tried the experiment in the case of Castra Vetera and Iulpia Noviomagus. Hadrian transformed into colonies the two headquarters of the troops of Lower Pannonia, Antiquity, which is now the capital of Hungary, and Myrsa, Esjeg, where the Drave flows into the Danube, in Upper Pannonia. The three chief stations at legions were Vindobona, Vienna, Conventum, Peronel, and Brigido, Osnazi. These he converted into Mexican cities, as well as other stations of less renown, Viximum oi Egyptius in Upper Mesca, and Augusta Vindelicorum, IP Patia, were treated in the same way. These changes were probably aggravated during Hadrian's visit to these regions in 121 AD. It is also to be observed that he transferred a considerable part of the southern Pannonia to Italy and colonized anew the Flavian foundation of Sicily on the Save. Thus, while he was providing for the defense of the empire, Hadrian was also carrying on the work of Romanization. As far as Regina Castra, Resenburg, it was only necessary to reinforce the natural defense of the Danube by a line of forts. Now the idea which Hadrian endeavored to carry out systematically was to supplement natural defenses of water by artificial defenses of wall. To him we may attribute with great probability the construction of the Hisman wall, which protected the corner between the Rhine and the Danube, and marked the lines transdanubianus of forts, which Hadrian now connected by a wall which can still be traced from the Danube, a little above Kelheim, to the lines Transianus near Weltslium. It is quite possible that part of the line of wall running southward from the main and bounding the Agri Decumatus may be also due to him, and not to the Flavian emperors. The Germans seem to have given no trouble in this reign. One tribe accepted a king appointed by the emperor. In his progress through Lower Germany, Hadrian founded Forum Hadani in an island close to the Batavian Lugdunum. The administration of the two provinces of Germany was charged. Hitherto, it will be remembered, their legati were only military commanders, and the civil administration was in the hands of the legatus of Belgica. Henceforward, Upper and Lower Germany have each a legatus possessing civil powers, but they are still financially connected with Belgigia, insomuch as the Belgic procurator collects the taxes in the Germanics. In Britain, which he reached in 122 AD, there is much to be done and some cause for serious anxiety. Little hold could be kept on the lands beyond the Tyne, which Agricola had tried to conquer, and even south of the Tyne. The Brigantes, by no means wholly subdued, held out in their strong places. The Romans suffered most severe losses in continuous warfare with the Britons, and the 6th Legion, which had been in the island since the conquest of Claudius, was annihilated. It was replaced by 4th Victrix, which had hitherto had its headquarters at Castra, important Roman position in the north. Hadrian took the field himself against the barbarians, but the great result of his visit to Britain was the elaborate system of fortification which he devised to facilitate not only defense, but also the extension of the province, for he did not surrender this design of occupying the northern half of Britain, as he had surrendered Trajan's annexations beyond the Euphrates. He did not intend to make the Tyne and Solway the limit of the province. To complete the conquest of a half-conquered island was a widely different project from advancing into the heart of a vast continent. It is uncertain how far we are to accept the statement of a contemporary historian that from an economical point of view Britain was quite useless to Rome, but the Roman government evidently considered that the acquisition of North Britain was politically, if not economically, desirable. Hadrian saw that this end could not be attained by a slow and methodical advance. Accordingly, a line of fortifications on an immense scale was drawn across the island from the Tyne to the Solway, and the remains of this construction constitute the most striking record of Roman dominion in Britain. The Roman wall, it used to be called I the Picts. Wall is a system of walls, 3 earthworks, fossils, and forts, connected by a road. On the east side, Its began at Sagendinum, whose modern name, J. Wall's End, reminds us of the fact its western extremity was at Galanabanta near Bowness, on the Solway Firth. Its course was straight, and its entire a length about 70 miles. It consisted of 3 parts, a stone wall, a series of stations connected by the road, and an earth wall. The stone wall on the north was from 6 to 8 feet broad and nearly 20 feet high. Turrets of rectangular shape occurred in it at unequal distances. At longer intervals, about a Roman mile, were fortified gates, generally called mile castles. A fosse runs along the northern side of the wall. The earth wall, or vallum, on the south, consists of 3 parts itself, a single mound, a fosse, and a double mound. The single mound is on the north side of the fosse, which is about 30 feet broad, and the double mound is on the south. The distance between the vallum and the stone wall varies considerably, but it is on a rough average about 120 yards. The road runs between the stone wall and the vallum, and along it are situated at unequal distances 14 large camps, called pexcenturf, belonging to this line of camps, but situated at a short distance south of the vallum, are 3 others, so that we must count 17 camps as part of the system of fortification. The best preserved of these camps bore covicum, now called housesteads, and circuum, where the memory of the Roman site is retained in the name Chesters. A long and continuous stretch of the stone wall may be seen at Borcovicum. The work has probably begun during Hadrian's visit to Britain, 122 A.D., and was executed under the direction of the legatus aulus Plautorus Nepos by the laborers of the 3 Britannic legions, 1st, 4th, 20th, while the other military service temporarily devolved upon detachments sent from Spain and Upper Germany. The auxiliary troops also assisted, and a large number of inscriptions bear witness to the part taken in the work by the various centuries and cohorts, and alas, Hadrian's connection with the wall is commemorated in the name of the second station on the eastern side, Pons Malai, Newcastle. There can be little doubt that some of the stronger positions, which formed the sites of the camps, had been previously occupied by Agricola and other commanders as detached forts. This consideration will help to explain the inequality of the distances between the stations. The significance of the wall cannot be appreciated if it is not observed that Brigantes were not yet thoroughly subdued, and that the continuous fortification was designed to serve as a barrier, hindering effectual communication or cooperation between the enemies to the south and the enemies to the north. With the wall as basis of operations, the subjugation of the northern tribes could be gradually effected, and this work was carried on by detached forts and camps, such as that of Birmingham, High Rochester, north of the wall. The line of the wall was crossed by roads leading northwards. Thus Whaling Street crosses it near Calerinum. The circumstance alone indicates that Hadrian's wall is not to be regarded as a frontier barrier, not intended to be passed against a foreign foe, but as a sort of huge elongated camp, established in a country which the Romans purposed to make their own. It marked a stage, but was by no means intended to mark the last stage in the conquest of the island. Of Hadrian's acts in Gaul, we only know that he showed great liberality in all the provinces. We have no record as to what cities he visited, except Namansus, Narnus, where he erected a basilica in honor of his adopted mother, Plotina. Crossing the Pyrenees, he spent a winter, 122 through 123 A.D., at Tarico, where he held a meeting of representatives of the Spanish cities and made himself acquainted with the needs and wishes of the provincials. Of his visit to Sicily, we only know that he ascended Mount Tena to see a sunrise. These internal provinces, the Gauls, the Spains, and Sicily, were prosperous, and had less need of empirical care than those whose borders were exposed to invasion, like Pannonia, Britain, and Africa. He visited the African provinces twice, in 123 A.D., on the occasion of a Moorish rising, which he quelled, and again in 128 A.D., of his activity, there we have many through slight traces. A new road was constructed from Carthage to the west, and having completed this work, under the direction of the Legatus P. Motillus Secundus, the legion was established in a new permanent camp at Lampsacus. The object of this change was that the army should be nearer Mauretania, in which there was no legionary troops. In founding colonies, Hadrian seemed to have been as active in Africa as he had been in Pannonia. Utica was raised to colonial rank. Ilion colonies were founded at thence on the coast south of Carthage. At Zama Regia and Lars in Numida, at Bonassa, in Tigitanda, a new road was constructed from Curta to the coast at Rusicade, Philippeville. These facts, among others known to us as entirely from inscriptions, illustrate the universal activity of Hadrian in all parts of the empire. Section 4. The Eastern Provinces. The progress of Hadrian through the Latin portion of the empire, as far as we can trace it, is chiefly marked by his measures for the defense of the frontiers. In the eastern provinces he had more room for manifesting and gratifying his personal tastes. There was no cause for apprehension on the oriental frontier. Parthia was afraid of Rome. The tranquility was threatened some years cuter Hadrian's accession, but matters were smoothed by a personal meeting with the Parthian king. During his second visit to the east, the emperor held a friendly gathering of client kings and princes. He visited Chorsos and sought to maintain a good understanding with that potentate by sending back his daughter, whom Trajan had captured. A difficulty arose about 134 A.D., when Pharamond, king of Iberia, evaded Media. Vologesus, the successor of Chorsos, complained to Hadrian, who however refused to call his vassal to account, and even enlarged his kingdom. Vologesus was not strong enough to press the matter. The efficiency of the Roman army, trained under the new reforms, was made evident. At the same time, when the Alans threatened to invade Armenia and Cappadocia, Armenia was saved by the Parthian king, who gave the barbarians money. Cappadocia, by the resolute attitude of its governor, Arion, a capable commander who, however, obtained more celebrity as a writer than as a general. Early attention of Hadrian to the military exigencies of the empire in the east is shown by the official tour of inspection round the Euxine Seine, which Arion made by his orders, and wrote an account of his purpose, from which work he learned that Hadrian expected from his generals. No land was so much patronized, Hadrian, as Greece, which he visited twice. Almost every town of importance or ancient distinction was enriched by new buildings or gifts. At Corinth he built an aqueduct and baths. At Megara, a temple of Apollo. Olympia was adorned with several splendid buildings, and a statue was erected there to the emperor by all the Greeks. He restored the horse racks, which had fallen into disuse at the Nemean games. At Mantinea he erected a temple of Poseidon, and engraved on the tomb of Epaminondas an inscription composed by himself in the temple of Eros at Thespiae. He dedicated the skin of a bear, which he had killed, with Greek verses of his own. In the temple of Hera at Argos he offended the goddess's favorite bird, a peacock of gold, the tail brilliant with precious stones. But it was Athens, for which Hadrian showed a special predilection, both by his 2 long visits there and by his liberality in beautifying the city. He desired that Athens should once more be the capital of Greece, and his patronage called forth a sort of Greek Renaissance. He gave the Athenians the revenues of the island of Cheleudia, and the city, which in the time of Augustus had been called empty by Horace, soon became so flourishing that it surprised travelers by the size of its population. Hadrian adopted Greek dress while he resided at Athens. He presided at public games and took part in the Eleusinian mysteries. He permitted himself to be elected archon and fulfilled the function of the office. He spent his time in associating with the philosophers, sophists, and artists. and superintending the progress of the architectural works which he was constructing in the plain of the Lucius. Here a new Athens arose which was called Hadrianopolis. It was disappeared, but its limit is still marked by an arch of triumph southeast of the Acropolis, on one face of which is inscribed Athens, the city of Theseus, on the other the city of Hadrian, not of Theseus. He completed the temple of Zeus Olympius, known as the Olympium, which Herei then designed on a vast scale by Penstratus, and left unfinished for 700 years. An inaugural address on the occasion of its dedication was pronounced by Polemon of Smyrna, a sophist famous for his eloquence. 15 of the 120 columns of this building still stand. But besides finishing the edifice, which had waited so long for its completion, Hadrian carried out an idea which the Greeks had dreamed of and striven after for centuries, but had never succeeded in realizing. This idea was the unity of Hellas. It was at length effected by the condescension of a stranger, when it had no longer any political meaning. Representatives of all the Greek cities, both those which were free, and those which belonged to the Achenian province, were constituted as a college of Panhellas, and met yearly in Athens. Their special charge was the worship of Zeus, Penhelianos, and Hadrian in a new temple, called the Pantheon, which was built in Hadrianopolis, and intended to serve in Greece somewhat the same purpose as the temple of Rome and Augustus served at Lugudunum. It was ordained that annual games should be celebrated close to the Panhellenion, and on this occasion an offering was made to Zeus, the deliverer, at Platsea, in memory of the Greeks who fell there on the anniversary of the battle. The 4th day of Bodrimon, Hadrian himself received the divine title Olympian. In the honor of enlarging Athens, a distinguished share was borne by the accomplished and wealthy rhetor Herodes Atticus. He built a bridge over the Ilissus in the new town, and constructed a stadium, which he covered with Pentelic marble. On one of the hills which overlooked it he raised a temple to Fortune. He also founded a library, which Hadrian surrounded with splendid porticos. In the Asiatic provinces there are many traces of Hadrian's progress. Everywhere he came to the relief of cities which had been injured by earthquakes. Everywhere he appeared as a restorer. To Smyrna, the Athens of eastern Greece, the home of his friend Polemon, the sophist, he was specially gracious. At his instance, a new gymnasium was erected there by subscription, and we still possess the list of subscribers at Ephesus. He raised a temple to it is called Kavovic Rifik Ephios, and Augustus permitted to be held at Argos to have rivetoli and inscriptions. It will represented only the subject, not the free. He remembered that the Koi, which Greek cities, Roman fortune, at Cyzicus, a temple of imposing size was erected in his honor, and the famous rhetorician Aretaces was engaged to pronounce an oration of the day of its consecration. This speech is preserved. Trajan had placed Bithynia temporarily under imperial legatus. Hadrian made this arrangement permanent, and confiscated the Senate by transferring Pamphylia to its control. In Bithynia, he pursued his favorite pastime of hunting, and founded a new town called Hadrian's Chase, Hadrianorthus, at a spot where he slew an enormous bear. He visited the Troad, and beheld the places where the story of the Iliad was enacted, places which might have a peculiar attraction for a Roman who placed any faith in the tales connecting Roman with Greek antiquity. At Trapezus, he had a fancy to look upon the sea on the same spot where Xenophon's 10,000 had cried, Thalata, Thalata. He was little pleased with the luxurious city of Antioch, and the inhabitants, always known for temper of insolence, seem to have given him some offense. He is said to have contemplated breaking up Syria into 2 provinces, in order to reduce the importance of Antioch. He did much for the development of the recently formed province of Arabia. He visited Palmyra, on the border of the desert, gave it the rank of a colony, and the privileges of Ius Italicum, and adorned it with new buildings. Both this city and Petra assumed the title of Hadriane. From Arabia he passed into Egypt, 130 A.D., which he entered at Pelusium. From this place he made an expedition to Mount Casius, where the body of Pompey had been interred without honor, and erected a funeral monument to the rival of Caesar. He traveled through Upper as well as Lower Egypt, and visited the chief antiquities of the land. One of the wonders which travelers generally want to see was the broken statue of Memnon, from whose limbs music miraculously issued at the hour of sunrise. An interesting reminiscence of the visit of the imperial party survives in some Greek elegiac verses, scribbled on a leg of the statue by the court poetess Balbilla, who was in the train of the Empress Sabina. A private misfortune befell Hadrian while he was in Egypt. Antinous, a beautiful youth, to whom he was deeply attached, was drowned in the Nile. The story went that an oracle required either the emperor's life or the sacrifice of the object dearest to him, and that Antoninus deliberately drowned himself. The event excited general sympathy throughout the empire. Hadrian deified his lost favorite, dedicated a temple to him, and built Antipolis in his honor. Coins were struck with the head of the Antinous, and his statues were multiplied in the cities of Asia. The people of Alexandria alone scoffed at the grief of the emperor, although he had conferred many privileges and benefits on their city. Hadrian was repelled rather than attracted by Egypt, and was disgusted by its capital, if we may believe in a remarkable letter which he is said to have written to Servanus some years later, and which may really represent his impressions, although it can hardly have been written by him in the form in which it has come down to us. The peace of Hadrian's principate was interrupted by only one really serious war, another revolt of the Jews. Since the destruction of Jerusalem, theological schools had been established in Jonibe, Tiberias, and Lydia, to keep alive the knowledge of the law and the orthodox Jewish religion. The most famous doctor at this time was Akiba, to whose name strange legions were attached. He led his revival of Judaism, and kept alive the hopes of his people to recover Jerusalem and establish a Jewish kingdom under the Messiah, who was expected to come. As long as these hopes were fostered, the Jews were a dangerous element in the empire, and their rising in the last year of Trajan gave Hadrian a lesson. He resolved to annihilate their hopes by founding a military colony at Jerusalem, from which the Jews could be entirely excluded. The new city was called Aelia Capitolina. Pagan altars were erected. There the temple of Jehovah had stood. Hadrian also conceived the idea of eradicating Judaism by forbidding the rite of circumcision. Such measures drove the Jews to despair, and they rose in arms. The priest Eleazar, and a bold and able fanatic who received the name of Bar Kokhba, a son of the war, placed themselves at the head of the rebels. 131 A.D. It seems that Jerusalem, where the Romans were beginning the foundation of the new city, was captured by the Jews and had to be retaken. The governor of Judea, Tineius Rufus, and the governor of Syria, Publius Marcellus, proved unable to cope with the insurgents. The emperor himself, who had just left Syria for the west, returned hastily to the scene of action, and finally committed to the conduct of the war to an able commander, Julius Severus, who was then legatus of Britain. The war, waged chiefly in Samaria and Idumea, was protracted for 3 years, but Severus took fortress after fortress, and with the fall of Bether, a fortress not far from Jerusalem, and the death of Bar Kokhba, the struggle was at an end. No mercy was shown. The old doctor Akiba, who has been the life and soul of the rebellion, was torn in pieces with hot pincers. Judea was almost depopulated. It was decreed that no Jew should set foot in Aelia Capitolina, except once a year, and henceforward the province was called, not Judea, but Syria, Palestina. Julius Severus received the triumphal insignia, and it was the last occasion on which they see confirmed. Henceforward, victorious generals were recognized by the erection of their statues in the form of Trajan. Hadrian permitted the soldiers to greet him as imperator, the only occasion on which he accepted that military honor.
The reign of Hadrian marks, in some important respects, the beginning of a new stage in the development of the Principate. In the course of imperial history we have observed two great tendencies. 1. The encroachment of the Princeps on the functions of the Senate and the consequent advance towards pure monarchy. 2. The levelling of the distinctions which existed between Rome and the provinces. Previous emperors promoted one or other of these tendencies by fits and starts, and sometimes unconsciously. Domitian took a great and deliberate step in the direction of absolutism. Trajan, the Spaniard, made a serious advance towards equalizing Italy with the other subject lands, but under Hadrian these tendencies assume a systematic form, and it is to be observed that this side of his policy is largely a result of very important administrative improvements which he introduced. Not only his interest in the welfare of the provinces, but also his creation of an administrative machinery, which had hitherto been a conspicuous want, promoted the tendencies which have been mentioned. The equalization of Italy and the provinces was forwarded by placing Italy under the control of 4 judges of consular rank. This institution was a step further in the course which Trajan had inaugurated by his appointment of curatores republicae. But while the curators exercised control only in the sphere of municipal administration, the judges usurped important judicial functions which had hitherto belonged to the local magistrates and had often been very badly discharged by them. The chief matters which came under the cognizance of the judges were the nomination of guardians, cases of fidei commissa, and disputes connected with the decurionate. The districts in which these officials operated do not seem, at first, to have been strictly separated. This institution not only affected the position of Italy by placing it more directly under imperial control, but also affected the Senate by excluding that body almost completely from interference in the affairs of Italy, which had hitherto been looked upon as a specially senatorial domain. There also seems to have been some attempt made to introduce the same institution in the provinces. Under Hadrian, the provincials enjoyed great prosperity. We have seen that by visiting them himself he became acquainted with their needs and spared no pains in furthering their welfare. He exercised a sharp control over the governors, and under his rule we hear of no cases of extortion. He employed special officers to check the finances of the town communities. It was his policy to increase the number of Roman cities, and this policy was especially pursued in Pannonia, a part of which seems to have been added to Italy. It was a natural consequence of Hadrian's constant and extensive travels in the provinces, and also of his talent for organization, that he should develop, extend, and place on a new footing the cursus publicus, or state post, which had been instituted by Augustus. Trajan had done something for its improvement, but Hadrian made it a fiscal institution, and thus relieved the local corporations of the expense. He also seems to have introduced definite districts and prefects. Perhaps the most obvious deficiency in the political machinery of Rome under the early emperors was the want of a regular civil service for carrying on the work of the central government at Rome. The Senate had its officials, but the emperor, on whom practically the whole administration had come to devolve, had no recognized body of public servants at his disposal. His correspondence and his finances were conducted by private dependents, who had no recognized official position, generally freedmen and slaves. But since the time of Claudius, some of these offices, the ab epistulis and the a libellis, had been occasionally entrusted to persons of equestrian rank. Hadrian adopted this exceptional practice and converted it into a permanent principle. Henceforward, freedmen were excluded from all important administrative posts, and only knights appointed. By this means an official body of civil servants was organized, and there was a definite career of civil service, with regular grades of promotion open to knights, who were thus no longer obliged to begin with military service in order to obtain civil appointments. The highest procuratorship in this career was that of the imperial fisc. The increased importance which the reforms of Hadrian gave to the knights, also a tendency which can be traced from the beginning of the empire, was a further blow to the Senate, and it is worth remarking that the only extensive command delegated by Hadrian to a subject, somewhat like that which Corbulo held under Nero, was given not to a senator, but to a knight. To Q. Marcius Turbo was committed an exceptional control over the 2 Pannonian provinces and Dacia. In the same connection it must be observed that the power of the Praetorian prefect, who is necessarily not a senator, is recognized under Hadrian in quite a new way. The influence of this officer had already made itself felt on several occasions, but it was an influence which depended on the character of the prefect, and also on the character of the emperor, rather than on the office itself. Thus Sejanus under Tiberius, Titus under Vespasian, Tigellinus under Nero were the most powerful persons in the empire, next to the emperor. But other prefects had exercised comparatively little political power. The importance of the prefecture as such was first openly recognized under Hadrian. The prefect now appears as the second man in the state, and his relation to the princeps was compared with that of the master of horse to the dictator. He begins now to acquire that competence in civil and criminal jurisdiction which led up to his becoming, in the following century, a supreme judge of appeal. Augustus had been in the habit of summoning a concilium to help him in the decision of the cases which came before him, but this body was informal, it had no place in the constitution, and the princeps was not in any way bound to consult it. Moreover, it was not defined either in point of number or by any qualification for membership. It was composed of the friends of the princeps. Tiberius, Claudius, Nero, Vespasian, Domitian, and Trajan had adopted this practice, but none of them gave the concilium a definite organization. This step was reserved for Hadrian. Just as he had seized the floating idea of employing the equestrian order for the civil service and realized it as a definite system, so he seized the informal habit of summoning experienced friends to give legal advice and organized a permanent institution. The new council consisted of men of senatorial and equestrian rank, formally appointed and in receipt of a salary. They were called Consiliaria Augusta. The approval of the Senate was necessary for their appointment, a concession on the part of Hadrian to the Senate, but one of little political importance. They were obliged to hold themselves constantly in readiness to attend the emperor in the palace. The council was largely composed of experienced jurists. It does not seem that Hadrian gave greater weight to the senatorial members, but he respected the privileges of senators, in so far that in trials where they were concerned as parties, only those councillors who belonged to senatorial rank sat in judgment. There is no evidence to show that the council had any power to act in the absence of the emperor. On the contrary, it seems, sometimes at least, to have accompanied Hadrian in the provinces. Having thus surrounded himself with jurists, Hadrian exercised great influence on law. He made 2 very important changes. 1. The jus respondendi, or right of replying officially to queries on legal difficulties, was granted to a number of skilled jurists, prudentes, and when their opinion was unanimous, he gave it the force of law. This did much to encourage legal studies. 2. The perpetual edict of the praetors was reduced to a final form. Salvius Julianus was entrusted with the task of editing and coordinating in a consistent form the immense body of law which had gradually grown up by the edicts of successive praetors. A senatus consultum, 131 A.D., gave the force of law to Julian's edition of the edict, which may be considered as the earliest approach to the corpus juris civilis. Henceforward, law could not be modified by the praetors, but only by the legislation of the emperor or the senate. All the praetors and provincial governors were bound to act strictly in accordance with the edict. But while Hadrian governed as an autocrat and worked towards the political annihilation of the senate, he treated that body and its individual members with the greatest deference and courtesy. He followed Nerva and Trajan in admitting no charges of majestas. He deigned to admit the best of the senators freely to his private society. He repudiated the games of the circus voted in his honor, excepting those on his own birthday only, and often declared publicly that he would so administer the republic that it should know that it belonged to the people, and not to himself. As he made himself consul thrice, so he advanced several personages to a 3rd consulship, and the number to whom he granted a 2nd was very considerable. His own third consulship he held for 4 months only, and in that time sat often in judgment. He always attended the regular meetings of the Senate, whenever he was in or near the city. He cherished highly the dignity of the order, and was chary of admitting new members, so much so that when he thus advanced Aetianus, who was already prefect of the Praetorians, and enjoyed the triumphal ornaments, he showed that there was no higher eminence to which he could exalt him. He expressed his detestation of princes who paid the Senate less deference than he showed himself. To Servianus, his sister's husband, whom he treated with such respect as always to meet him when he issued from his chamber in the morning, he gave a third consulship, unasked, taking care that it should not coincide with his own, that Servianus might never be required to speak second in debate. But notwithstanding all his endeavours, he was unable to win the confidence of the Roman nobility. In the history of the financial administration of the empire, Hadrian's reign is very important. As we have seen, the financial minister was no longer a freedman, but a knight, and the financial bureau became a definite branch of the civil service. A very large body of officers were employed in it, and the administration was carefully watched by the emperor himself. The old system of farming the revenue, which had been gradually becoming superseded under the empire, was now almost entirely abolished, and all the taxes, even the vicesima hereditatum, were collected directly by the imperial procurators. To represent the interests of the imperial treasury in lawsuits, special officers called advocati fisci were appointed. At his accession, Hadrian found that the enormous sum of 900 million sesterces was due to the fiscus as arrears of taxes. It was quite hopeless to recover this sum, which covered the previous 15 years, and the emperor boldly and wisely remitted it, and erased the debt from the state accounts. 118 AD. The bonds were publicly burned in the Forum of Trajan. To prevent the accumulation of bad debts, and also in the interests of equity, Hadrian ordained that arrears should be examined and the taxation revised every 15 years, so that account could be taken of changes in the value of money and property, and the taxes regulated accordingly. Hadrian also remitted in Italy the aurum coronarium, which the subjects were expected to pay to a new emperor. In the provinces he reduced its amount. He always refused to accept inheritances willed to him by citizens who had children, and he often remitted part or even the whole of the property of men condemned to confiscation in favour of their sons. "I prefer," he said, "to enrich the state with men than with money." He occasionally, but not often, spent large sums on magnificent spectacles such as the populace loved. Once he exhibited gladiatorial combats for 6 successive days, and he once celebrated his birthday by the slaughter of 1,000 wild beasts. The growth of humanity in the treatment of slaves has already been noticed. It was a conspicuous feature in the legislation of Hadrian, and marks a reaction against the policy of Trajan, who in this respect was inclined to be retrogressive. Hadrian revived the old law that a master could not kill his slave, but must hand him over to the law, and he punished the ill treatment of slaves. He condemned to 5 years' banishment a matron who had cruelly treated her maids. He forbade the sale of male or female slaves for immoral purposes or for employment in the arena, and he forbade human sacrifices to Mithras and Baal. The cruel practice of putting all the slaves to death in case of a master's murder was modified. Only those were to suffer who were near enough to give their master help if they had chosen. Hadrian also introduced a number of small reforms intended to improve the manners and morals of his subjects. The public baths were subjected to a stricter supervision. Senators and knights were compelled to wear the toga in public, except when they were returning from supper, and the emperor himself always wore the national dress when he was in Italy. He was punctilious about etiquette in other ways too. On one occasion, seeing a slave of his own walking familiarly between 2 senators, he ordered his ears to be boxed, with an injunction not to walk between men whose slave he might live to become. He endeavored to repress luxury in food after the fashion of the ancient republic. He facilitated traffic by forbidding great vehicles, which blocked up the narrow streets, to pass through Rome. In regard to the elementary institutions, the work begun by Nerva and Trajan was carried on, More money was advanced, and it was definitely prescribed that boys up to the age of 18 and girls up to 14 should receive the elementary support. In the number and magnificence of the buildings erected throughout the empire under his auspices, no emperor surpassed Hadrian. There is evidence to show that building was never more active in the capital than under his reign, though we cannot follow in detail his smaller works. He did much in restoring and improving older buildings, such as the Pantheon of Agrippa and the Basilica Neptuni in the campus and the Forum of Augustus. He built, as in duty bound, a temple to his father, Trajan, and this was the only one of his edifices on which he inscribed his name. But his two great buildings were the Temple of Venus in Roma and his mausoleum. The Temple of Venus in Roma was built on the eastern slope of the Velia, just above the site of the Colosseum. In order to make room for it, the Colossus of Nero, which still stood on the site of his demolished palace, and which Vespasian had converted into a statue of the sun, had to be removed to lower ground near the Colosseum. The new temple was built according to an architectural design of Hadrian's own. It was a double temple, with its two cells, apsides, placed back to back, facing east and west. It was the largest and most splendid of all the religious buildings of Rome. Its ruins still remain. The temple was in an open place surrounded by porticos, and thus resembled the imperial fora. Moreover, the imperial fora were all dedicated to deities who stood in special relation to the greatness of Rome: Venus Genetrix, Mars, Pax, so that Hadrian's temple to Venus in Roma resembled them also in this point. It may be regarded, then, as part of a series of buildings of a special kind stretching from the Campus Martius to the Esquiline. There was indeed a great gap between Hadrian's temple and Vespasian's, but this was filled up at a much later period by the Basilica of Constantine, and then the series was completed. This temple was dedicated in 128 AD, 21st of April, on which occasion Hadrian probably accepted the title of Pater Patriae and permitted Sabina to receive the title Augusta. The district beyond the Tiber had been gradually losing its rural appearance and becoming an important suburb of Rome. Communication between the city and the Vatican region was facilitated by a new bridge which Hadrian built across the river, where it takes an easterly turn and skirts the Campus Martius on the north. At the further extremity of the Pons Aelius, as it was called, he erected in the gardens of Domitia an immense mausoleum, known as the Moles Hadriani, which played a part in modern history as the castle of St. Angelo, and is still an important strategic point as well as a conspicuous object in Rome. Consisting of a square structure below and a massive dome crowned with the statue of Hadrian, it outdid in size and splendor the burying-place of Augustus, which was over against it on the other side of the river. The building was not finished at the emperor's death, and was completed by his successor. It was the burying-place of the emperors for the rest of the 2nd century, and even longer. Section 6. Last days of Hadrian. When Hadrian returned to Rome at the beginning of 134 AD, he did not again quit Italy. His health was giving way, and he spent much of his time at his magnificent villa at Tiber. He is said in these last years to have been suspicious, jealous, and cruel, and to have put to death or disgraced distinguished men who had committed no fault but that of awakening his suspicions. How far these accusations are true, how far they are the calumnies of the senatorial party who hated him, it is impossible to determine. The fact remains that Hadrian conspicuously failed to conciliate the aristocracy, and for this misfortune he was doubtless himself largely to blame. As he had no children and felt that his health was precarious, he made provision for the succession to the principate by adopting, in 136 AD, L. Caeonius Commodus Verus, a son-in-law of that Nigrinus who had conspired against him at the beginning of his reign. This choice seems to have been highly unpopular, and the emperor was compelled to buy the goodwill of the soldiers and people for his new son by bestowing immense donatives. Men of approved ability like Catilius Severus, the prefect of the city, or Platorius Nepos, who had done good work in Britain, might feel indignant at being passed over in favour of a youth who was only distinguished for his handsome figure and his luxurious life. But Servianus, the emperor's brother-in-law, felt the adoption of Verus as an injury, for though he was 90 years old and could not hope to become emperor himself, he had a grandson named Fuscus, on whom he would doubtless have wished Hadrian's choice to fall. Their disappointment must have betrayed them into something more decisive than mere murmurs, for they were both executed. It is not credible that, unless there was some overt act of conspiracy, Hadrian would have increased his unpopularity by killing an old man of 90. About this time the Empress Sabina died. She had accompanied him on some at least of his journeys, but his relations with her were never satisfactory. She was suspected of infidelity, and, whether these reports were true or not, she seems to have heartily hated him. On her death, rumors were spread that she had been poisoned at the emperor's instigation, or that she had killed herself on account of his ill-treatment. In adopting Verus, Hadrian made him assume the name Caesar, but did not at once raise him to the position of consort. Thus a new significance was given to Caesar. It meant the prospect of becoming Augustus. A special command in the Pannonian provinces was assigned to L. Aelius Verus Caesar, as he was now called, and he showed there that he was not incapable. He received the tribunician power before the end of 136 AD, and held the consulate for the second time in the following year. We cannot tell whether Hadrian was wise or not in selecting Verus, for he fell sick and died prematurely. It seems to have been a man of pleasure, but, like Otho, he may have had a strain of vigour too. Curious anecdotes are told about his voluptuous life. He is said to have recommended himself to the emperor by the invention of a pasty which became the favourite dish at the imperial table. He was wont to take his midday rest with his concubines on an ample couch enclosed in mosquito nets, stuffed with rose leaves and strewn with a coverlet of woven lilies, amusing himself with the perusal of Ovid's most licentious compositions. He equipped his pages as cupids with wings on their shoulders, and made them run on his errands with a speed which human muscles could not maintain, till they dropped. When his spouse complained of his infidelities, he gaily bade her understand that wife is a term of honour, not of pleasure. When Hadrian heard that Verus was sick and likely to die, he was sorely disappointed, and lamented aloud that he had spent so much in donatives and leant on a rotten wall. The bitter word was reported to Verus and made his illness worse. He died on January 1st, 138 AD, and was buried in Hadrian's mausoleum. It was impossible to let the empire devolve immediately upon his son Lucius, who was only a child of 7 years. Accordingly, Hadrian chose T. Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Antoninus, a man of consular rank, who had reached his 52nd year and seemed in every way a safe choice. Hadrian, on January 24th, his own birthday, notified his intention to the Senate and recommended Antoninus. When, after a month's consideration, Antoninus consented to accept the honour which was proposed, he was duly adopted, February 25th, and was at once raised to a higher position than Verus had occupied, receiving the proconsular imperium with the title Imperator and the tribunician power. He was thus a consort in the full sense, and all that still failed him was the title Augustus, and probably the special privileges conferred by the Lex de Imperio. The new Caesar was childless, and Hadrian called upon him to adopt 2 sons in order to make the succession sure. The imperial choice fell on M. Annius Verus, a youth of 18 years and nephew of Antoninus, and on the son of Lucius Verus, who, through his father's adoption, was grandson of Hadrian. By these acts of adoption, Marcus received the name M. Aurelius Antoninus, and Lucius that of L. Aelius Aurelius Commodus. Neither of them bore the name Caesar as long as Hadrian lived, and their father, Titus, was only a Caesar himself. The appointment of Antoninus was highly displeasing to Catilius Severus, who was the maternal great-grandfather of Marcus, the prefect of the city. He aspired to the principate himself, and now showed his disappointment in some way, which caused Hadrian to deprive him of his office. The illness of Hadrian, which seems to have been dropsical, induced him to seek relief in the salubrious air of Baiae, and Antoninus was left at Rome to conduct the government. But change of air proved as useless as medical advice. He resorted to the aid of magicians, and even besought his servants to put him out of pain by killing him. The curse which his brother Servianus had called down upon him, that he should pray for death, but should be unable to die, was literally fulfilled. Death at length freed him from his suffering on July 10th, 138 A.D. In his last hours, in a happy moment of inspiration, he composed some verses, an address to his soul, which has become famous. Animula vagula blandula, hospes comesque corporis, quae nunc abidis in loca, pallidula rigida nudula, nec ut soles dabis iocos. Few principates have been more important in results than that of Hadrian, which lasted nearly 21 years. The creation of a regular civil service was destined to transform completely the character of the Principate, and work in the same direction as the idea which animated Hadrian's policy of governing the whole empire as homogeneous. Both these tendencies were opposed to the maintenance of the power of the Senate. What Hadrian did for the defense of the frontiers and the reform of the army also stamps his reign as an epoch, and his limitation of the name Caesar to the chosen successor was a change, though only formal, of some significance.
The death of Hadrian was welcome to the Roman nobility, to whom he was odious, and the installation of Tims Antoninus as princeps was attached with no difficulties. The Senate wished to signify their dislike of the dead emperor by condemning his memory, but their malice was overcome by the influence of Antoninus, and perhaps also by fear of the soldiers, with whom Hadrian was extremely popular. The dead emperor was duly enrolled among the gods. His body was conveyed from Raise in Rome, and lodged in his own mausoleum. It has been supposed that the name Pius, which Antoninus bore before the end of 138 A.D., was given to him on account of his piety towards his adoptive father. But this is not certain, and others think that he won it by the general clemency of his character. The family of Antoninus belonged to Nemesis in Gallia Narbonensis. It is possible that the amphitheatre, of which the remains are still to be seen there, and the aqueduct, known as the Itant du Gard, were built by this emperor. Both his father and grandfather were consulars. He had himself gone through the usual career of public honours, had been appointed one of the 4 consulars of Italy, and had been proconsul of Asia. He married the sister of Aelius Verus, Annia Galeria Faustina, by whom he had 2 sons who died young, and 2 daughters. Hadrian had willed that one of these daughters, who bore her mother's name Faustina, should marry Lucius Verus, while Marcus Aurelius should marry the sister of Verus. But as Verus was only a child, Antoninus upset this arrangement, and united the younger Faustina with Marcus Aurelius, probably 146 A.D. Shortly afterwards, 147 A.D., he made Marcus his consort in the empire, by conferring on him the proconsular imperium and the tribunician power, along with the special right of proposing 5 measures at one session of the Senate. Marcus bore the title Caesar, which meant that he was presumptive successor, and occupied theoretically the same position which Antoninus had occupied before Hadrian's death. But he took no active part in the administration, and did not bear the title Imperator. The other adopted son of Antoninus, L. Verus, was not admitted to the dignitaries which were granted to Marcus. His image, indeed, appeared on imperial coins, but he was not entitled Caesar, only Augusti films. It is quite clear that Antoninus did not contemplate the idea of 2 emperors of equal authority. Marcus was to be his successor, and it was for Marcus hereafter, if he chose, to elevate his brother Verus to the position of Caesar. The universal consent of antiquity represents Antoninus as a most estimable man, honorable and dignified, yet affable and condescending. He won golden opinions from all men. His promotion to the highest position in the state did not change his temper or his manners. In private life he was singularly simple and temperate, but however estimable as a man, Antoninus was hardly a great statesman, The rest which the empire enjoyed under his auspices had been rendered possible through Hadrian's activity, and was not due to his own exertions. On the other hand, he carried the policy of peace at any price too far, and so entailed calamities on the state after his death. He not only had no originality or power of initiative, but he had not even the insight or boldness to work further on the new lines marked out by Hadrian. The wall in North Britain is the sole exception. The only administrative changes in his reign were retrogressive. Thus he did away with the 4 judges of Italy. This was a concession to the Senate, and concession to the Senate was one of the notes of policy which distinguished his reign as a reaction against that of Hadrian. If he had been equally estimable as a man, but stronger as a ruler, and less obliging to the Senate, a very different account of his character would have been transmitted to us. He troubled himself little with the provinces, except in so far as to hinder oppression in collecting the taxes, and probably only left Italy once during his reign. He disapproved of empirical progresses on the ground that they were a burden on the provincials, but he was also doubtless influenced by the fact that Hadrian's long absence from Rome had given dissatisfaction. We hear, however, of roads built in various provinces, and of a few other public works, such as a temple of Neptune at Lambasis. He adopted the reasonable principle of retaining provincial governors and other officials at their posts for long extras. The financial policy of Antoninus was marked by care and economy. The only unfavorable thing that has been said of him is that he was a cheese-parer. No extravagance was permitted at his court. Although he reduced the taxes, he left in the treasury at his death a sum of 2,700 million sesterces, 21,600,000, in public largesses. However, he was excessively liberal. There were no less than 9 congiaria during his reign, and his games were not less magnificent than those of his predecessors. In A.D. 147 he celebrated the Ludi Secularis. On the 900th anniversary of the foundation of the city, he built a temple to the deified Hadrian and completed the emperor's mausoleum. The reign of Antoninus, as has been already said, was marked by peace, the result of Hadrian's able policy on the frontiers. The only serious warfare was in Britain. There were some trifling disturbances, which do not deserve to be dignified by the name of wars, in other quarters. The governors of the Danube provinces had to deal with the Dacian revolt, and Greece was surprised by the invasion of a marauding band of Kostobuks, probably a Samaritan people, who penetrated as far as Aletia and Phocis Olbia, had to be protected against the attacks of the Scythians of Taurica, and the Alans had to be beaten back more than once from the American borders. There were Aegean, some Jewish disturbances in the east, and some Moorish disturbances in Africa. A revolt in Egypt induced the emperor to leave Italy, seemingly the only occasion in which he made a provincial expedition during his long reign, about 154 A.D. About the same time difficulties had arisen with King Vologeses IV in reference to Armenia, and here perhaps Antoninus was led, by his love of peace, into adopting a weak policy and sacrificing to temporary tranquility the interests of a more permanent settlement. Peace was made in 155 A.D., but the inevitable war broke out in the following reign. The prestige which Rome enjoyed at this time in the eyes of neighboring peoples is shown by the fact that the Lazi of Colchis and the Quadi asked the emperor to appoint their kings. The activity which was displayed in Britain is contrasted with the inactivity in other parts of the empire. The Higrantes rebelled and were defeated and thoroughly reduced by Q. Lollius Urbicus, 140 A.D. The Legatus, under his direction, a new line of fortification was constructed between the firths of Clota and Bogoria, Clyde and Forth, at the narrowest part of the island. The work was begun in 142 A.D. It was not such an elaborate construction as that of Hadrian's, but consisted of a fosse about 40 feet wide and 20 feet deep, and an earth wall, now known as Graham's Dyke, on the southern side of the fosse. It did not run along hills like Hadrian's Wall, but through level country for a distance of about 37 miles, from Ceredigion on the Forth to West Kilpatrick on the Clyde. South of the fosse ran a military road, along which were 10 camps, surrounded with mound and ditch. The north side of these camps, which coincides with the wall, is always closed up. The wall of Antoninus, like the wall of Hadrian, was intended to be both a check on the country to the south of it, and a basis of operations for further conquests to the north. The Roman government had not abandoned the design of subjugating the whole island. This is proved by the circumstance that the camps of the wall of Antoninus are not the most northerly Roman positions. The remains of a Roman camp are still to be seen at Ardoch, north of Stirling. The energetic policy pursued by Antoninus in Britain secured for that country peace and prosperity for 60 years. This fact suggests that he might have better consulted the interests of the empire, and averted the troubles which befell in the reign of his successor, if he had acted with like vigor on the Danube and on the oriental frontier. It is in the field of law that the chief importance and credit of the principate of Antoninus lie. The same temper which made him somewhat weak in his foreign policy made him strong in jurisprudence and legislation. The importance of his reign in the history of Roman law is not due to any single sweeping reform like the final redaction of the Perpetual Edict by Hadrian, but to the spirit which guided his measures. Antoninus laid special stress on equity, while on the one hand he was no rash innovator, ready to tamper unscrupulously with the written law. He entertained, on the other hand, no superstitions, reverence for the letter. He invariably consulted the dictates of equity and humanity, and introduced into Roman law many important new principles, conceived in this spirit. The view which he took of the administration of justice is thus expressed by himself: although traditional forms must not be lightly altered, yet when demonstrable equity demands, it is necessary to intervene. The activity in jurisprudence which marked the reign of Antoninus and prepared the way for the golden age of Roman law at the beginning of the 3rd century, must be partly at least imputed to Hadrian's reform on the imperial castellum, described in the last chapter. One of Hadrian's Clusflarii, P. Salvus Julianus, who had codified the edict, was also active under Antoninus, by whom he was promoted to be consul and prefect of the city. The chief lawyers by whom the emperor was assisted were 5 in number: L. Fumus Abernius Valens, an author of legal treatises. L. Volusius Mescianus were chosen to conduct the legal studies of Marcus Aurelius, and author of a large work on Fidei Commiswi, testamentary trusts. L. Ulpius Marcellius, a prolific writer, and 2 others. Some of these lawyers belonged to the Proculian school, like Ulpius Marcellus, others to the Sabinian, like Valens, so that the decisions of the imperial council steered a mean way between the 2 opposite schools. Of the intention which was given to the study of law at this period is shown by the appearance of the Tristus of Gaius, an elementary manual for beginners, probably published about 161 AD. Of the author we know absolutely nothing. Even his name is uncertain. It has already been that there is a tendency under the empire to alleviate the condition of slaves, and this tendency was zealously promoted by Antoninus. He passed measures to facilitate enfranchisement. His decision in one case will illustrate his spirit. A female slave was to have been made free by a fidei commissum, but chance circumstances caused the act of enfranchisement to be displayed. In the meantime, she gives birth to children, and the question arises, are the children to be slaves or free? Antoninus decided that in such a case the children shall be free, as it would be unfair that they should suffer on account of the accident which retarded their mother's emancipation. In criminal law, Antoninus introduced the important principle, which, though now universally recognized in theory, is not always respected in practice, that accused persons are not to be treated as guilty before trial. He also asserted the principle that the trial was to be held, and the punishment inflicted, in the place where the crime had been committed. He meditated the use of torture in examining slaves by certain limitations. Thus he prohibited the application of torture to children under 14 years. Though this rule had exceptions, it would be as absurd to blame this humane prince for not abolishing the practice of torture altogether as it would be to blame him for not abolishing slavery. He deserves great credit for what he did in mitigation of both institutions, but the abolition of either was quite beyond the scope of the imagination of any men of this time. The universal use of torture in Christian countries until recent times illustrates the supposed necessity of its use. One of the most striking features in the criminal legislation of Antoninus is the account taken of social rank. There was always under the empire a social distinction of freemen into two classes, the humiliores, men of low degree, and the honestores, men of high degree. The criterion of this distinction was mainly wealth. The honestores were practically the rich, the humitores the poor. Under Antoninus, this unwritten distinction is recognized by law, but we cannot tell whether he was the first to waive official recognition. There can be little doubt that it had been influenced practice, actually, if not confessedly, before his time, but now the law becomes openly and officially a respecter of persons. There is a law becomes openly and officially a respecter of persons. There is a different justice for the base and for the noble. Different penalties are assigned for the same offense, according as it is committed by a humilitor or a holestior. Show me the man, and I will show you the law. It is not merely the practice of the judge, but the principle of the legislator, and it was a principle against which no one grumbled. Antoninus differs from his predecessors in being personally a religious man, and really devoted to the worship of the natural gods. With Augustus, religion had been mainly a matter of policy. Trajan had been indifferent. Hadrian was a sceptic, but Antoninus took very seriously the religious duties which devolved upon him as Pontifex Maximus and member of other colleges. In this respect, contemporaries compared to him Numa. The Senate erected a monument to him on account of his zeal for public religious ceremonies. One can discern in the correspondence of Fronto, the instructor of Marcus in Latin rhetoric, that a certain spirit of piety prevailed in the circle of the imperial family, closely connected with zeal for the maintenance of the national religion. Was the emperor's interest in the antiquities of Roman history. The coins issued on the occasion of the secular games represent the arrival of Aeneas at Latvium, the birth of Romulus and Remus, the shields of Numa, the miracle of the Agora Nasvius, the exploits of Horatius Codus, and other events of the story of ancient Rome. Pallantium, the Arcadian home of Evander, was promoted to be a city, and immunity was granted to the people of Ilium, the city of Urius. New privileges were granted to Lavinium, but devoted as he was to the pagan religion and traditions of Rome, Antoninus was tolerant of other creeds. He did not, indeed, repeal the laws which were in force against Christians, but he discouraged persecution. Section 2. The private life of Antoninus and his death. The significance of the reign of Antoninus lies just in the fact that it was singularly devoid of striking events. Hence our attention, undistracted by wars or great administrative changes, is naturally turned to the personality of the emperor himself and his private life, and perhaps nothing will better serve to convey an impression of the tranquillity of his reign than the glimpses which we get in the correspondence of Fronto of the simple daily life of the imperial family, and the peaceful atmosphere in which they lived. The loss of his wife, Faustina, who died in 140 or 141 A.D., was a great blow to the emperor, who loved her deeply, as we know from his own words, writing to Fronto, who had praised ob insignum erga ceremonias publicas suram et religionem corp inscurlat. Lot vi 1001. See below, chapter 30, 24. Her in a speech in the Senate. He says, the part of your speech, which related to the honoring of my Faustina by the title Augusta, seemed to me even more true than eloquent, for it is really the case I would not prefer to live with her at Garius than in the place without her. Faustina was a beautiful woman, and scandal was hissy with her name, but there is no conclusive evidence for the truth of the charges of infidelity which rumor brought against her. It seems clear that Antoninus had no suspicions. He heaped honors upon her memory after her death. He was deified. A temple was erected in her honor, and prestigious instituted for her worship. Her image was publicly displayed at the Circensian Games. A new alimentary endowment was made in pursuance of the policy of Nerva and Trajan for orphan girls, who were called Faustines. Antoninus did not run the risk of endangering the peace of his family by taking another wife. Gallery Lystrata, a freed woman of Faustina, lived with him in the relation of concubinage, which among the Romans was a legal bond, though inferior to marriage, and involved certain rights for an emperor. It corresponded somewhat to morganatic marriage. The two adopted sons of Antoninus lived continually with their father. True affection and sympathy seem to have bound together Antoninus and Marcus. This comes out in the correspondence of Pronto, and in the meditations of Marcus. At Rome, the imperial family lived in the house of Tiburcius on the north side of the Palatine. Here the emperor kept up the same social intercourse with his friends as before his elevation. He was not a lover of formality and rigorous etiquette, and he used often to wear the tunic at receptions instead of the official toga. He was obliged, however, to resign himself to maintaining the immense staff of domestics, which had come to be considered indispensable in the imperial palace. Although he was excessively simple in his dress, he had several officers of the wardrobe. We meet at his court a servant, whose sole duty it was to announce the names of visitors, nomenclator a silitarius, on whom it devolved to keep silence among the slaves, a pedagogos perorum, who instructed the pages, and many others. Antoninus did not take the same personal interest in philosophy and literature, which had been a characteristic feature in Hadrian, but he patronized men of letters, and gathered them about him at his court, mainly for the sake of his son, by whom they were really appreciated. M. Cornelius Fronto shared the intimacy of the emperor, as well as of Marcus, his pupil. Herodicus Atticus, the roaster of Marcus in Greek rhetoric, was also highly favored. Junius Rhetisticus, a Stoic philosopher, who exercised a great influence over the mind of the young Caesar, who belonged to the court circle. But it is in the country, not in the city, at his village, not in the Palatine, that we get the most pleasing pleasure of Antoninus and his family. He was born and brought up in the country, and we love nothing so well as rural life. Whenever he could, he left Rome for his house at Lorium, on the Aurelian Way, or for Trajan's villa at Umtucalis, overlooking the sea, for Signa in Latium, or for Campania. The villa of Lorium, not far from Rome, seems to have been his favorite residence. It was there that he died. In the country, his pastimes were hunting and angling. Letters of Marcus to his beloved master describe how the days passed by in simple occupations, riding, reading, writing, talking nonsense with Faustina, the younger, whom he calls my little mamma. There is a delightful description of the vintage at Signa. The emperor and his family all dine in the winepress, and listen to the jests of the peasant. A characteristic anecdote is told of Antoninus and the sophist Polemon. When Antoninus was proconsul of Asia, he entered the house of Polemon at Smyrna without being invited, assuming that he would be welcome. Polemon happened to be absent, but he returned in the course of the night, and turned the governor, Bag and Hagag, out of the house. Antoninus said nothing at the time, but sought shelter with some more hospitable inhabitant, but he did not forget the insult, and had afterwards opportunities of revenging himself by witty words. When he was emperor, Polemon visited Rome, and Antoninus made him welcome. Give Polemon apartments, he said, and see that no one turned him out of doors. An actor of tragedy complained that he was expelled from a dramatic representation, at which Polemon was presiding. Just when he was about to begin his path, at what hour of the day, Antoninus asked, "Do you say that he drove you from the stage?" "At midday." "Ah, he drove me out of the house at midnight, and I made no complaint." But perhaps the liveliest idea of his personality will be gained from the picture of him, which has been drawn by his adopted son. "In my father," Marcus writes in his Meditations, "I bad an example of mildness of manners, and firmness of resolution, contempt of vainglory, industry, and perseverance. He was accessible to all who had counsel to give on public matters, and invariably allowed to everyone his due share at consideration. He knew when to relax, as well as when to labor. He taught me to forbear from licentious indulgences, to conduct myself as an equal among equals, to lay on my friends no burden of servility, neither changing them capriciously, nor passionately attaching myself to any. From him I learned to be self-sufficing and cheerful in every fortune, to exercise foresight in public affairs, and not to be above examining the smallest matters without affectation, to rise superior to vulgar acclamations, to worship the gods without superstition, and serve mankind without ambition. In all things to be sober and steadfast, not led away by idle novelties, to be content with little, enjoying in moderation the comforts within my reach, but never repining at their absence. Moreover, from him I learned to be no sophist, no pedant, but a practical man of the world, yet at the same time to give due honor to true philosophers, to be polite in manner, neat in person, and to attend to my health, so far as to rid myself of the need of medicine and physicians. Again, to concede, without a grudge, their preeminence to all who specifically excel in legal or any other knowledge, to act in all things after the usage of our ancestors, yet without pedantry. My father was ever prudent and moderate. He neither indulged in private buildings, or in excessive largesses, or extravagant shows to the people. He looked to his duty only, not to the opinion that might be formed of his actions. He was temperate in the use of baths, modest in dress, indifferent to the beauty of his slaves. Such was the whole character of his life and manners. Nothing excessive, nothing rude, nothing ever done. It might be said of him as of Socrates, that he could both abstain from and enjoy the things which men in general find it hard to abstain from at all, and cannot enjoy without excess. The appearance of Antoninus, as we know it, from his busts, corresponds to the written records of his character and temperament. They present the features of a man who was grave yet gentle, firm yet kind, robust and earnest, but neither austere nor coarse. He died in his villa at Lorium, from the consequences of a cold, on March 7th, 161 A.D., in the 74th year of his age. In his last hours he was careful to show forth clearly his wishes as to the succession. The praetorian prefects, Alfurius Fabius, Victorinus, and Sextinus, Cornelius Reptinus, were summoned to his bedside, and in their presence he recommended Marcus Aurelius as his successor, and made no mention of Alverus. He then commanded that the golden statue of Fortune, which stood continually in the imperial bedchamber, should be removed to that of Marcus, in token of the transference of the principate to the presumptive successor. The tribune of the praetorian cohort in attendance then entered and asked for the watchword. "Equanimity," replied the emperor, expressing in this his last utterance. "By spirit of his reign, his end," says the historian Quadratus, "was most peaceful, like a sweet sleep." There is no dissenting voice in the Senate when it was proponed to decree to this beloved sovereign a public funeral and consecrate his memory. An immense funeral pile, in the shape of a pyramid, was erected in the Campus Martius, crowned by a statue of the dead emperor standing in a chariot. As the pyre was being consumed, an eagle was allowed to escape as a token of the apotheosis of the dead, and then Marcus and Lucius pronounced funeral orations in the Forum. A great spectacle of gladiators in the Flavian amphitheatre was an indispensable part of the solemnities. Antoninus had erected a temple to the divine Faustina on the Sacred Way, close to the Forum, 140 A.D. This temple was now transformed in such a way as to serve for the worship of both Antoninus and Faustina. It still stands, one of the best preserved ancient buildings of Rome, and the inscription on the fade may still be read. Divio Antonio et Divis Faustine x 8 c. Consecrato of Antonius Anna Faustita, from pedestal of the column of Antonius Pius.
Marcus Aurelius had reached the age of 40, born at Rome 121 AD, when he succeeded Antoninus. His family belonged to Sucubo, a municipal town near Córdoba in Spain. His grandfather was one of the new patricians created by Vespasian. He had shown an early predilection both for the study of Stoic philosophy and for the practice of Stoic austerity. When he was 12 years old, his mother Domitia Lucilla could hardly induce him to lie on a bed spread with sheepskins. His whole life was marked by similar asceticism. As his constitution was weak, he was obliged to spend some care in husbanding the forces of his body, and had constantly to consult the medical skill of the famous physician Galen, and others. But he did this as a duty. His only pleasures were meditation and the society of philosophers and men of letters. No man has ever carried further than Marcus Aurelius the desire of moral perfection, and he accounted, like other Stoics, the service of humanity indispensable to the attainment of such perfection. The idea which runs through all his Meditations, a collection of thoughts jotted down in the leisure moments of a busy life, much of it is written in the camps on the Danube during the Marcomannic War, is that of a natural unity, embracing not only mankind, but nature and God, in which every individual has a distinct place of his own, and distinct functions to fulfill. Each man is expected to act so as to promote not his own good, at least directly, but the general good of the great whole, of which he forms part, and on whose welfare his own welfare depends. The Meditations, in fact, show how the Stoic theory of pantheism is to be applied in detail to life and morality. Thus Marcus Aurelius enjoins service to others as the special function for which we are adapted by nature. "What more dost thou want," he asks, "when thou hast done a man a service? Art thou not content that thou hast done something conformable to thy nature, and dost thou seek to be paid for it, just as if the eye demanded a recompense for seeing or the foot for walking?" He considered the social principle as the chief in the constitution of human nature. Yet he had himself a passion for solitude, which he set himself strictly to keep under. "Men seek retreats for themselves," he says, "houses in the country, seashores and mountains, and thou too art wont to desire such things very much. But this is altogether a mark of the most common sort of men, for it is in thy power, whenever thou shalt choose, to retire into thyself." And he goes on to advise constant self-communing. His view of life is austere and even sad. "The things which are much valued in life are empty and rotten and trifling." But he cultivated a cheerful temper. His teacher Maximus, he tells us, had taught him cheerfulness in all circumstances as well as in illness. The precepts on which he is always dwelling are to love all men as brothers, to forgive injuries, and to sacrifice everything to duty. Few men have more nearly approached in practice their own ideal. Plato had prophesied that there would be no end of the sufferings of mankind until a philosopher should become a king, or until a king should become a philosopher. This had at length come to pass. A philosopher now ruled over a far greater state, a far larger portion of mankind than Plato had dreamed of. The philosophic ruler, whom the world had at length obtained, did not attempt to establish the ideal republic of Plato or any other a priori constitution, but he treasured up Plato's words and made it his aim to mitigate suffering and to help humanity. He desired to show that Plato's saying was really true. The idea of helping humanity and alleviating its burdens was one of the leading sentiments of the new Stoicism which Marcus represented. But after all, he was only doing on system what Antoninus had been already doing instinctively. Antoninus indeed was also in some measure imbued with Stoic ideas. Two different views have been taken of the reign of Marcus Aurelius. Some regard the empire as fortunate to have been ruled by such a noble model of pagan virtue, such an unselfish and high-minded prince. Others pity the subjects of a mere philosopher, who took more interest in the disputations of sophists and rhetoricians than in the affairs of the state which he governed. There is a certain measure of truth in this censorious criticism, but it may easily be exaggerated. His fault was that he thought more of doing his duty than of what was good for the state. He regarded every question from the standpoint of personal ethics rather than from that of political wisdom. He was excessively self-conscious, and used to ask himself in a difficulty not, "What is the best course?" but rather, "How should the philosopher act?" On the other hand, it must be remembered to his credit that he did not, as many serious philosophers, as Plato himself, might have been tempted to do, make any attempt to apply a priori theories to politics or perform experiments with the fabric of the Constitution. The single innovation in constitutional practice which he introduced was, as we shall see, not a very happy one. In general, he clung to the traditions of the empire, and walked on the lines marked out by his predecessors. He did not try to reform the world on a model constructed in the philosopher's workshop. He was a precisian in ethics, but he was not a doctrinaire in politics. He honored philosophers above all men, but did not allow them to interfere in the management of the state. But if Aurelius was determined to show by righteous and beneficent government that Plato was right, Fortune was equally determined to show that Plato was wrong. Men were to learn by the reign of Aurelius that their happiness cannot be secured by political government independently of external circumstances, unless indeed they adopt the maxims of Stoicism and feel indifferent to external circumstances themselves. The imperial philosopher fell on evil times. His principate was marked by a series of formidable wars on the Euphrates and the Danube, with hardly an interval of peace, and the empire was devastated by one of those terrible plagues, like the Black Death of the 14th century, which produce permanent effects on the lands which they visit. It required all the stoical resignation and patience that Marcus could command to stand firmly at the helm throughout these tempests, which were the heralds of the beginning of the decline of the empire. The first act of Marcus on being elected emperor by the Senate was highly characteristic of the man, and shows his weak point. He did not know men. His adoptive brother L. Commodus had been kept in the background by Antoninus, and received no honors, except such as might be permitted to any member of the imperial house. He was a young man without much character or ability, and fond of pleasure, though his dissoluteness has perhaps been exaggerated. According to the example set by Hadrian and Antoninus, it would have been proper for Marcus to make Lucius his consort, with the title of Caesar and subordinate proconsular power. But Marcus was not content with this. He regarded Lucius as having an equal right with himself to the supreme dignity, and deemed it his duty to share the principate equally with his brother. He therefore insisted that the Senate should confer all the titles and privileges which he had himself received on Lucius also. Thus Marcus and Lucius, henceforward called L. Verus, were colleagues, co-equal and each ruling in his own right over the whole empire. Lucius, like Marcus, was an Augustus and a princeps. The theory of the principate was quite compatible with such collegiality, but in practice it was an innovation. Two Augusti had never ruled together over the empire before. Marcus assuredly did not look into the future or consider the probable consequences of introducing this system. But it was clear enough that the joint rule of two co-equal emperors must in most cases lead to rupture and disunion, unless either 1. One of them were to keep himself in the background, or 2. The territory of the empire were to be divided between them into two huge provinces. In the case of Marcus and Lucius, harmony was preserved because Lucius was good-natured, insignificant, and unambitious, and willingly left all initiation to his elder brother. If he had been a strong and energetic man, the harmony would have been as little imperiled, for in that case Marcus would have gladly resigned the chief conduct of affairs to him. But though the precedent which Marcus introduced made little difference in his own case, it was fraught with grave consequences in a later age, when the second alternative came to pass, and the empire ruled by two Augusti was split up into two distinct realms. Section 2. Administration of Marcus. The points which chiefly call for notice in the internal policy of Marcus Aurelius are 1. The further growth of the aristocratic power of the princeps, combined with punctilious outward deference to the Senate. 2. The further growth of centralization on the lines of Trajan and Hadrian. 3. An injudicious financial administration. 4. A marked advance, on the lines of Antoninus Pius, in humanity and equity in legislation. The deference which Marcus paid to the Senate has been made much of, and was duly appreciated. When at Rome, he was constantly in attendance in the Curia, and when in Campania, he used often to come all the way to Rome to introduce a proposal. He never quitted the assembly until the consul pronounced the words of dismissal, Nihil vos muramur, patres conscripti. We no longer detain you, PC. He used regularly to refer foreign affairs to the Senate, and present treaties to receive its confirmation. In all this Marcus followed the policy of Trajan, but, at the same time, he not only surrendered none of the prerogatives or powers which the emperors had gradually usurped, but rather increased them. This path had been marked out for him by Antoninus Pius, for on his elevation to the rank of Caesar he had received the right of bringing 5 relationes in writing before the Senate, which should have precedence before all others. The power of the emperor to introduce one bill, relationem facere, in writing at each sitting, which should be read before all others by an imperial quaestor, had been established by Augustus and practiced by his successors. Antoninus himself had the right of 4 relationes, but we have no evidence that until Marcus any emperor possessed the right of so many as 5 relationes. The imperial relatio took the form of an oration or letter to the Senate, and the fiction that the emperor was proposing it in person seems to have been kept up. Hadrian had felt himself obliged to follow Nero's example, and take oath in the Senate that he would never condemn a senator to death. But Marcus could not be moved to take this step, although he endeavored throughout his reign to act as if he had. He thus refused to recognize the principle that the senators were exempt from being tried at the imperial tribunal, or could not be condemned by their peers. It is also important to observe that he made large use of the powers which lay in his hands to determine the constitution of the Senate. He employed the right of adlection to raise many of his friends to the rank of praetorian and aedilician senators. The title vir clarissimus, abbreviated in inscriptions to VC, was in general use in the 2nd century as a title of honor for senators. It was perhaps Marcus who first gave it regular official sanction. It is known with more certainty that he divided the public officials of equestrian rank into 3 classes. 1. Viri eminentissimi, confined to the praetorian prefects. 2. Viri perfectissimi, including the heads of departments at Rome. 3. Viri egregiae, procurators and less important subordinate officials. The title of a municipal knight, in Italy, who did not hold office was splendidus eques Romanus. Marcus contributed to the improvement of the new civil service, which had been organized by Hadrian, by appointing under-secretaries in the various departments, and thus diminishing the burdens which fell on the chiefs. It is probable that he fixed certain salaries for the members of the imperial consilium, but what is of more importance, the strange development of the office of praetorian prefect, which, beginning as a purely military, ultimately became a purely civil office, enters on a new stage. Under Marcus, the praetorian prefecture is occasionally filled by eminent jurists, and the prefect is thus more clearly designated as representative of the emperor. In the administration of Italy, he revived the 4 judges who had been instituted by Hadrian and, to please the Senate, abolished by Pius. But in reviving this institution, he modified it. The juridici, for so they were now called, if not before, were no longer consulars but praetorians, and thus the appointment was accessible to a larger class. The institution of the curatores republicae, chosen from either the senatorial or the equestrian order, seems to have been developed further, and doubtless from financial motives. Thus Marcus encouraged that advance of centralization which soon paralyzed public life in the municipal towns of Italy. On the other hand, he seems to have accorded greater freedom to the public associations and guilds, collegia, which were regarded with such suspicion by Trajan. He gave them the power of making wills and performing the act of manumission, in fact, to a certain extent, the privileges of a legal person, but he took the precaution of making a regulation that no one should belong to more than one collegium at the same time. Pius had left a large sum in the treasury, notwithstanding the numerous buildings which he had undertaken, but the imprudent and lavish administration of Marcus involved the fiscus in serious financial difficulties. His errors in this respect were chiefly due to his good nature. On his accession, he indulged in an act of liberality which was uncalled for and indeed mischievous. He gave each soldier of the Praetorian Guard a sum of 20,000 sesterces, about £160, and a proportional sum to the other soldiers. He repeatedly bestowed large congiara on the people, and he increased the number of those entitled to receive the public corn. Towards the end of his reign he remitted an immense sum of arrears, 178 A.D. Much of the extravagant expenditure may, perhaps, be set down to the account of L. Verus, but it is not known how the two colleagues arranged between themselves the control of the fiscus. In all financial matters Marcus was indulgent and easy-going, in accordance with his philosophical theories on the duties of a prince. But in this reign the empire was called to face dangers which required all its strength and entailed heavy expenses, so that greater stringency in the taxation and greater economy in the administration were urgently required. Marcus, under the pressure of his military expenses, was forced to pawn his crown jewels, and to depreciate the gold coinage. Things went so far that, at the end of his principate, the issue of gold came altogether to a stop, and the silver coinage was called in order to be issued in a depreciated form. It is therefore not surprising that very little was done by Marcus in the way of public buildings. That which above all things links together the reigns of Antoninus and Marcus, and makes them appear as an epoch animated by a single spirit, is the policy in legislation and administration of justice common to both. What has already been said in these respects of Antoninus applies to Marcus. To come to the aid of the weaker, to mitigate the estate of slaves, to facilitate manumission, to protect the condition of wards, were the objects of Marcus as of his predecessor. A special officer, Praetor Tutelarius, was instituted to regulate difficulties between wards and guardians. The law permitting a creditor to seize the goods of a debtor was modified. Children no longer suffered disgrace for the crimes of their fathers. The emperor was himself untiring in hearing causes, and his sentences were marked by leniency. Like Antoninus, he was anxious to defend the provinces against the oppression of procurators, and to come to the assistance of communities in the case of public disasters. Section 3. The Parthian War. Almost immediately after his accession, Marcus Aurelius was threatened by hostilities both in the east and in the west. The dangers in the west were easily dealt with. The Picts threatened Britain, and at the same time the Britannic legions formed a design to make the legatus, M. Statius Priscus, emperor in place of Marcus. These movements were speedily checked, and attacks of the Chatae and Chausai in the Rhine provinces were also repelled. But it was impossible to avert the greater danger which had been long looming in the east. Hadrian and Antoninus had succeeded in deferring the evil day, but when Marcus came, it could be deterred no longer. The Parthian king Vologeses was an able and ambitious man. He had pulled together the Parthian realm, which he had found split up into a number of kingdoms, and having firmly established its unity, he resolved to get Armenia into his power. No sooner was Pius dead than a Parthian general invaded Armenia and set Pacorus, an Arsacid, on the throne. The governor of Cappadocia, P. alias Severianus Maximus, immediately led a legion across the Euphrates, and at Elegeia, the place at which Parthomasiris had bowed the knee to Trajan, a battle was fought, and the Roman legion was annihilated. Severianus slew himself. The Parthians, elated by this victory, invaded Syria and defeated the Roman army, then under L. Aetidius Cornelianus. In consequence of these disasters, which proved that the Oriental legions were as demoralized and inefficient as they had been 100 years before when they were taken in hand by Corbulo, it was necessary to transport Western legions to defend the eastern provinces. Statius Priscus was appointed to succeed Severianus in Cappadocia, while Julius Verus became governor of Syria. The supreme command in the war was undertaken by the Emperor Verus, 162 A.D., who, however, had neither military gifts nor a sense of duty, and spent most of his time at Antioch in amusements, leaving the actual conduct of the war to his generals, Avidius Cassius, Priscus, and Marcius Verus. At first, overtures of peace were made, for Marcus Aurelius would have been glad to avoid the war, but Vologeses rejected them and left the Romans no choice. Armenia was soon recovered by Priscus, who captured Artaxata and burned it to the ground, 163 A.D. Near its site, Kayanopolis, or New City, in Armenian Nor Kalak, was built, and became the capital of the country. Pacorus and his Parthians were driven out, and Sohaemus, a prince of Arsacid family but a Roman senator and devoted to Rome, was raised to the throne, 163 A.D. Thus the war led to no theoretical change in the position of Armenia. This country still remained a Roman dependency, ruled by a prince of Parthian blood. But in actual fact it was now bound more closely to Rome than before, owing to the personal interests of Sohaemus. After this success, Varus assumed the title Armeniacus, but Syria and Mesopotamia were the scene of the most serious events of the war, which was chiefly conducted by Avidius Cassius, who became governor of Syria, about 164 A.D. Of the details we know very little. A Roman victory at Sura was followed by the capture of the fortress Nicephorium on the Mesopotamian side of the Euphrates. At Zeugma the Parthians offered strenuous resistance to the Romans crossing the river, but were wholly defeated in a battle at Europus. Having thus opened their way into Mesopotamia, the legions stormed Dassara, laid siege to Edessa, and captured Nisibis. The satraps forsook their king, and the victorious army marched on Ctesiphon. The Greek city of Seleucia opened its gates, but the inhabitants were subsequently accused of collusion with the enemy, and it was burned to the ground. Ctesiphon, the Parthian capital, was taken and destroyed. The Romans also penetrated into Media. In 165 A.D. the war was practically finished, and Varus was able to return to Rome to celebrate a brilliant triumph in conjunction with his brother, 166 A.D. Lucius bore the titles Armeniacus Parthicus Maximus and Medicus, Marcus that of Armeniacus Parthicus. Through this war Rome not only won immunity from Parthian aggressions for many years and increased her prestige, but also slightly enlarged her territory. The district of Mesopotamia known as Osriene was made a Roman dependency, and Carrhae became a free city under Roman protection. Thus Marcus committed himself, though on a very small scale, to the same policy which Trajan had inaugurated on a very large scale, and which Hadrian had disapproved of. Seeing that Marcus was by no means a grasping or acquisitive ruler, this circumstance suggests that there was something to be said on grounds of policy for Trajan's enterprise. Fate willed that these successes in the east should be bought at a terrible cost. The army of Avidius Cassius contracted the germs of a pestilential disease in the Tigris regions, and brought the infection back with them into Roman dominion. The plague spread in the eastern provinces, and was carried to the west by the legions who returned with Varus. The army was terribly ravaged by this visitation. Italy was devastated, and many districts left without inhabitants. In Rome immense numbers died, and Marcus ordained that both poor and rich should be buried at the public expense. He essayed all the ceremonies of the national religion to save the state, and performed a lustration of the city. He even attempted to propitiate foreign deities. There is no doubt that this virulent pestilence, which spread in every direction, produced far-reaching effects on the population of the empire. The historian Niebuhr even goes so far as to think that the ancient world never recovered from the blow. But we know very little about it beyond some details given by the physician Galen. No account has been preserved like that which Thucydides gives us of the plague at Athens, or that which Procopius wrote of the great pestilence in the reign of Justinian, or like Boccaccio's description of the Black Death in the 14th century. Since the Dacian conquest of Trajan, the Danube lands had enjoyed a long period of peace. The menaces of danger which had appeared at the opening of Hadrian's reign had been happily averted, and the chief nations on that frontier, the Roxolani in the east, the Jazyges in the strip of land between Dacia and Pannonia, the Marcomanni in Bohemia, the Quadi in Moravia, all acknowledged more or less the sovereignty of Rome and did not trouble her with hostilities. The Quadi had asked Pius to confirm the election of a new prince, but after the death of Pius a change came over the scene, and Marcus soon found himself involved in a great war with these frontier nations, generally known as the Marcomannic War. For this war the Romans were not to blame. The policy of Antoninus Pius had been essentially one of peace, and Marcus was not a man to provoke enemies. Nor yet was it due to the spontaneous rapacity or restlessness of the neighboring barbarian peoples. The cause came from a strange quarter, quite beyond the limits of Roman politics. Shiftings took place among the German folks of Central and Northern Europe on the Elbe and the Vistula, and these migratory movements induced pressure on the Marcomanni, Quadi, Buri, and other southern nations, who in turn pressed upon Roman territory. The empire resisted their pressure, and the consequence was a serious war of 13 years, which may be regarded as an early prelude of those historic events which took place 2 or 3 centuries later, known as the Wandering of the Nations. The first incident which declared the new danger and occasioned the war was the appearance of a large number of Germans in Pannonia, seeking new abodes there. This multitude consisted of Langobardi or Lombards from the distant Elbe, their first appearance in the south, as well as of Marcomanni and others. But they were promptly driven back across the Danube, and then they sent as ambassador Balamar, king of the Marcomanni, and 10 others, representing 10 tribes, to Aelius Bassus, governor of Pannonia, asking for an assignment of territory. But the request was not granted, and they had to return. The migrations already mentioned seem to have produced some pressure westward as well as southward. For in Upper Germany we find the governor, Gaius Aufidius Victorinus, the father-in-law of Fronto, compelled to take the field against the Chatti, who had attacked the province. The outbreak of the war in the east hindered Marcus from taking adequate measures to avert the dangers which, as it was easy to see, threatened the Danube provinces. It was at least lucky that the first great blow was not struck until Roman arms had been successful against the Parthians. It was probably about the time of the triumph of Marcus and Verus, 166 A.D., that a great though loose coalition of German tribes, Marcomanni, Quadi, Harmunduri, and others, burst into the empire and overran Dacia, Pannonia, Raetia, and Noricum. The Jazyges took part in this eruption, but the Sarmatian tribes to the east of Dacia were not implicated. In Dacia the town of Alburnus, Verus Patuk, was burnt down, and Sarmizegethusa itself was threatened. But the danger came far nearer to the heart of the empire, and made Rome herself tremble. Since the day when the Cimbri and Teutons had been repelled by Marius on the field of Vercellae, no barbarian enemy had ever carried arms into Italy. But now they swooped down from Raetia to destroy Apaturgium, Oderzo, and crossed the Julian Alps to lay siege to Aquileia. Of the measures which were taken to check the incursions by the commanders on the spot, we only know that Furius Victorinus was defeated and slain. The invasion took place at an awkward moment for the government. The Parthian War was over, but the plague which it had brought in its train had made fearful havoc in Italy, and famine, the usual companion of pestilence, also set in. People were unable to pay the dues to the state, and the emperors had not money to meet the expenses of the war. Marcus was compelled to sell by auction the imperial jewels in order to provide immediate funds. New troops had to be raised, and measures had to be taken for the defense of the chief cities which lay in the path of the invaders or tempted their progress. The walls of Salone in Dalmatia and those of Philippopolis in Thrace were restored. 2 new legions were created, 2 Paia and 3 Concordia, and assigned to the defense of Raetia and Noricum, where a new frontier camp was established at Lauriacum, Lorch, near the mouth of the Enns, as well as a large number of small forts. The troops in Noricum and Pannonia were supported by the Danube fleet, which had its chief stations at Lauriacum and Carnuntum. Marcus, although not a soldier, was obliged to undertake the irksome task of directing in person the operations of the war. The matter could not be left to the several commanders of the provinces. The general control of one supreme commander was required, and this duty could not be safely consigned to the frivolous and incompetent Verus. The 2 emperors left Rome and reached Aquileia, 168 A.D. Their advance frightened the invaders, who had no idea of acting together, and immediately began to retreat. The Quadi offered submission and begged for terms, but the Marcomanni held out. It was clearly premature to make peace until the barbarians had been taught a lesson, although the younger emperor, eager to return to Rome, wished to consider the danger as past. But the devastations which the invaders had wrought could not be atoned for so easily. They had carried off enormous numbers of Roman captives, the Quadi, it is said, over 60,000, the Jazyges 100,000. Marcus saw the importance of teaching the barbarians a lesson, and prosecuted the war with vigor. Unfortunately, we have no precise record of his movements. He made peace with the Quadi on condition of their giving back the captives and confirmed the election of a new king, Furtius. He proceeded to the Pannonian frontier and seems to have made Carnuntum his headquarters. In the meantime, his son-in-law, Tiberius Claudius Pompeianus, was appointed commander in Raetia and Noricum, and with the help of his lieutenant, P. Helvius Pertinax, who at a later period became emperor, cleared these lands of their invaders, who, in Raetia at least, were probably the Chatti. Some of the barbarians, it is worth noting, were seduced by Roman pay into fighting in Roman service against their fellow barbarians. By this policy, the war was soon practically reduced to a war against the Marcomanni and Jazyges. The emperor returned to Rome in 169 AD, but Verus died at Altinum on the way, and Marcus had to carry on the war alone. He returned to the Danube in the same year and remained on the scene of action, making Carnuntum, Vindobona, or Aquincum his headquarters as occasion demanded. The operations were for a long time unsuccessful, and the Romans met with severe defeats. A special command over Dacia and Upper Moesia had been entrusted to Marcus Claudius Fronto, but he fell in a battle against the Jazyges. Another victim of the war was Marcus Macrinius Vindex, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard. It was not until 172 AD that the first decisive success was gained. The Marcomanni sustained a grave defeat, and the emperor assumed the title Germanicus. But in the meantime the Quadi had rebelled, driven out their king, Furtius, the client of the Romans, and elected a new king, Ariogassus, who entered into alliance with the Marcomannic king Balamar. Marcus set a price of 1,000 pieces of gold on the head of Ariogassus. He was soon surrendered to the Romans and sent to the distant city of Alexandria. The curious legend of the Thundering Legion arose in connection with a great victory over the Quadi. A storm seems to have burst over the armies during battle, and while a grateful shower of rain fell upon the Romans, the enemy were disconcerted by thunder and lightning. The event was considered miraculous, and was said to be the answer of heaven to the prayers of a legion consisting of Christians. That some such occurrence did take place is confirmed by a sculpture on the column of Aurelius, but of course at this time there was no such thing as a Christian legion, and the legion Fulminata existed under Augustus. The reduction of the Quadi was soon followed by that of the Jazyges, 175 AD, which was signalized by the emperor's assumption of the name Sarmaticus. Marcus had the insight of a true statesman. He realized the permanent danger which threatened the empire on the northern frontier. He foresaw the barbarian eruptions which were ultimately destined to break up the empire. He perceived clearly that, in order to prevent these perils, it was not enough to gain victories. It was necessary to subjugate the enemy. He saw that Trajan had been right in annexing Dacia. In fact, this Marcomannic war had thoroughly justified Trajan's policy, for the fact that Dacia was in the hands of the Romans had kept the Roxolani and other folks in the eastern Carpathians from joining in the invasion. Marcus decided that it was necessary to go further in the path marked out by Trajan and round off the frontier on this side by annexing the lands of the Jazyges and the Marcomanni. The annexation of Jazygia, the strip between the Danube and the Theiss, was indeed obviously expedient. Bohemia, Bohemia, which the Marcomanni occupied, is so well defended by nature within its mountain and forest walls that it would have proved a useful advanced position against the barbarians. Marcus therefore decided to erect two new provinces, Sarmatia and Marcomannia. Sarmatia, at all events, he would probably have formed at once by expelling the Jazyges, but he was obliged to postpone the execution of his plans by an insurrection which broke out in Syria. The terms which, in the meantime, he imposed on the conquered peoples were as follows. They had to contribute contingents to the Roman army. Thus the Jazyges had to furnish 8,000 horsemen. The Marcomanni and Jazyges had to evacuate a strip of land along the Danube 10 miles in breadth, afterwards reduced to 5 miles. And the Quadi and Marcomanni had to receive in their country Roman garrisons to the number of 20,000 men. The conditions of trading were strictly regulated in order to avoid possibilities of collision. About the same time, the tribe of the Astingi entered Dacia and demanded permission to settle there on the condition of military service. But another tribe, the Lacringi, fearing that their own interests might be endangered, and incited by the Roman governor of Dacia, attacked the Astingi and destroyed them. This incident deserves mention here because it is an early example of the method of keeping enemies in check by stirring up one tribe against another, which the Roman government afterwards developed into a system. The revolt which threatened the throne of Marcus in the east was organized by Avidius Cassius, the able governor of Syria, who had been chiefly instrumental in bringing the Parthian War to a successful issue. When Verus returned to Rome, Cassius had been appointed to a military command, like that which Corbulo had held under Nero, extending beyond his own special province over all the regions adjacent to the eastern frontier. Cassius belonged by birth to this quarter of the empire, being a native of Cyrrhus, and possessed great influence there. The soldiers seemed to have loved him, although his discipline was strict and even harsh. During the term of his special command, he rendered further services to the government by suppressing a rising in Arabia and putting down a serious revolt of religious fanatics who were known as Bucolics in Egypt. But he chafed under the rule of the imperial philosopher, and this feeling of dissatisfaction with the administration of Marcus seems to have prevailed in military circles in the East. The officers sneered at the philosophical old woman who wrote ethical essays in the camp. Verus had warned Marcus against him, but the imperial Stoic replied in the spirit of fatalism, "No prince ever killed his successor." At length, in 175 AD, while Marcus was on the Danube waging war against the Marcomanni, Cassius had organized a sufficient party of adherents to declare openly his treasonable designs. He was supported by Flavius Calvisius, the prefect of Egypt. The significance of the movement, as expressed in the manifestos of the pretender, lay in the contrast between the soldier and the philosopher. Cassius was willing to allow that Marcus was a very good man, but complained that, in his devotion to philosophy, he neglected the republic. The outbreak of the revolt was hastened by the diffusion of a false report that Marcus was dead, and this decided its failure. Avidius was proclaimed imperator and recognized in the belief that the emperor was dead, but when this news proved false, men no longer cared to undertake the usurper's cause, and Cassius was murdered. On learning that the revolt had broken out, Marcus had immediately started for the east, prepared for civil war. He took the precaution of first investing his son Commodus, who was then 15 years old, with the toga virilis. When Marcus, on arriving in Syria, found the pretender dead, he expressed much distress at being deprived of the pleasure of pardoning him. All who had been concerned in the treason were treated with lenity, but the principle was henceforth established that men should not be appointed as governors in their native provinces. The Empress Faustina, who had accompanied her husband in his expedition against the Marcomanni and had received from the army the name Mother of the Camp, Mater Castrorum, accompanied him also to the east, but she died on the journey at Halala in Cappadocia at the foot of Mount Taurus. The Senate decreed her divine honors, and a temple was built to her at the place where she died. Her good name, like that of her mother, was assailed by the breath of slander. She is said to have been openly unfaithful to her husband. It was even whispered that Commodus was the son of a gladiator. The worst aspersion shed upon her fame was that she was privy to and favored the treasonable design of Cassius, and promised to marry him in case he succeeded. But there is positively no evidence against her character that can claim to be seriously considered. Since the death of Lucius Verus, the Roman world had been governed once more by a single ruler. The emperor's two sons, L. Aurelius Commodus, born 161 AD, and Annius Verus, had received the title of Caesar in 166 AD, and it is probable that, if they had both lived, Marcus would have committed the empire to the joint rule of the two brothers. But Annius the younger died in 170 AD, and Commodus was the only surviving son of a large family. On the emperor's return to Rome after the revolt of Cassius, he received the title Imperator, shared in his father's triumph, and was designated to the consulate for the following year, notwithstanding his extreme youth. At the same time he received the tribunician power, before December 10, 176, and in 177 AD was raised to hold the same place which L. Verus had held, and be his father's peer with the title Augustus. Commodus was not indeed of a radically bad nature, but he was utterly weak, devoid of judgment, and self-indulgent. He was a man who could not possibly make a good or even a tolerable ruler. Marcus cannot have been blind to the faults of his son's character, and he has been severely blamed for sacrificing the good of the state to his feelings of paternal affection. His son-in-law Claudius Pompeianus, who had married Lucilla, the widow of Verus, would have been a better choice. On the other hand, if he set aside Commodus, who might naturally consider himself as having a right to succeed, there was the probability of a civil war. The imperial constitution provided no means of avoiding such a necessity of a choice between evils occasionally arising, and it would be difficult to say that of the two evils Marcus did not choose the lesser. In the meantime, the conquered nations on the Danube frontier had violated the peace. Marcus had hardly turned his back when the Quadi and Marcomanni, uneasy under the constraint of the Roman garrisons, determined to take advantage of the revolt of Cassius, and they rebelled. Thus Marcus, when he returned from the east, was forced to begin a second Marcomannic war, just as Trajan had been forced to undertake the second Dacian war. And if he had lived, this too would have been, like Trajan's, a war of extermination. This time Marcus was attended to the scene of war by his son Commodus. It is related that before he left Rome, he conformed to the old custom of hurling a bloody javelin in front of the temple of Bellona. The details of this war, 178 to 180 AD, are unknown. We hear of a great victory gained by a general named Paternus, in consequence of which Marcus was proclaimed imperator for the 10th time. The Marcomanni seem to have been completely subjugated, and the Quadi suffered so severely that they wished to move northward and settle in the land of the Semnones, but were compelled to remain where they were and cultivate the land for the Roman garrisons. The Jazyges seem to have submitted more readily and received favorable terms. The hardest burdens which had been before imposed upon them were abolished, and the important right was conceded to them of passing through Dacia in order to keep up communication with their Sarmatian brethren in the east, the Roxolani. We may conclude that Marcus was on the point of organizing Jazygia as a Roman province, and that Marcomannia would soon have been treated in the same way. It was a critical moment. The reduction of an important part of Central Europe under direct Roman sway, which would have had its effect on the future history of those lands, was a matter of a few months. The frontier of the empire was about to be extended to the Elbe, and a design which had fallen through under Augustus well nigh 2 centuries ago was on the eve of being accomplished. But on March 17, AD 180, Marcus Aurelius died in the camp at Vindobona. He was not yet 60 years of age, but his body seems to have been exhausted by the fatigues of military life, and he was carried off by fever. His death doomed his plans to disappoint. His worthless son Commodus immediately abandoned the results which had been achieved by his father's statesmanlike resolution and admirable perseverance. Eager to return to Rome and get rid of the war, the young emperor, instead of completing the work of annexation, granted favorable terms to the Marcomanni and the Quadi, and so stultified his father's long campaign. A very important result of these wars of Marcus must be briefly noticed here, though it really belongs to the history of the following century. The system of settling large bodies of Germans and Sarmatians on Roman soil as military coloni now regularly began. Marcus, 172 AD, made such settlements in Pannonia, Maesia, Dacia, and Germany. He even attempted to relieve the depopulation of Italy by establishing a barbarian colony near Ravenna, but the settlers tried to seize Ravenna, and the idea was abandoned. Land was assigned to them, and they were free, but their freedom was limited insofar as they were not permitted to leave their lands. They were also bound to perform military service. Thus both the cultivation and the military defense of frontier districts, where such settlements were made, depended upon the same persons. The development of the colonnatus to its final form took place during the 3rd century. It is to be carefully observed, however, that this institution did not arise solely from the settlement of foreign captives. The military colonnatus was only one form of a system which resulted from the economic conditions of the empire itself. Tenants by contract, who were unable to meet heavy arrears of rent, lapsed into the state of coloni, attached to their landlord's soil by a tie which was practically, though at first not legally, obligatory. It also happened that small proprietors who had failed and become bankrupt voluntarily ceded their ownership to others and took upon themselves the yoke of the colonate as an improvement in their condition. The beginning of the military colonate is one of the circumstances which show that in the reign of Marcus Aurelius we stand on the threshold of the decline of the Roman Empire. For the breaking up of the empire was due not only to the invasion of Teutonic nations from without, but also to the presence of a large Teutonic element within. It is also significant that the other great force which, besides the Teutonic nations, was instrumental in disintegrating the empire and transforming the condition of Europe, namely the Christian religion, appears prominently for the first time in the reign of Marcus, and comes for the first time into serious collision with the state.
The reign of Hadrian inaugurated a new era in Latin literature, and was also marked by a renaissance of Greek literature. Hadrian himself dabbled in literature and science, and assiduously cultivated the society of men of letters. He founded a sort of academy at Rome called the Athenaeum, in which rhetoricians, philosophers, and poets could read their compositions. He produced some slight compositions both in verse and in prose, but they were only the work of a dilettante. He affected the style of the older Latin writers, preferring Cato to Cicero and Ennius to Virgil. Here he was following the tendency of his age. In fact, it might almost be said that the note of the literature of the 2nd century was an affectation of archaic style. The man of letters spent much of his time in searching among old writers for unusual expressions and obsolete words, which he then introduced in his own compositions. Recondite learning was thus in fashion. Rhetoricians and grammarians were the leaders in literary taste. The whole movement, revival of interest in the early national literature and the taste for archaism and style, has parallels in similar movements in modern times. Only a few writers, trained on the precepts of Quintilian, escaped this prevailing tendency. But on the other hand, the Roman literature of this period is distinctly becoming less national and more cosmopolitan. Greek and Latin come into closer contact, and many writers, such as Hadrian himself, like Claudius, Fronto, Suetonius, Apuleius, compose works in both tongues. Literature and learning were patronized by the Antonines as well as by Hadrian. Antoninus Pius, following his predecessor's example, endowed chairs of philosophy and rhetoric in various cities throughout the empire, and also accorded privileges of exemption from taxes to a certain number of sophists, grammarians, and physicians in both small and large towns. Under his reign, both Fronto, the representative of Latin, and Herodes Atticus, the representative of Greek literature, had the honor of being consuls. Marcus Aurelius was not only a patron of learning, but a man of letters himself. Although the interest of his meditations lies entirely in the matter, and not at all in the literary form, for which it can only be said that it is quite free from affectation. Section 1. Latin Literature. In the reign of Hadrian, Juvenal wrote some of his Latin satires, but there was no other poet of distinction. Annianus sang the pleasures of country life. Florus wrote pretty trifles and interchanged verses with the emperor. He jested at Hadrian's travels in the following lines. I would rather not be Caesar, have to haunt Batavian marches, lurk about among the Britons, feel the Scythian frosts assail me. To which Hadrian replied, I would rather not be Florus, have to haunt the Roman taverns, lurk about among the cook-hops, feel the bossy bowl assail me. The lines of Hadrian to his soul have already been quoted. The versatile emperor, besides several works in Greek, wrote an autobiography which was published by his freedman Phlegon, but has not come down to us. Phlegon himself wrote a history entitled Olympiads in the Greek language. Suetonius Tranquillus, about 75 to 160 A.D., had filled some posts under Trajan, and afterward become private secretary, Magister Epistularum, to Hadrian. He was a polymath, the Varro of this period, and wrote on all kinds of subjects. His Prata, or Miscellanies, was an encyclopedic work giving an account of Roman institutions and customs, chronology and dress, with special attention to the interpretation of words, also dealing with natural philosophy and keeping specially in view the favorite parallel between nature and man. Most of his works are lost. We possess only his Lives of the Caesars, and fragments of his accounts of famous men, De Viris Illustribus. The De Vita Caesarum is divided into 8 books. The first 6 Caesars, beginning with Julius, occupy each one book. The 7th is devoted to Galba, Otho, and Vitellius, the 8th to the 3 Flavian emperors. The work is strictly biographical, not historical, and therefore a preponderance is given to anecdotes and personal details. The writer had good materials at his disposal, but is not critical, though as far as we can judge impartial, in recording all that he could learn and thought likely to be interesting. His De Viris Illustribus was confined to men who had made a mark in any branch of Roman literature. We possess the lives of Terence, Horace, and in part Lucan, and fragments of the life of the elder Pliny. Florus composed an abridgment of Roman military history in 2 books, reaching down as far as Augustus, and founded chiefly on Livy. The first book deals with the best days of Rome, the second with her decline, the line of division being drawn at the Gracchan age. The work is written in a rhetorical and exaggerated style. His object, it has been said, was not to record the wars of Rome, but to praise her empire. It is possible that this Florus was the same as the poet of that name. The 3 great representatives of Latin literature, in the age of the Antonines, were Fronto, Aulus Gellius, and Apuleius. As Fronto was a native of Cirta, and Apuleius of Medora, Africa is beginning to take the same place in Roman literature which Spain had taken in the previous century. M. Cornelius Fronto, about 100 to 175 A.D., has been already mentioned as a teacher of M. Aurelius, and his correspondence with his pupil has been referred to. He was a learned rhetorician, and in point of style he may be said to have given the tone to the age. He cultivated what he called an elocutio novella, marked by quaint expressions, uncommon words, archaic images, and he found a host of imitators. In fact, he headed a reaction against the style represented by Seneca, which reminds us in some ways of the reaction in English literature of the present century against the style of the 18th. He tried to return, partially at least, to pre-Ciceronian Latin. Besides the letters, he wrote essays on eloquence, comparing its value with that of philosophy, a panegyric on L. Verus for his conduct of the Eastern War, entitled Principia Historiae, and other treatises. The letters are very interesting, although they are full of mannerisms, and give little information as to contemporary history. Under the influence of the literary movement, of which Fronto was the chief representative, was composed a notable poem of unknown authorship, entitled the Per Vigilium Veneris, in trochaic septenarian metre. It is inspired by the springtime, intended perhaps to be sung at a spring festival, and celebrates the power of Venus in nature. The refrain of the poem is, Cras amet qui numquam amavit, quique amavit, cras amet. Aulus Gellius flourished under Marcus, and wrote a miscellaneous collection of details on ancient literature and language in 20 books, called Noctis Atticae. He was a man of very mediocre talent, but great diligence, and his work contains much valuable information. In fondness of archaic expression he went with the tendency of his age, of which, in his very mediocrity, he is a typical example. Hero worship was a necessity to him, and like most of his contemporaries, he had no critical faculty. Of a very different order of merit was Apuleius, born about 125 A.D., son of a duumvir at Madora. He studied at Attic Athens, as he calls it in Plautine phrase, and for some time practised as a pleader at Rome. He married a rich widow, much older than himself, Aemilia Podentilla, whom he met at Oe on a journey from Medora to Alexandria, and her kinsfolk brought a suit against him for having won her affections by magic. To defend himself he composed his Apologia, which has come down to us, and in which he seems to have easily disposed of his accusers. After this he lived at Carthage, from which he sometimes made tours to the cities of Africa to deliver public addresses, after the fashion of the Greek rhetoricians. Apuleius had a decidedly original talent, a lively fancy, and considerable literary powers. But he was completely dominated by the mannerisms of his age, which have already been noted, and he had not a sufficient faculty of criticism to guide his taste, and determine the legitimate limits within which a literary stylist may affect the flavour of antiquity, or to discern the point at which quaintness passes into absurdity. Besides the Apologia, the following works are preserved. The Florida is an anthology of his lectures and speeches on various subjects. The Metamorphoses, in 11 books, is the work on which his fame rests. The subject is probably borrowed from Lucius of the contemporary Greek writer Lucian, who in turn derived it from the Metamorphoses of a certain Lucius of Patrae. The story recounts the experiences of a man who has been transformed into an ass. Apuleius introduced various episodes, of which the most striking is the charmingly told legend of Amor and Psyche. Besides these works, there are some philosophical treatises by Apuleius, who professed the Platonic philosophy. The De Deo Socrates expounds the Platonic doctrine of God and the demons. The treatise on Plato and his dogmas deals with natural and moral science, and the De Mundo reproduces the tract on the cosmos falsely ascribed to Aristotle. The activity of the jurists, the works of Julian and Gaius, have already been mentioned. Grammar was a very popular study at this time. Under Hadrian it was represented by Q. Terentius Scaurus, who wrote a Latin grammar and commentaries on Plautus, Virgil, and Horace. A little later, C. Sulpicius Apollinaris of Carthage wrote Questiones Epistolicae, dealing with grammatical and literary questions, and composed metrical arguments to the plays of Terence and the Aeneid. He was the teacher of Aulus Gellius. The Liber Memorialis of L. Ampelius, describing the geography of the world and the doings of mankind, with a resume of Greek, Roman, and Eastern history, probably belongs to this age. The most distinguished philosopher was the Stoic, Junius Rusticus, a revered master of Marcus Aurelius, who mentions that Rusticus induced him to abandon the rhetorical triflings to which he had devoted himself under the influence of Fronto, and study the books of Epictetus. The first apology for Christianity in Latin was composed in this age by Minucius Felix. This curious and interesting work will be referred to in the following chapter. Section 2. Greek Literature. One of the most characteristic figures of the Greek Renaissance under Hadrian was Flavius Arrianus of Nicomedia, in Bithynia, who, as has been often noticed, has many points of resemblance with Xenophon. The same kind of induence that Socrates exercised on Xenophon was exercised on Arrian by the Stoic philosopher Epictetus. And though, like Xenophon, drawn to philosophy in his youth, like Xenophon also he chose a practical career. He was consul suffect in 130 A.D. and governor of Cappadocia from 131 to 137 A.D., and we meet him as archon at Athens in 147 A.D. Like Xenophon again, he wrote on all subjects. His philosophical works were devoted to the exposition of the teaching of his master. The Enchiridion is a short handbook to Stoic morality as taught by Epictetus, and the Diatribae Epicteti, in 8 books, of which 4 are preserved, gave a fuller account of his doctrines. In imitation of Xenophon's Anabasis of Cyrus, in 7 books, Arrian wrote the Anabasis of Alexander in 7 books. This was the most important of his historical works, and has luckily been preserved. The author does not confine himself to the eastern expedition of his hero, but gives a full biography. The tale is told simply on the model of Xenophon, and without rhetorical ornament. In connection with this work, Arrian also wrote an account of India, the Indica, chiefly geographical, in Ionic dialect. His other historical works are lost. They included a history of the Diadochi, a history of Bithynia, biographies of Timoleu and Dion, a history of Trajan's Parthian wars, and a work on the Alans, of which an important fragment is extant. Arrian's Periplus, or account of a circumnavigation of the Euxine Sea, has already been mentioned. He also wrote a treatise on tactics and a work on hunting, Synergeticus, being a continuation of Xenophon's tract on that subject. All these have come down to us. The significance of Arrian in the history of Greek literature is that he belonged to the Atticizing school, of which Lucian was the chief representative. The return to the style of Plato and Xenophon involved a reaction against the style represented by Polybius, that is, against the natural development of the Greek language, and could not be permanent. It may be added that, notwithstanding all his care to write pure Attic, Arrian often falls into errors. Appian of Alexandria wrote his history of Rome about 160 A.D. He had come to Rome in the reign of Hadrian, and through Fronto's influence obtained the post of a procurator. The most remarkable point about Appian's history is in its arrangement. He abandoned the chronological method, adopted by most historians of that time, and arranged his work in subject groups. Thus, his history consists of a number of special histories. One book dealt altogether with Spanish events and was entitled Iberic, another with Illyricum, Illyricé. 5 books were devoted to the civil wars, Amphilia. Appian wrote without any regard to style, and his pages are full of Latinisms. Polyaenus of Macedonia wrote a work entitled Strategemata, in 8 books, which he dedicated to the Emperor Marcus Aurelius and L. Verus. This has come down to us almost entire. It is a collection of strategic tricks which had been actually used by generals in the course of Greek history. The writer shows no discrimination in the choice or use of his material. The great astronomer and geographer Ptolemy of Alexandria flourished under Marcus Aurelius. His chief works are the Great System of Astronomy and the Guide to Geography, containing besides the text a number of maps based on mathematical computations. Both these works may be said to have been epoch-making. A short work by Ptolemy on the theory of music is also preserved. Here may be mentioned also a hexameter poem of Dionysius, the Periegete, describing the world, which afterwards came to be used in schools. Of Pausanias, who wrote A Tour Around Greece, we know nothing personally except that he was born or lived in the neighborhood of Mount Sipylus in Asia Minor, and that he wrote under Marcus Aurelius. His work, in 10 books, describes a tour he made through the greater part of Greece. He professes to describe of all the buildings, statues, and works of historical or artistic interest which he saw in his travels, and he often goes into long historical and mythological digressions. But while there can be no doubt that he visited all the countries which he describes, he seems to have written his work from memory on his return home, or not to have kept a very careful notebook. For he omits all mention of many important monuments which we know to have been in existence in his time. But notwithstanding his many omissions, his book is priceless now to the archaeological student. It was through a notice of Pausanias that Schliemann was enabled to discover the royal sepulchres in the Agora of Mycenae. Of the Mycenaean Wars, the 4th book of Pausanias is our chief source. The great sophist, Aelius Aristides, was a native of Mysia, born in 117 A.D. He sat at the feet of the most celebrated masters of the sophistic art, Herodes Atticus at Athens, Polemo at Smyrna, and others. When his education was finished, he traveled about through Egypt, Asia Minor, and Greece, seeing the world and delivering lectures. He also visited Rome, but his headquarters were at Smyrna. He died about 185 A.D. 55 of his discourses have come down to us. Most of them are speeches in the proper sense of the word, but some are in the form of letters. Many of them turn on events and situations of ancient history. In one he declaims on the Athenian expedition to Sicily, in another on the peace with Sparta, while no less than 5 are devoted to the situation of Athens in respect to Sparta and Thebes, after the battle of Leuctra. 2 declamations discuss the question at issue in the speech of Demosthenes in reply to Leptinus. The Panathinaikos is a panegyric on Athens, in imitation of the like-named speech of Isocrates, and the glory of the same city is the keynote of the discourse on behalf of the 4, that is, the 4 Athenian statesmen, Themistocles, Miltiades, Cimon, and Pericles, whom Plato attacked in the Gorgias. The panegyric on Rome was delivered in 160 A.D. The 5 sacred discourses give an account of the author's long illness, and of the miraculous cures which at last gave him relief. They are interesting as a picture of the superstitions of the age. The discourses in honor of gods illustrate the tendency then prevailing to interpret legend allegorically. The discourse to Poseidon was delivered at a celebration of the Isthmian Games, and that to Aesculapius on the occasion of the dedication of his temple at Cyzicus. The general impression left upon the reader by the works of Aristides is that he is dealing with an author who operates entirely with words, and cares nothing about ideas. And Aristides confessed, or rather boasted himself, that he set words about everything. He was not a ready speaker. He rather despised extempore speech. He polished his sentence to the highest point, and through his extreme artificiality and subtlety is often obscure. Lucian of Samosata, born about 125 A.D., not only is by far the greatest figure in the Greek literature of the 2nd century, but holds a distinguished place in the literature of the world. He tells us in his dream how an accident saved him from becoming a sculptor and made him a man of letters. His parents had been in doubt whether they should apprentice him to his uncle, who was a sculptor, or give him a literary education. The consideration that a course of study required so much money and time decided them in favor of the former alternative, and besides, the boy had displayed some skill in making wax figures. But in the first days of his apprenticeship Lucian smashed a block of marble in pieces by striking it with too much force, and was beaten by his master for his awkwardness. This incident, reinforced by a dream which had appeared to him, decided him to abandon the sculptor's trade. Techne, art, and paideia, culture, had come to him in his sleep, each inviting him to follow her own way, and the promises of paideia, who pointed to the glories of a rhetorician's career, had forced her rival to retire. Lucian's parents allowed him to return to his studies. When his education was finished, he travelled about like Aristides, delivering public addresses. Of these, some have survived, and one especially deserves mention as displaying that literary talent which was afterwards developed in other kinds of composition. This is the Lawsuit of Letters, a lawsuit between Sigma and Tau, brought before the court of the vowels. Sigma complains of having been ousted from a number of Greek words in Attic speech, to make room for Tau, like thalata for thalassa. But although he was successful as a sophist or rhetorician, a man with Lucian's powers could not be rest satisfied with an art which after all was so hollow. He took up his quarters at Athens and devoted himself to philosophy. This new study had an effect on the form of his literary compositions, leading him to discover and adopt the style which suited his genius best. He now composed dialogues instead of speeches, and abandoned the elaborate periods which were considered an essential feature of rhetoric. He is the creator of satirical dialogue. In the later years of his life, indeed, when the freshness of his muse was exhausted, he returned to the composition of discourses. He also left Athens and accepted a public post in Egypt, where he died, probably in the reign of Commodus, certainly later than 180 A.D. The Dialogues of the Gods are the best known and most original of Lucian's works. Among the most witty and amusing are those in which the satirical philosopher Menippus recounts his experiences in the underworld, and describes visits which, having put on the wings of Icarus, he made to the moon and Olympus. The subject of the Charon is a visit which the ferryman of Styx made to the upper world. Parnassus is placed on the top of Ossa and Olympus, and from the summit Charon gazes upon the world of men and their follies. In all these dialogues Lucian contends against superstition with the weapons of ridicule, and exposes the absurdities of pagan theology by ludicrous situations. In others he attacks the gods more directly. In Zeus under Examination, an Epicurean philosopher examines the god as to the incompatibility of the necessity of fate with the free will of the gods, and reduces him to a dilemma. The dialogue entitled Timon, the Misanthrope, is also very clever. Of those dialogues which ridicule philosophical imposture, the most striking, perhaps, is Hermotimus, which aims at showing the mistake of accepting any philosophical system. The Cynic is very bitter against the Cynics, and shows the follies of rejecting the good things which nature offers us. The Philosopher's Auction and the Parasite must also be mentioned. The Lexiphanes is an attack on the Euphuists of his own day. Lucian also composed some works in epistolary form. Alexander, or the False Prophet, gives a biography of the Cagliostro of that day, an impostor who professed to have divine powers and work all sorts of miracles, and who closely resembled Apollonius of Tyana. The Peregrinus is another attack on the Cynics. The Professor of Rhetoric is a bitter caricature of a rhetorician or sophist, and was probably aimed at some particular person. The celebrated pamphlet, How History Should be Written, ridicules writers who undertook to describe the contemporary Parthian War of 165 A.D. in the style of Thucydides or Herodotus. Other works which deserve mention are the True Stories, a satire on contemporary novelists, and the romance entitled Lucius or Ass, which has already been referred to in connection with Apuleius. There is a great charm about Lucian's graceful and easy style. He had mastered with marvellous thoroughness the Attic idiom, and his is one of the few cases in which a return to the speech and style of ancient models has been happy and effective. He was unusually well read in the great works of classical literature, and not the least attraction in his writings is that one is ever coming across a phrase of Homer, an echo of Aristophanes, or a reminiscence of Plato. Greek poetry had wholly declined. The only kind of poetical composition still practised with any success was epigram. The poetess Balbilla has already been mentioned as accompanying the Empress Sabina on her visit to Egypt. Oppian of Coricus in Cilicia wrote a work on fishing in 5 books, entitled Halieutica. The hexameters flow easily enough, but it has no poetic merit. Oppian's father was banished, but the son won the favour of Marcus Aurelius, 169 A.D., and procured his father's pardon. The date of Babrius is uncertain, but he certainly lived in the 1st or 2nd century A.D. He wrote a collection of Aesopic fables in 2 books. The metre is choliambic. Nearly all the stories are taken from older sources, but a few seem to have been invented by the author.
It will be well here to recapitulate the chief features which we have observed from time to time in foregoing pages as marking the political development of the Principate, from its inauguration by Augustus to the death of Marcus Aurelius. In the first place, the relations between the Emperor and the Senate in their joint rule gradually shift to the advantage of the Emperor at the expense of the Senate. The diarchy instituted by Augustus has set a long way in the direction of pure monarchy by the time of Marcus. In general, the unlimited autocratic power which the Emperor possessed in the large dominions subject to his imperium reacted on his limited power in Rome and Italy. The man who was absolute monarch abroad could hardly help working towards the acquisition of absolute power at home also, and if he worked towards it, he could not help winning it. In particular, the constitutional position of the Princeps was strengthened by new prerogatives, especially by the censorial power, which was openly usurped by Domitian, and silently adopted by his more tactful successors. The sphere of the emperor's competence in Italy and Rome was enlarged. His province was enlarged by the acquisition of new territories, especially Britain and Dacia. His power of interfering in senatorial provinces by virtue of his maius imperium was more clearly recognized and more frequently exercised. None of these tendencies has reached its final consummation at the end of the 2nd century, but it is already quite evident to what point the empire is drifting. The diarchy will be subverted, and the Princeps will become an absolute monarch. The distinction between Italy and the provinces will disappear, and the distinction between senatorial and imperial provinces will be obliterated. And therefore, when those characteristic principles which distinguish the Principate from other forms of monarchical government have been undermined, the Principate itself will come to an end, 285 AD, and an undisguised autocracy will take its place. Practically indeed, though not theoretically, the emperors of the 2nd century were very nearly absolute monarchs. Ovid had distinguished Augustus from Romulus as a Princeps from a Dominus, but 100 years later the Princeps in generally addressed as Dominus. In the first century there is a continuous struggle, sometimes acute, between the two members of the diarchy. In the second century the struggle is over, the Senate acknowledges its master without murmuring, and the emperors find it convenient to be extremely conciliatory and considerate in their relations with that body. As a political machine, the Principate cannot be pronounced a success. It is hardly, perhaps, fair to say that it rested on a transparent falsehood. It certainly professed to be a republic, whereas in reality it was a monarchy. It disguised monarchical government under republican forms. But this want of candor, which was essential to it, cannot in itself be reasonably called a fault. If the maintenance of republican forms had given general satisfaction, it could not be censured. The real fault was that the disguise did not succeed. The Principate did not accomplish the object which was the sole justification of such a cumbrous machine. It did not satisfy the higher classes, in whose hands the government had rested before and after the dictatorship of Caesar. The aristocracy had governed so badly that monarchy was necessary. But when monarchy was established, the aristocracy could not with impunity be disregarded. Thus the problem set to the new monarch was to frame a constitution of such a kind that the aristocracy should have a sufficient share in the government to satisfy them, and congenial political employment. That the ingenious experiment which Augustus made to solve this problem was a failure is proved by the history of the first century and the writings of Tacitus. A form of government in which a large and influential class, or a large section of such a class, does not acquiesce, or only acquiesces through fear, is so far a failure. One cannot sympathize with the desire of men like Thrasea and Helvidius to recall the Republic, but their opposition shows the weak point of the Principate. The aristocracy no longer felt themselves free. If Augustus had had the experience of modern Europe and known something about the working of ministries, he might have made a better attempt at establishing a monarchy, to which the nobles would have been more easily reconciled. The military side of the empire becomes more pronounced. The elevation of both Claudius and Nero was due to the attitude of the military forces at Rome. The events of the year 69 AD proved still more clearly that the creation of emperors depended on the armies, and showed too that they need not be created at Rome. Trajan was a military monarch, and in his time the title imperator begins to come into common use instead of princeps, to designate the emperor, without special reference to his position as commander-in-chief. Another tendency, which we have frequently noticed, is the growing importance of the provinces. It was the provincial administration which above all things had made the empire a necessity, and it was in the provincial administration above all things that the empire was a success. The elevation of emperors of provincial family, beginning with Trajan, is in itself an important sign of the tendency to promote the provinces to the level of Italy. The Roman Senate, ever since the censorship of Vespasian, was recruited from provincial as well as Italian families. The extension of Roman citizenship was destined to reach its culmination only 32 years after the death of Marcus, when the Constitutio Antoniniana of Caracalla conferred it on all the subjects of the empire, 212 AD. The tendency to political uniformity between the various parts of the empire is one of the many tendencies perceptible in the second century, which were destined to weaken and disintegrate the empire. Closely connected with it is the policy of limiting the local self-government of both Italian and provincial communities, a policy which was ultimately to result in a thorough-going centralization and to paralyze municipal life throughout the Roman world. On the other hand, the policy of converting non-municipal into municipal communities was largely adopted. Another sign of what was to come hereafter may be seen in the revolt of Avidius Cassius, which suggests the division and opposition of interests between the eastern and western halves of the empire. The wars of Marcus on the Danube are a foretaste of the danger which menaced the empire from the barbarians of Central Europe. 100 years before, the War of Civilis had shown conspicuously the strength of the empire, but the Marcomannic War rather displayed its weak points. The system of foreign settlements in Roman territory and its significance have been set forth in the foregoing chapter. The institution of 2 Augusti is also a step in the direction of disintegration. Christianity, which was destined to help in the weakening of the state, begins to attract attention. But the weakest point of the empire was its financial administration. The ancients had very little knowledge of economical causes and effects, but it is difficult to see how even they could fail to discern the results to which the cheap distribution of grain at Rome necessarily led. An immense sum was spent every year in order to keep bread cheap in a city where a variety of circumstances tended to make it dear. This singular system of annihilating capital and ruining agriculture and industry was so deeply rooted in the Roman administration that similar gratuitous distributions of grain were established at Antioch and Alexandria and other cities. The depreciation of coinage had begun with Nero and paved the way for the public frauds committed by this means on a gigantic scale by some of the emperors of the 3rd century. This policy tended to diminish and ultimately destroyed a large part of the trading capital in the empire. The laws which regulate the distribution, the accumulation, and the destruction of wealth, the demand for labor and the gains of industry, attest that the depreciation of the currency was one of the most powerful causes of the impoverishment and depopulation of the Roman Empire in the 3rd century. Manners have an important influence on economy, and luxury was one of the direct causes of the financial difficulties which induced emperors to adopt the dangerous experiment of depreciating the currency. The costliest articles of Roman luxury were imported from the East, and immense sums of specie were drafted every year to Oriental countries and never returned. The elder Pliny speaks of the Arabs as the richest people in the world, for the treasures of the Romans and the Parthians flow into them. The same writer mentions that the luxury of Roman women cost the state 100 million sesterces, about £800,000 yearly, which went to Arabia, India, and China. But though we can detect in the 2nd century these small beginnings of causes, which were subsequently fatal to the Roman state, no one at that time could possibly dream of such results. The period from Trajan to the outbreak of the plague under Marcus is the most brilliant period of the empire. Never was prosperity more widely diffused, seldom was the individual subject more respectfully considered than under Antonius Pius. This general happiness of a large portion of the world is a pleasant prospect, though rendered somewhat melancholy by the thought of the troubles which immediately followed. But the 2nd century has a far higher significance in the history of the world. Then began a period of legislation, the like of which men have never seen, either before or since. The Roman genius for legal construction entered on the highest phase of its development. Hadrian inaugurated, Pius and Marcus fostered, the movement which was to produce Papinian and Ulpian. The principles of jurisprudence, which were developed then, form the basis of the law which at present prevails in most countries of continental Europe. But it is worthy of note that the spirit of humanity which animated the Roman legislators of this period was probably a source of weakness for the empire. It was a departure from the general traditions of Roman antiquity, a simultaneous movement in the direction to which not only Christianity, but also the later Greek philosophies were pointing. Having reviewed the political tendencies of the empire, we may now proceed to a brief survey of contemporary philosophy and religion.
The later Greek philosophies, which subordinated theory to practice and pursued knowledge mainly as a means to happiness, had been introduced at Rome in the 2nd century BC. Cicero made a special study of them, and his numerous treatises contributed largely to making the Latin world familiar with the tenets of the Stoics and the Epicureans, the Academicians, the Peripatetics, and the Sceptics. The three last-named schools, although they possess considerable interest in the special history of philosophy, were not prominent under the empire, and did not at this time exercise much influence on the spiritual development of mankind. The Peripatetics, who were the most important of the three, chiefly confined themselves to the exposition of the writings of Aristotle, but Stoicism and Epicureanism claim our attention as representing an important side of the spiritual life of our period. The Epicurean school held that the supreme good was happiness, and that happiness consisted in pleasure. Virtue, they said, has no value except in so far as it is a means to enjoying pleasure. But the wise man will seek pleasure for the whole of life, not merely for the moment. Hence he will reject many momentary pleasures, which may entail pains afterwards, and he will pay greater attention to the pleasures of hope and memory, and to spiritual joy than to sensual pleasures. The supreme good is thus reduced to a mental condition of tranquility, which nothing can shake, and this condition is impossible, according to Epicurus, without the practice of virtue, and especially of temperance. Above all, man must learn not to fear death, and not to be superstitious. The Epicureans adopted the atomic theory of the universe, and did not believe in the existence of the gods, or of a guiding providence. Their theories were presented to the Roman world in the great poem of Lucretius, who came forward as a champion against the terrors of religion under the empire. The school continued to exist, and attracted those who desired to lead a tranquil life, and were repelled by the austere system of the Stoics. Horace, who called himself a pig of the drove of Epicurus, endeavored to realize this cheerful tranquility. The Stoic philosophy, which was originated by Zeno and developed by Chrysippus, based its system of morality on a physical theory of the universe. The Stoics held that all things are corporeal. There is no spiritual as distinguished from material substance. Hence, they considered God and nature to be the same. God is the soul of nature, and nature the body of God. The universe is a whole, of which all the parts are bound together by law, in a rational order. The parts are strictly subordinate to the whole. No single thing is at liberty to isolate itself from this principle of the rational order of the world. They deduced their ethics, the supreme good, sambanun, for the individual is to live in harmony with the whole of which he is a part, to live suitably to nature. Yavera contavera naturx. This is virtue, and virtue is the supreme tool. Hence the Stoics reject pleasure as of no moral worth, for it is merely a personal end of individual, and has no part in the supreme good. They also reject all external goods, regarding them as morally indifferent. Such things may be used, well or ill. To be without them does not affect man's true happiness. The only good is virtue, and the only evil vice. Moreover, they did not admit any decree in virtue and vice. All good acts, they said, are equally right, all bad acts equally wrong. Their ethics culminated in the paradoxical idea of the wise man. He, the perfect Stoic philosopher, knows everything. He is the true lawgiver, the true physician, the true poet, the true friend, for he alone has true knowledge of all things, human and divine. He may have never stitched a shoe in his life, but yet he is a good shoemaker. He is only responsible to himself for his actions. Therefore he is lord of himself and king. This ethical ideal of Stoicism is the purest and original form, made it exclusive and highly unpopular. a philosophy which set up virtue as the sole good, and accounted all other things as valueless, could not be acceptable to ordinary people. A system which upheld the absolute sovereignty of reason was not likely to spread widely, and Seneca, who was essentially a man of compromise, presents us with a much milder form of Stoicism than that of his Greek masters. He then goes so far as to say that he is best who is least bad. Like the older Stoics, he holds that the distinction between God and nature is not primary, the ethical importance of God's providence. He also goes further than they, in making morality the main purpose of philosophy. It is easy to see that the circumstances of the age influence the spirit of the Stoic teaching. The decadence of morals, and the despotism of such emperors as Caligula and Nero, made men take with great seriousness the problem of finding a firm vantage ground within the mind itself from which to defy fortune. The feeling of human weakness was also brought home to men in new days, and this produced a feeling of sympathy and indulgence, which softened the rigorous principle of Stoic self-sufficiency. We can mark these effects in the writings of Seneca. No one has taught with more enthusiasm than he to independence on the external tillings which philosophy can give. The chief condition of happiness is contempt of death, and no ancient philosopher has insisted more strongly on the importance of universal philanthropy, which does not exclude even the slave. God, he says, dwells in the soul of a slave, as well as in that of the knight. Musonius Rufus, a younger contemporary of Seneca, taught philosophy at Rome in the reign of Nero and Vespasian, and enjoyed a high reputation. He was a friend of Pausanias Thera, and a member of the Stoic party of opposition, and was banished by Nero in 65 A.D. It has been mentioned before that he was honorably accepted when Vespasian ejected the philosophers from Rome. He seems to have been a man of strong nature, and to have exercised a great influence on his pupils in strengthening their moral character. Every one of us, said a distinguished pupil of his, thought as he sat listening that he was personally meant, so vividly did our master bring the evil qualities of each home to him. Musonius did not introduce new doctrines. The distinctive character of his teaching lay in emphasizing strongly, and perhaps extravagantly, special doctrines. Philosophy, he said, is the only way to virtue. A philosopher and a good man are synonymous. Musonius was the teacher of the celebrated Epictetus, a native of Hierapolis. In Phrygia, a slave of Nero's freedman, Epaphroditus, he was lame and of weakly body. He hired the lectures of Musonius, and devoted himself to philosophy. Afterwards he acquired his freedom. Under Domitian, he was banished with the other philosophers from home, and retired to Nicopolis, where Arion was one of his pupils. Hence he is described by a modern poet as that halting slave who in Nicopoli taught Arion, when Vespasian's brutal son cleared Rome of what most shamed him. Like Seneca and Musonius, he laid the whole weight of philosophy in ethics. Socrates had taught that the beginning of philosophy is a painful consciousness of one's ignorance. Epictetus taught that the beginning of philosophy is a painful consciousness of one's weakness. In order to be good, a man must be convinced that he is evil. There are two rules for realizing happiness. The first is to bear with regulation all outward circumstances. The second is to renounce desires of outward things. These may be expressed in two words, sustain and abstain. He insists strongly on divine providence, the paternal care of God for the world, and the faultless perfection of the universe. He tries to reconcile the popular religion with his philosophical pantheism by explaining the gods as subordinate beings derived from the Supreme Being. All things are full of ghouls and demons. He seems to have believed in the immortality of the soul, though it is not clear what form his theory of his life after death assumed. He looks upon the soul as a stranger to the body, longing to leave it. "Thou art a little soul," he said, bearing up a corpse. The brotherhood of mankind is a prominent feature of his teaching. Marcus Aurelius was a great admirer of the Epictetus, whom he follows closely. He neglects physics and dialectics, and denies that much knowledge is necessary for leading the life of the wise man. The chief theories on which he builds up his ethical precepts are the doctrine which the Stoics derived from Heraclitus, that all things are in a constant flux, every moment passing into new form, and that, in this great stream of the world, the life of an individual is of absolutely no account. On the other hand, this eternal process of becoming is controlled by a supreme law, and serves the aims of supreme reason. Like Epictetus, he believes in gods, and even says that it would not be worth living in a world without gods. He also believes in spiritual revelations to men, by means of dreams and prophecies. Perhaps the chief difference in the spirit between Marcus and Epictetus lies in the stronger emphasis which the empire lays on the duties of the individual to society. In the 1st century BC, the Cynic philosophy seems to have been regarded as practically obsolete, but it was revived under the empire, and in Nero's sign we met a Cynic named Demetrius, of high repute, a great friend of Seneca and Theresa Pacituus. He was afterwards banished to an island by Vespasian. His principles differed little from those of the Serios. He only carried him out more unscrupulously and rudely. What chiefly distinguished the practical aid of the Stoic from the Cynic teaching was that the Stoics admitted that of indifferent things some were desirable than others, whereas the Cynics rejected this distinction. In this matter, Epictetus had approximated to Cynicism. The Cynics, who affected simplicity in matters like dress, did not wear tunics. Hence Juvenal describes the Stoic doctrines as differing only by the tunic from the Cynic. In the 2nd century, Demonax was head of the Cynic school at Athens, and Lucian, who was no lover of philosophers, especially of Cynics, gives a favorable picture of his life and teaching. On the other hand, he gives a caricature of the Cynics in his description of the adventurer Gibbonus, who after a dissolute youth embraced Christianity, then became a Cynic, and finally, in order to make himself notorious, cast himself into a funeral pyre at a celebration of the Olympian Games, 165 AD. In the presence of a large concourse of spectators, it seems impossible, however, that the true Peregrinus was a man of moral earnestness, who wished to enforce his views on the desirability of suicide by a striking example. The tone and spirit of these philosophies was much the same, however widely different their first principles, their systems, and their methods. Both Stoics and Epicureans believed that happiness is attainable in this life by a man's own efforts. When a man is educated by philosophy to recognize that bodily pains are not real, and that the true self is independent of external circumstances, he attains to resignation, and happiness, they agreed, consists in resignation. Knowledge makes a man free, for it makes him independent of circumstances. The precept of Epictetus, sustain and abstain, strikes the note of all these later philosophies. Men of serious and austere temperament were attracted to the porch of Chrysippus, men of milder and weaker character to the garden of Epicurus. It is also observable that while the Epicureans held their own special tents, observably, the Stoics and other schools mutually approximated their views. Catechetism, the combining of various doctrines, selected from different systems, was thus rendered easy. Those who professed adhesion to Plato were quite ready to adopt the parts of the Stoic teaching, and Peripatetics were anxious to assimilate Aristotle to Plato of this spirit of compromise. which was characteristic of the age. Plutarch was a typical example. In philosophy, his adherence to the academy was loose even for that very broad and dogmatic school. It would be hard to say whether the number of Stoic dogmas which he rejects exceeds that which he quotes with approval. He will not adopt with Plato the equality of the sexes, or with the Stoics the injustice of slavery, or with the Pythagoreans the rights of the lower animals to justice at the hands of men. Yet he goes a long way with all three, magnifying the position and the dignity of the house mother, both by example and precept, inculcating everywhere kindness and consideration to slaves, adopting even vegetarian doctrines in some of his earlier treatises. Though Greek philosophy spread among the Romans and exercised considerable influence on their leading men, there was a certain lurking antipathy to it, the Roman character, which was never wholly removed. Both Epicureans and Stoics taught their pupils to hold aloof from public life. Both likewise regarded celibacy as preferable to marriage. Musonius, indeed, was an exception. Here were points in which their teaching directly clashed with the interests of the community, and which provoked aversion and contempt on the part of practical Romans. Tacitus suggests that the most common function of philosophy is to serve as a cloak for idleness, and he ridicules the unreasonable wisdom of the Stoic Musonius Rufus, who, when the Flavian army approached Rome, 69 A.D., went about among the maniples discoursing philosophy to the soldiers on the advantages of peace and the dangers of war. Quintilian opposed the practical statesman to the mere philosopher. Avitus Cassius ridiculed Marcus Aurelius for philosophical studies. But in the attitude adopted to philosophy, if not by the educated public, at all events by the government, here is a marked difference between the first and second centuries of the empire. In the first century, philosophers are regarded with suspicion. Nero was not allowed to learn philosophy, as a study likely to prove injurious to the character of a ruler. Seneca felt himself called upon to make an attempt to remove the prevailing prejudices, and to show that philosophy was not inconsistent with the performance of public duties. The fact that most of the leading nobles, who under Nero and the Flavians were irreconcilable adversaries of the imperial government, were professed Stoics, may have had a good deal to do with the attitude of distrust which the emperors assumed towards philosophy. Stoicism became associated and identified with disloyalty. After Domitian, there was a reaction, and the emperors of the 2nd century, from Trajan the soldier to Marcus the philosopher, favor and encourage philosophy. Under Marcus, it was fashionable even for a woman to study my subject, and men like the Stoic Junius Rusticus and the Perpetuic Claudius Severus held high and influential positions. Philosophers were always unpopular with the mass of the people. Their pretensions to superiority, their strict moral precepts, and their severe moral judgment made them disliked. Their weak points and their external appearance, the long beard, bare feet, coarse cloak of the Stoics, were unsparingly ridiculed. Moreover, philosophy was despised as unproductive and useless. Persius, in his satires, introduced censorions, mocking at philosophy as a useless art. Big Vulfians gives a hoarse laugh and bids a bad farthing for 100 Greeks. Another laughs at the idea of growing pale or growing without of breakfast in order to meditate on a sick man's dream. That nothing arises out of nothing, and nothing returns into nothing. It need hardly to be said that the mercantile world agree with the censorions. The rich freedman Trimalchio, in the Satyricon of Petronius, ordered that his epitaph could end with the words, "He left 30 million sentences and never heard a philosopher." Philosophy was also despised and disliked by rhetoricians. The controversy which has been raised in modern times as to the respective educational values of classical literature and science has its parallel in the controversy which was vehemently waged under the empire between the merits of philosophy and rhetoric. The rhetoricians made little of philosophy and useless for practical purposes, just as votaries of science in the present century have been inclined to make little of the humanities. Quintilian mentions as a subject set for a declamation a man who had 3 children, an orator, a philosopher, and a physician, divided by property into 4 parts. Each son received a part, and the 4th was to belong to him, who was most useful to the state. Who is the 4th to be? The elder Seneca hated philosophy. In the 2nd century, Aristides was a vehement defender of rhetoric versus philosophy, and Pronto shared the same antipathy to the favorite studies of his imperial pupil. Lucian makes out in his Hermotimus a striking case for the utter futility of philosophic pursuits. Another circumstance which gave philosophy a bad name was that she frequently served as a mask for vice. Men who pretended to be Stoics or Cynics, wearing long beards and professing extreme strictness, often led most dissolute lives, models of propriety, in public. They had shameless orgies at home. Many avaricious sycophants wore the guise of philosophers, nor were even the genuine professors of philosophy always above the suspicion of greed of gold. Aristides described them as a vicious class without a redeeming virtue. The towns of Greece swarmed with them everywhere. Lucian tells us, one meets in the streets their long beards, their rolls of books, their threadbare cloaks, and their big sticks. Poor cobblers and carpenters gave their shops to rove about the country as begging cynics, and the Cynic school, which had gained a new lease of vitality under the empire, helped especially to bring philosophy into dispute. In the 2nd century, the country was infested with begging philosophers, carrying scrip and staff like the begging monks of the Middle Ages. This trade was often adopted by runaway slaves, and the whole class was distinguished for shameless and filth. But although unpopular and mercilessly jibbed at, the philosophers exercised great influence, and the very existence of a multitude of surpious philosophers proves the repute which the true philosophers enjoyed. It was not uncommon among the better classes at Rome to retain a philosopher as a perpetual inmate of the house, to be consulted on all difficulties, somewhat like a father confessor of modern times. In this capacity, and as the heads of schools, and also as traveling missionaries, they exercised an important influence on public opinion. The teaching of all the schools tend to promote a cosmopolitan spirit. Epicurusism, by its opposition to national sentiment and patriotism, cynicism by denying all bonds of family and country, Stoicism by the positive doctrine that all men are brothers, external circumstances, the immense traffic and lively intercourse which were kept up between the various peoples of the empire and its remotest provinces, were favorable to cosmopolitanism. We have not, says Seneca, shut ourselves up in the walls of a city, but opened an intercourse with the whole world. We have declared ourselves citizens of the world. It is clear that the growth of this spirit prepared mankind for the reception of the Christian idea of human fellowship. One of the most striking facts in the early empire was the frequency of suicide among the higher classes in Rome. No system of philosophy regarded self-destruction as a crime, and the ancients, in general, did not look upon it with the same eye as modern societies. In the age of the early Caesars, the doctrine was emphatically preached that it was each man's inalienable right to leave the world at pleasure. The Stoics, who held that death was not an evil, regarded the power of self-destruction as an estimable privilege. Familiarity with the bloody scenes in the area blunted men's horror of death, and on the other hand, the example of their hero Cato, Catanus terrible letum, made suicide popular with the aristocracy. Thus, the discontented nobles were ready to engage in desperate conspiracies, which had little chance of success, and betake themselves to a voluntary death. When the plot was discovered, the admiration in which Arria, the wife of Pseudus, was held, shows how honorably suicide was esteemed in the 1st century A.D., when her husband had sentenced him for conspiring with the Scribianus. she determined to die with him, and having given herself the first blow, handed him the dagger, saying, "It is not painful." Her relations had attempted to dissuade her from her resolution, and when Theresa, her son-in-law, asked her whether she would wish her daughter to destroy herself under similar circumstances, she answered, "Yes, if she shall have lived with you as long and as harmlessly as I have with my patus." When they kept watch over her actions, she said, "You can make me die painfully, but cannot hinder me from dying," and leaping up, dashed her head against the wall. "I told you," she said on recovering from the shock, "I would find a way of death, however hard, if you denied me an easy one." The younger Pliny tells the story with the greatest admiration. It would be a great mistake to suppose that skepticism and disbelief in the national religion, which were prevalent enough among the educated classes in the 1st century A.D., had made any way among the uneducated masses. The great majority of the people of the empire believed as firmly as their ancestors in the existence of the gods. Evidence of this fact must be sought not so much in literature, which is misleading because it represents the opinions of cultivated society, as in inscriptions, which directly reflect popular beliefs. Besides the abundant evidence of inscriptions, there are 3 considerations which show the strength of the old religion. Its vitality is proved by its power of assimilating elements from Oriental creeds, by the creation of new deities, such as Antoinine, the goddess of the corn market, the deification of emperors both living and dead, the multiplication of the genii, by the resistance which it offered to Christianity for nearly 500 years, and by the remarkable fact that the early Christians themselves never thought of disbelieving in the existence of the pagan gods, whom they regarded as really existing powers of darkness. In regard to the rebellious attitude of educated people, there was a notable difference between the 1st and 2nd centuries. In the 1st century, men who read and reflected, but did not embrace any definite philosophical system, wavered between polytheism and monotheism. Tacitus seems to have believed in the gods. Quintilian veered towards monotheism, but does not seem to have absolutely rejected polytheism, or summed to any clear conclusion. Pliny the Elder definitely denied the existence of the gods, and identified God with nature. He held especially that God is not omnipotent, for he cannot kill himself, or make immortal what is mortal, or undo the past, or make twice 10 anything but 20. Some of the Stoics, as we have seen, made a systematic attempt to reconcile the received religion with enlightened thought. They believed in one supreme God, but set under him a number of gods of lower rank, whom they called demons, and with whom the popular gods could be identified, but these streams of doubt and disbelief did not affect the masses. In the 2nd century, we became aware of a great reaction. There was a general return, on the part of educated men, to the old religion. Superstition prevailed, and miracle-mongering became the fashion. This change is clearly reflected in the literature of the Ion. Even the younger Pliny, whose philosophic beliefs approximated to Stoicism, believed firmly in dreams, and built 2 temples. Suinus was childishly superstitious. During an illness of Faustina, Pronto prayed to the god for her health every morning. Aulus was extremely conservative in matters of religion. Turning to Greek literature, we meet the same phenomenon. Cruelty is one of its distinguishing notes. Lucian and Gallian are the 2 exceptions. Plutarch is deeply religious. Pausanias is absurdly superstitious. The cruelty of Aristides, the rhetorician, rises to enthusiasm. It is necessary to be fully aware of this widespread superstition in order to appreciate the satirical wit of Lucian. The prevalence of superstition is illustrated by the story, which the sophist Philostratus composed early in the 3rd century, of the wonder-worker Apollonius of Tyana, who, having travelled in throughout the whole world, having learned wisdom from the Brahmas of India, and mystic lore from the priests of Egypt, suddenly appeared in Greek lands of the reign of Claudius, wrought miraculous cures, raised the dead, walked through shut doors, rendered himself invisible at pleasure, and performed all kinds of miracles. It is not to be regarded as sober history. It is merely a romance, but the picture which it draws of the general cruelty is probably true to life. Astrology was encouraged, both by the higher and lower classes. Noble houses often kept private astrologers, mathematici, to consult about future events. At these seers were subjected of revealing the succession to the principate, and were consulted in the case of treasonable conspiracies. The emperors regarded them with superstition, and edicts were issued again and again, banishing them from Italy, but it is proved impossible to suppress them. The emperors, however widely their policies differed in other respects, were all alike solicitous to maintain the religion of the Roman Republic, as became the high pontiffs. Augustus had perceived that the close connection of the principate with religion recognized as a political tradition by his successors, the higher classes at Rome, the Senate and the knights were ready to follow the example of the emperors, and were glad to distinguish themselves from freedmen and foreigners by clinging to the ceremonials of the old Roman religion. The national worship, however, was not held incompatible with foreign cults, which, owing to the increased communication between the East and West, rapidly made their way into me, and the worship of Isis in particular, and so securely established itself that she seemed almost to hold a place in the Roman Olympus. We have received Isis, says a poet, Nero's age, into Roman temples. Besides the criticism of philosophy, there were at work other forces hostile to the pagan religion. These were the two rival religions, Judaism and Christianity, being both monotheistic. They were both alike diametrically opposed to polytheism. The chief Jewish doctrines spread with the Jewish diaspora on the west as well as the east, and commanded attention. Popularly, indeed, the Jews were regarded with the greatest contempt. Their poverty, their dirty habits, their curious customs, such as circumcision, abstinence from pork, and keeping of the Sabbath, were a constant theme for ridicule. Yet Judaism possessed attraction, especially for women. The Jews were ready to compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and though their efforts in this direction were never attended with such results as the preaching of Christianity, they were not altogether unsuccessful. Poppaea, the wife of Nero, was a convert to Judaism. Under Tiberius, Fulvia, a lady of high rank, adopted the Jewish faith, and sent gifts to the temple at Jerusalem. It is said that the banishment of the Jews from Rome by Tiberius was caused by the complaints of her husband. Horace, to get rid of his bore, affected respect for the 13th Sabbath. Augustus praises grandson Gaius for having passed through Jordan without worshipping in Jerusalem. In the meantime, Christianity was silently spreading in the West as well as in the East. The causes which chiefly promoted its rapid diffusion were its all-embracing character. It opened its fold to sinners and slaves, the attraction which it possessed for women who felt themselves placed on a spiritual equality with men, the promise of a future life. When persecution began, the examples of noble martyrdom produced their effect in order to contend successfully with heresies, which were rife, especially with Gnosticism. The Orthodox majority were forced to form a close organization, which soon came to be called the Catholic Church. This organization, this state within the state, was ultimately destined to exercise a decisive influence on the empire. But it attracted little notice in the 2nd century for Antoninus and Marcus Aurelius, as well as for Trajan and Hadrian. The Christian question was of quite minor importance. We have seen that Christianity was a prohibited religion. This principle had probably been laid down by Domitian, and was affirmed by Trajan in his rescript to Pliny. But the actual practice of emperors varied. Trajan did not discourage informations against Christians, but forbade his officials to seek them out. Hadrian tolerated this religion, and there is no evidence that Christians suffered during his principate. Under Antoninus, the same practice seems to have been followed as under Trajan. Thus several Christians at Rome, who confessed their faith before Lollius Urbicu, prefect of the city, were condemned. Antoninus, although more sincerely devoted to the established religion than any other emperor, was mild and tolerant, and disliked persecution, and towards the end of his reign, at least, he interfered to prevent it. His interference was called forth by the occurrence of tumults, directed against the Christians in cities of Asia and Greece. for at this time the feeling of hostility against the Christians was very bitter. They were believed, even by such a well-informed person as Fronto, to practice horrible enormities. The three charges popularity brought against them were sacrilege, incest, and cannibalism. It is remarkable, however, that the government seems to have paid no attention to the second and third charges. Evidence of the prevailing prejudice against Christianity is found in the writings of Lucian and of the rhetorician Aristides. A little later, Celsius wrote a treatise entitled The True Word, to prove the absurdity of the prohibited religion. In consequence of the hostile feeling, popular tumults often broke out in the cities of the East, where the people were enthusiastically devoted to the divine worship of the empire. The mob cried for vengeance on the Christians. Many of the Christians were themselves eager for martyrdom, and the official authorities could not protect men who were shown, by their own confession, to be guilty of sacrilegium. Thus the Christians were practically exposed to a persecution which was not organized or ordained by the authorities, but which the authorities, if they maintained the law, could not put a stop to without the special intervention of the emperor. Antoninus intervened and set rescripts to Thessalonica, Athens, and other cities, to prevent these persecutions. A letter purporting to have been written by him to the Provincial Council of Asia is extant, and though it is a forged document, the very fact of its forgery proves the reputation for toleration and clemency which he enjoyed among the Christians. They looked upon Antoninus as not only tolerant, but even favorable to their creed. Under Marcus, popular tumults were frequent. It was in a tumult of this kind that Bishop Polycarp of Smyrna suffered martyrdom. Marcus Aurelius, like Antoninus, was of a tolerant disposition, but his strict sense of duty led him into countenancing persecution. He regarded the resoluteness of the Christians in refusing to take part in the worship of the gods as sheer obstinacy. About 177 A.D., he issued a rescript providing for the punishment of new sects, which caused popular tumults by spreading doctrines by which the ill-balanced minds of men are excited. This was not directed specifically against Christianity, but it led to an outbreak at Legundum, and the arrest of a number of Christians. The legatus of Legundaitis did not feel sure how he ought to deal with his prisoners, especially with those who denied the faith, and Marcus issued a second rescript, directing that those who denied should be set free, and those who confessed beaten to death. It is clear that the first rescript placed the Christians in a more unfavorable position than that which they had occupied under the rescript of Trajan, for it gave provincial governors a warrant to hunt down the illegal sects to which I applied, whereas Trajan had expressively withheld such a warrant. On their part, meanwhile, the Christians made some attempts to protect themselves by repelling the charges which were popularly brought against them. An apologetic Christian literature, seeking to remove the prevailing prejudices, came into being, and is a feature of the 2nd century. A certain Aristides addressed a defense of Christianity to Antoninus, and this apology, which was supposed to have been lost, lies been lately recovered, but the most celebrated apologies are the two composed by Justin Martyr, a Samaritan born at Clavi, Neapolis. He had been trained in his youth in Greek philosophies, and thought that he had found in Platonism a satisfactory solution of the problems of existence. But one day at Ephesus he met an old man by the shore of the sea, who revealed to him the doctrines of Christianity. This led to his conversion. Encouraged perhaps by the tolerant spirit of Antoninus, he wrote about 148 A.D. an apology for the Christians, which he addressed to Antoninus, Marcus, who he calls Verissimus the philosopher, Lucius Verus the sacred senate, and the whole Roman people. He undertakes the defense of the men who are hated and reviled by the whole human race. He calls upon the emperor and his sons to listen to his pleas, and judge the cause fairly, if they would sustain their reputation of being pious philosophical guardians of justice and lovers of education. The treatise falls into 3 parts. In the first, the apologist points out that the Christians should not be condemned abhorred, and shows that their conduct is innocent and harmless. They are good citizens. They render which are Caesar's, and pay their taxes regularly and punctually. In the second part, he professes to prove that the Christians alone teach the truth that the Son of God was really made flesh, and that the pagan myths were invented by evil spirits. Infectimus, in order that the coming of Christ might be rejected as fabulous. In the third part, the mysteries of baptism and the Eucharist, which the pagans were already disposed to regard with suspicion, are explained. The second apology, which appeared some years later, is a sort of appendix to the first. It is called forth by the execution of some Christians by the perfect Lollius Urbicus, to which reference has been already made. It has been supposed by some that these manifestations of Justin induced Antoninus to send his rescripts to the cities of the East for the prevention of persecution. Justin himself was destined to suffer martyrdom. In 163 AD, he was denounced at Rome by a philosopher named Crescens, and sentenced to death by the prefect of the city. Junius Rusticus, the Stoic, the first Latin apology for Christianity, was the Octavius of Minicus Felix, which probably appeared in the reign of Marcus. Minicus does not appear to have been a Christian in the full sense of the word. He can hardly have believed in the divine nature of Christ, but he recognized that many of the Christian doctrines were true and acceptable, and tried to offer the religion to his pagan friends in a somewhat rationalized form. He was a sort of Christian Seneca. His work is in the form of a Ciceronian dialogue between Sexculus, who attacks the Christians, their works and their beliefs, and Octavius, who defends them. The scene of the conversation is laid on the seashore near Ostia. The Christians had not only enemies without to contend against, they had also heresies within. The three great Gnostic heresies of Basilius, Carpocrates, and Valentinus originated in the reigns of Hadrian and Antoninus. These men, all three of Oriental origin, propounded different theories to explain the creation of the world, the origin of evil, and the nature of the deity. These theories are medleys, combining doctrines taken from all sorts of philosophies and Oriental religions, as they illustrate the tendency of eclecticism, which has been already noted as a feature of age, but far the most powerful Gnostic sect, and that most dangerous to the Church, was founded by Marcion of Sinope, who came to Rome in the reign of Antoninus. It was known as Marcionism, and was characterized by exclusive adhesion to the writings of St. Paul, and by very vigorous asceticism. The effect of these heresies was to force the Church to define their teaching and explain their doctrines in writing. Thus persecution and heresy called into being in ecclesiastical literature, apologetical on the one hand, and polemical on the other. The chief architectural works of the various emperors, from Augustus to Hadrian, have been mentioned under the several reigns. It remains to say something here of architecture under the Antonines. Although architects were still as skillful as over, there was at this time a distinct decadence in taste, which manifested itself especially in a striving after novel effects by means of gigantic proportions. The most celebrated example of this fashion was the colossal temple of Hadrian at Cyzicus in Bithynia. Its construction occupied the whole reign of Antoninus, and was not finished till the first years of Marcus. The rhetorician Aristides, who gave an address on the occasion of its dedication, can hardly find the words to express his admiration of its enormous size. Your city is now the only one which does not need lighthouses or high towers to guide mariners into its harbors. The temple fills, as it were, the whole horizon, and marks the cotation of the city. Every block of marble is as big as a complete temple, but the size was the only wonderful thing about it. It does not seem to have been beautiful, and its sculptures were poor. But if taste, as Cyzicus, and in other provincial places, was so deplorable, better things were not yet forgotten at Rome. One of the most interesting buildings of the 2nd century is the Temple of Antoninus and Faustina on the Sacred Way, the most perfect specimen on the Corinthian style at home. The origin of this temple has given rise to the considerable discussion. It seems most probable that the temple which Antoninus built to his wife after her deification, 140 AD, was pulled down wholly or partly after his death, and replaced by a new building dedicated both to him and to Faustina. The 10 columns are each of a single piece of rich Corinthian marble, standing on bases of white marble, and supporting capitals likewise of white marble. The edifice was entirely constructed of a stone and marble, and the common system, using brick and cheap material in the parts not intended to be seen, was not adopted here. Its modest proportions were a protest of good taste against such buildings as the Temple of Cyzicus. In Italy, fine buildings were not confined to Rome. In the splendid remains at Verona, we can form some idea of the public buildings which under the Empire adorned most Italian cities of this size, but of which now hardly a trace remains. The colonies and municipal towns imitated the capital in the erection of amphitheatres, haths, temples, and basilicas. The same architectural principles which were adopted at Rome were adopted throughout the empire. There were no local schools or provincial styles of architecture. Of the building of ordinary private houses we know little except as far as concerns Pompeii. The style was Greek, but cheap imitation of Greek ornament, and the use of stucco mouldings instead of stone were the great feature. In one case, a colonnade has been turned from the Doric into the Corinthian order by the addition of stucco capitals laid round the original echinus. An interesting comparison has been instituted between the Pompeian houses and private dwellings, which have been recently discovered at Delos and are probably of much the same date. The difference is that, while there was much less decoration by painting, and while the Delian householder was content with plain panels upon his wall with no ornament, the materials of his pillars and the general construction were far superior to the very shoddy building of Pompeii. Sculpture. The history of Roman sculpture is really a continuation of the history of Greek sculpture, for it is a chronicle not of Roman talent, but of Greek talent displayed under Roman influence and in a Roman atmosphere. With the disappearance of Greek freedom, the inspiration which had shaped the form of the best Greek art had also disappeared. But the art of captured Greece had conquered her Roman captors, and their demands called forth a new development of Greek artistic talent. The taste of the Romans for sculpture was part of their love of luxury. It could not be expected that a school of sculptors called into being to supply such a demand should be inspired by any new creative power. They accounted themselves with reproducing the motives of the older masterpieces, and they wrought with such wonderful technical skill, with such accurate delicacy, that if we had not works of Phidias, Praxiteles, and the other great masters to set beside them, we should think it almost impossible that they could be surpassed. But the art of the Roman school is marked by a striving after effect, which is quite absent from the older works. The works were designed to satisfy the Roman love of ostentation. The artists were affected by the end to which their works were destined, and the works themselves have the stamp of self-consciousness. At the beginning of the empire, the chief schools were the New Attic and the Asiatic. One of the most admired works of the New Attic school is the Farnese Hercules at Naples. Hercules leans upon this club with his load, which is very beautiful, bent forward. The impression he gives us is that he is conscious of his muscles. In the same way, the Median Venus and the Venus of the Capitol are conscious of their nudity. The Borghese gladiator of the Louvre, of the Asiatic school, expressing most powerfully and most artistically the straining of all the force, who though utmost, but distinguished by an elasticity and rapidity of movement which seems to defy the rigidity of the marble, is characterized and perhaps spoiled by the impression it gives of a premeditated effect, but notwithstanding this feature, these limitations of order art have a great charm. Nothing can be more beautiful in its way than the sleeping Arenidae of the Vatican, where the folds of the rich drapery are treated with singular delicacy. In the reign of Hadrian, which was marked by a renaissance in many kinds of culture, the sculptors invented a new ideal, the emperor's favorite, Antinos, of whom inemorable statues were set up after his stage death. He was represented in many ways. but all his images have the same type, the curls overshadowing the brow, a certain sadness in the sensual mouth, the head drooping as if in some melancholy contemplation. Under the Antoninus there were 3 famous sculptors of Aphrodisias in Caria. Their names were Zeno, Aristaeus, and Papias. 2 centaurs in dark grey marble, discovered in the Villa of Hadrian, and now in the Capitoline Museum at Rome. There the work of the 2 last-named artists. The anatomy is faultless, and wonderful skill is shown in treating a very hard kind of marble. But there is no genius or originality displayed in these works. Sculptors had long since given up even trying to be original. The best that we can look for is purity of the taste combined with skill in execution, such as we find in these centaurs, or in the equestrian bronze statue of Marcus Aurelius. The decline of art in the 2nd century is shown by 2 barbarous fashions, the employment of costly and showy materials, and the construction of images of colossal size. Gold and silver are used for statues. Hadrian introduced a taste for statues in Egyptian style, and caused some to be executed for the Styrbline villas. Besides the sculpture, which was characteristically Greek, there was also a kind of sculpture which had a Roman character about it, and was called into being by Roman customs. This was portrait statues. The Roman desired to preserve the exact likeness of his ancestors, and the imagines masks, molded in wax, which he kept in his house, aimed at being close resemblances, not at being works of art, though contact with the Greeks, marble and bronze came to be used instead of wax. But whilst Hellenistic art idealized the individual form, and only made such use of drapery, even in the airy disposition of it, about the figure as seemed to be demanded for the interpretation of characteristics, the Romans started with the idea of representing the individual appearance with the utmost exactness, either in the voluminous drapery of peace, the toga, or in complete warlike pantherlia. Hence the portrait statues are distinguished as togate and thoracite. An example of the latter is the marble statue of Augustus in the Vatican. Thus, Roman portrait statues are an expression of the practical, realistic character of the Roman mind, but as Greek dress began to supersede the native costume of the Romans in ordinary life, portraiture became more ideal, yet without abandoning the lifelike presentation of the individual. In many of the statues and busts of the emperors and empresses, which have been preserved, we have this reality touched by idealism, which is the perfection of portraiture. The seated figures of the woman of Herculaneum in the Dresden Museum are fine examples of this type. The familiar busts of the emperor have many of them, and individually evidently lifelike and true, and it has been justly said that the critical inspection of, for instance, the large collection of portrait busts in the Capitoline Museum is of high interest in a psychological point of view. One of the most complete sets of plastic illustrations to Roman history being here preserved to us. Portrait images of the emperor and his family were made and circulated in immense numbers throughout the empire. Fronto writes thus to Marcus Aurelius, 140 A.D. You know how in all the banks, all the shoes, taverns, house fronts, porches, and windows, your images are everywhere exposed to view. Most of them, truly, are badly painted and coarsely chiseled. In the plastic representation of historical scenes, as on the Arch of Titus, or the Column of Trajan, we have a still more conspicuous illustration of the Roman tendency to realism. The Romans wished to see reproduced what actually occurred to the details of a march, a battle or a triumph, the necessity of grouping for the most part, in as limited a space as was consistent with reality, a large number of figures, led to an arrangement of the Ravello, which is widely removed from the fine and polished treatment of Hellenic art. Sculpture loses itself in the realm of painting when, taking a deeper background, it arranges its figures on different planes by gradations of modeling, those in the foreground often standing out completely from the surface, and thus retaining that substantial form which appeared so essential to the Roman conception, while the remaining figures, crowded together, gradually recede into the background. The reliefs on the column of Trajan have been described in a previous chapter. 2 reliefs of a triumphal arch erected by Marcus Aurelius in the Via Flaminia have been preserved, one of which represents the deification of younger Faustina, who is borne aloft by the goddess of victory from the funeral pyre. There is a similar representation of the apotheosis of Pius and the elder Faustina on the front of the postament of the column erected to that emperor after his death. The genius of immortality is mounting up from earth, and the emperor and empress are supported on his great wings. 2 eagles accompany them in their upward flight. On the earth, the 2 figures, an Amazon representing Rome and a young man personifying the Campus Marius. On the other sides of the same postament are delineated processions of galloping horsemen, being the Desorzio, a series of military evolution executed round the pyre of the dead emperor. The representations of the Marcomannic and Quadic wars on the pillar of Marcus Aurelius do not equal, but come very near to, the reliefs of the pillar of Trajan. Here must be mentioned the art of cutting gems, which reached great perfection in the period of the early empire. Dioscorides was the great master of this branch of skill under Augustus. There is a splendid cameo at Vienna, of enormous size, measuring 9 inches wide by 8 high, on which Augustus as Jupiter and personified Rome are represented. Painting. Our knowledge of Roman painting is almost altogether confined to our mural painting, of which abundant and most interesting remains have been preserved. The wall paintings discovered at Rome, and those of the Campanian cities, Pompeii and Herculaneum, must be treated separately, but it should be remembered that the object of all these pictures is the decoration of rooms, and their pictorial character is subordinate to this end. In style, mutual painting passed through several stages. At first, Greek artists used to imitate marble incrustations. The next stage was to paint imitations of architecture. Columns and pediments, open rooms, were adorned with backgrounds, corridors with landscapes, and the pictures were always copies of things actually existing. Then fantastic fashions began to be introduced into the realistic imitations, and then grotesque devices gradually came to take the chief place in wall decoration. Under Augustus, the architect Vitruvius inveighs against the degeneration in style, and describes how reeds take the place of columns in a design, ribboned and streamered ornaments, with curling leaves and spiral tendrils, take the place of pediments. Diminutive temples are supported upon candelabra. Vegetable shapes spring from the tops of pediments, and send forth multitudes of delicate stems, with twining tendrils, and figures seated meaninglessly among them. Nay, from the very flowers which the stalks sustain are made to issue demi-figures, having the heads sometimes of human beings and sometimes of brutes. Of the mural artists we know nothing personally, except of one Lundius, who flourished in the time of Augustus. The elder Pliny describes with enthusiasm the kind of wall painting which he brought into vogue. Villius Conandus, examples of landscape, gardening, woods are sacred grooves, reservoirs, straits, rivers, coasts, all according to the heart's desire, and amidst them passenger of all kinds on foot, in boats driving the carriages, or riding on asses to visit their country properties. Furthermore, fishermen, bird-catchers, hunters, vintagers, or again, he exhibits stately villas, to which the approach is through a swamp, with men staggering under the weight of the frightened woman, whom they have bargained to carry on their shoulders, and many other excellent and entertaining device of the same kind. The same artist also set the fashion of painting views, and that wonderfully cheap of seaside towns in broad daylight. It is possible that we have specimens of the work of the Ludius in a celebrated painting of the Villa of Livia in Rome, which represents the plan of a garden on the 4 walls of a room, so that one sitting in the room might imagine himself in the middle of a garden. This work is an interesting example of that stage mentioned above, in which fantastic ornament was introduced, but had not driven out the older, more sober style. A brilliant example of that older, sober style approved of by Vitruvius are the great landscapes illustrating the Odyssey, which were discovered in excavations on the Esquilian in the middle of the present century. 6 lectures are complete, and half of the seventh they represent the episode of the Laestrygones, the story of Circe and the Nicua, or the visit of Odysseus to the Shades. They ran round a room as a frieze or dado, the panels being divided by bright red plasters. The colors in the paintings are chiefly a yellowish brown and greenish blue, but the chief interest which these works possess is in examples of ancient landscape painting. The country of the Laestrygones bordered with its jutting yellow crags, the wide blue inlet of the sea, from the mountains overhanging which the giants hurled destruction upon the Greek ships, the court of Circe's palace, the mighty opening in the rocks on the seashore, which proclaims itself the entrance to the nether world, and with vivid pictorial effect lets a broad ray of light stream into the dark and thickly peopled kingdom of shadows. All these furnish examples of completed landscape painting, for which, up to the time of their discovery, we should not have given any age of antiquity credit. Their date is to the end of the Republic or beginning of the Empire, but they were doubtless copies of older compositions. A famous wall painting preserved at Rome is the so-called Aldobrandi marriage, representing a bride and bridegroom, with 8 other figures on the day of their nuptials. More interesting is the picture of fair women of legend, notable for their strange love stories, such as Paphiste and Phaedria, preserved in the Vatican gallery, having been removed, like many other mural paintings, from the original wall, along with the plaster ground. In excavations on the Palestine, striking paintings were discovered, especially in the house of Livia, a landscape in which the tale of Ptolemus and Galates is represented may be specifically mentioned. It has been justly offered that in choosing their mythical subjects, mural painters were generally guided by the opportunities given for landscape. Turning to the paintings of the Campanian decorators, which are to be seen in the private houses at Herculaneum, and especially at Pompeii, we must first observe the double division of the walls. They are divided horizontally into a dado, generally tinted dark in upper wall, generally light, separated by a bright band. They are also divided vertically by painted stripes instead of pilasters of the older style, which we saw in the Odyssey landscapes. The middle band is thus divided into panels, painted usually red, yellow, black, or white. The architectural designs are in the fantastic style condemned by Vitruvius. The pictures themselves have been classified into 5 groups, according to the part they play in the general design of the room or the wall which they decorate. Landscapes which cover a whole wall or the 4 walls of a room, and where the usual divisions into panels is abandoned. Large paintings of which, however more than one separated by pilasters, are wrought on the same wall. These are often pictures of the chase, or representations of mountain scenery. Those which look like panel pictures set in the walls, these are very often copies of old pictures. Small accessory frescoes which really form part of the ornamentation. They are often subjects of still life. Pictures which have no frame or background, especially human figures, forming part of no scene, but merely intended as ornament. These airy figures floating about in any unoccupied space are sometimes allegorical, often satyrs, Bacchants, or Graces. The mythological pictures are always of a light kind. The only ones, perhaps marked by seriousness or solemnity, are those in the house of the poet at Pompeii, representing the marriage of Zeus, the sacrifice of Iphigenia, the release of Chryses, and the rape of Briseis. Favorite subjects were the loves of Venus and Mars, the judgment of Paris, Bacchus and Adrian, Narcissus seeing his reflection in the water. The coloring was bright and gay, and the whole effect was cheerful, and the same spirit is displayed in the genre pictures, whose subjects are taken from daily life. These frescoes have been divided into 2 classes, the Hellenistic and the Romano-Campanian. The former has a certain idealism, which is waiting in the latter. They represent idealized scenes from the ordinary life of women and young people. A woman sits lost in love dreams, and Nero's laughing at her side, or two women are engaged in friendly dialogue, or a girl stirs at her painting or her music. Scenes of the toilet, too, are not forgotten. Then there are youths and maidens assembled at festive gatherings, or explicit love scenes of more or less levity, as well as groups of poets and actors, and occasionally actual stage scenes, especially one lovely concert piece, which breathes the purest spirit of Greek art. The others, the Roman campaign class, are technically very inferior, and are marked by the poorest realism that Dutch painters ever reached, without the compensation of good work. Scenes from taverns and houses of ill fame, the incidents of the market, brutal scenes of gladiatorial life are the favorite subjects. The objects of still life which are represented are as various as those treated by modern painters: fruit and flowers, dead and live, fish, dead and live fowl, all sorts of vessels and utensils. Characters also occur. That of Aeneas, fleeing from Troy, holding his son by the hand, and bearing his father on his shoulders, may be mentioned. Who the decorative artists were is unknown. It is possible that those who were inspired by Greek traditions were Greeks, and the executors of the realistic genre paintings Italian natives. One of the most striking things about the frescoes is their durability, and the question as to the materials and methods used has not been yet satisfactorily answered. Something has still to be said about mosaic pictures, that is, pictures constructed by putting together small cubes of colored stone or glass. It is said that Sulla was the first to introduce this art at Rome. In imperial times the decoration with mosaic, not only of floors, to which it was first applied, but of walls, was very fashionable. Mosaic pavements with patterns were, of course, common. One of the most celebrated and excellently executed mosaic pictures is that of the battle of Issus, found in 1831, in the house of the Faun at Pompeii. It represents the moment at which Darius saves himself from the pursuit of the Macedonians by throwing himself on a horse which is offered to him. The artist has most happily and effectually rendered a complicated battle scene with few materials. So far as we know, the heads, especially that of Darius, whose face, notwithstanding its look of anguish, is full of manly fire, are unsurpassed for emotional expression in any work of ancient painting. The large Nile mosaic of Palestina, representing an Egyptian landscape, may be also mentioned. A number of landscapes on tessellated pavement in Hadrian's villa at Tivo are preserved.
Under the Empire, Rome wore a very different appearance from that which she had presented in the days of the Republic. We have already seen that the Principate of Augustus inaugurated a new era in the history of her architecture. Numerous splendid buildings are a feature of Rome in the imperial age. Ovid and Martial call her Golden Rome. But she has taken upon herself more decidedly, not only in external dignity, but also in the constitution of her inhabitants, the character of a capital of the world. Hundreds of races met within her gates. Many languages were spoken in her streets. Eastern princes and tattooed Britons, rough Dacians and grim Sugambrians, Arabians and Ethiopians, Thracians and Sarmatians, were to be encountered in the Forum. Hadrian's friend, the sophist Polemon, called the city a compendium of the world. The chief portion of the foreign population were Greeks. "I cannot bear this Greek city," says a speaker in the satire of Juvenal, but he goes on to confess that the Greeks are perhaps not the worst feature. There was also a large multitude of Syrians. The Syrian Orontes has long since emptied itself into the Tiber. Most of these strangers were adventurers who lived by their wits. The versatility of the Greeks was proverbial, and the men who flocked to Rome from Achaia and Macedonia, from Asia Minor and the islands, were ready to undertake any employment that was required, and make themselves useful in the houses of the wealthy people who lived in the Esquiline, the west end of Rome. The starveling Greek knows everything. He is a grammarian, a rhetorician or engineer, a painter or a trainer, an augur or a rope dancer, a physician or a magician, anything you please. He will go to heaven if you bid him. These Greek adventurers were adepts at ingratiating themselves by flattery, and outran the needy Roman competitors in the race for the favor of the great. Rome was the great hunting field for adventurers and knights of fortune. A large portion of this foreign population were slaves, a class which formed more than half the total population of Rome. The number of slaves in all the large towns of the empire was enormous. The price was cheap. A young male slave of good character could be bought for 20 pounds, a girl of 6 years old for about 8 pounds. Notwithstanding the feelings of humanity which began to pervade society in the 2nd century, owing partly to the spread of the Stoic doctrine on the subject, the condition of slaves was often very deplorable. This was especially the case with the immense gangs which speculators employed in industry and manufacture. Apuleius gives a harrowing description of slaves working in a mill. These wretches, pale and almost naked, wore rings on their feet. Their skin was discolored and furrowed with the black mark of the lash. Their eyes were nearly blind from smoke and steam. The condition of slaves in private families, and even in small private ergastula, was comparatively exempt from such rigors. The disadvantages and dangers of life at Rome were often enlarged upon by Latin writers. Both Horace and Pliny the Younger contrast the advantage of country life with the miseries and hardships of the capital. Juvenal, in his 3rd satire, represents Umbricius starting for Cumae and relating the causes which have driven him from Rome. To begin with, the outbreak of epidemics was a constant occurrence at Rome. Serious pestilences broke out in 23 and 22 BC, in 65 AD after the Great Fire, in 79 AD just after the eruption of Vesuvius. On the last occasion, 10,000 deaths sometimes occurred on the same day. The most virulent of all was the plague in the reign of Marcus Aurelius. Fires were a much more frequent evil. Moreover, living was very dear at Rome compared with the municipal towns of Italy. The yearly rent of a garret at the top of a Roman lodging-house would have purchased a house and garden at Sora or Frusino. The city was consequently full of poor people, humilus, in straitened circumstances, trying to keep up appearances. Men who made a great show were often bankrupt. Besides this great drawback of dear prices, the man of modest means found everything adverse to comfort and tranquillity in Rome. During the daytime, the ordinary traffic made the streets very noisy, and at night there was the rumbling of the vehicles which were not allowed to pass through the streets by day. Sleep was the luxury of the rich. Even walking in the narrow, crowded streets was a disagreeable and dangerous necessity for the man who was not rich enough to afford to be carried at his ease in a litter. He ran the risk of being struck in the side by planks of timber, of being trodden on by a soldier's hobnailed boots, of being crushed to death under a wagon load of stone. At night, a poor man in the streets was exposed to all sorts of dangers. There were the chances of being struck in the head by things thrown out of high windows, and there was the possibility of being assailed by thieves, or bidden to stand by quarrelsome bullies, or one of those bands of profligate young men, which were brought into fashion by the example of Nero. Those who fell into their hands were unmercifully beaten, sometimes tossed in blankets. Even the rich were glad to leave their houses on the Esquiline and Caelian for their villas on the Campanian coast or in the Tuscan hills. Literary men were never tired of contrasting the pleasures of the country with the weariness of town life. "Country, when shall I see you," cries Horace, "and be restored to my book, and sleep, and pleasant idleness?" Pliny and Juvenal echo the same cry. Thus imperial Rome presents many points of comparison with a large modern capital. Wealth there had the same advantages. There were the same vast inequalities in its distribution, and the same glaring contrasts between indigence and luxury. Seneca, who was very rich, was said to have amassed 300 million sesterces, £2,400,000, within 4 years. The fortune of the freedman Narcissus was 400 million, £3,200,000. One of the favorite extravagances, not only of the wealthy but of men of moderate income, was the possession of a number of houses and villas in different places. Cicero and the younger Pliny, for example, kept up several country houses. In regard to luxury of living, the fashion set by the court exercised doubtless considerable influence, and it is expressly stated by Tacitus that a great change for the better took place after the death of Nero. To illustrate the extravagance of the earlier period, it may be mentioned that Seneca possessed 500 tables with ivory feet, and that at a dinner given in winter to Nero, more than 4,000,000 sesterces, £32,000, were spent on roses. A gourmand named Apicius, who lived in the time of Augustus and Tiberius, became proverbial for the pleasures of the table. But although Vespasian's moderate example seems to have brought about a reaction, and the emperors of the 2nd century were simple in their way of living, the age of Juvenal seems to have had many a rival of Apicius. In a letter to his friend Persius, inviting him to a dinner of simple fare, suggested perhaps by the invitation of Horace to Torquatus, Juvenal satirizes the extravagant dinners of the rich more vehemently than Horace. Under the Empire, the relation of patron and client still played a part in Roman life, but clients had no longer the same political importance for the patron as under the Republic, and consequently their morning visits were less welcome. The habit of receiving retainers, however, was kept up by the wealthy, but the patron, instead of occasionally asking the client to a right dinner, cena recta, as it was called, used to give him at the morning reception a dole of food, which he carried away in a small basket, sportula, whence the dole itself was called sportula. The next step was to convert the gift in kind into a gift in money, and the amount fixed by custom was 100 quadrantes. Domitian made an attempt to revive the old practice of the cena recta, but did not succeed in introducing it permanently. If we can trust the satirist Juvenal, many persons of low degree supported themselves entirely on the doles of patrons, and even men of high position did not disdain to accept the sportula. The poor client was glad to buy his patron's hospitality by all arts and kinds of flattery and obsequiousness, but in the role of the parasite, the Roman was generally less successful than the more versatile Greek. Juvenal has given us a vivid and doubtless heightened picture of the life of the needy parasite, who was in his day as marked a feature of imperial Rome as, in Menander's day, of republican Athens. Trebius, in order to fulfill occasionally a vacant place at a table of his rich patron, Vero, has to break his sleep before dawn and expose himself to the cold night air, in order to attend an early morning reception and present himself to the patron before his rivals. For 2 months, perhaps, he goes without an invitation. At length he receives one. At the dinner, for which he pays so dear, he gets the worst wine, while his host drinks choice Cettine. The cup of Vero is jeweled, that of Trebius is of cracked glass, or if he too has a jeweled one placed before him, a slave stands by to see that he does not steal it. The patron and his dependent do not even drink the same water. Trebius has to eat a piece of moldy black bread, and if he ventures to help himself from Vero's loaf, the slave makes him restore it. Vero eats lobster stewed with oil of venafrum, choice truffles, and fruit. Trebius a common crab dressed with lamp oil, wretched fungi, and rotten apples. But it is not from stinginess that Vero treats the parasite thus. No, he is bent on mortifying him. You think you are a free guest. He knows that you are the slave of the savor of his kitchen. But the satirist also complains that patrons are less generous than they used to be. Among the Veros of his day, there are none who bestow such generous presents on their modest friends as Seneca or Piso in the time of Nero. Years later, Lucian draws a similar picture of the parasite Nigrinus. It would be a mistake to draw any conclusions as to the morality of Roman society from the stories which are told by the ancient writers of the profligacy of emperors like Gaius or Nero, or from the licentiousness of Messalina. This occasional wickedness in high places might have been compatible with an average standard of morality among the mass of the senators, the knights, and the people. We must also beware of taking too literally, or applying too generally, the heightened pictures of Juvenal. He devotes his longest satire to a description of the depravity of the women of his day, but most of the follies which he lashes are common to all ages. He describes the women who fall in love with actors and gladiators, harp players and flute players, those who affect Greek and profess to be quite ignorant of Latin, those who tyrannize over weak husbands, and those who have 8 husbands in 5 years. He satirizes their love of finery, their love of gossip, and their pride of birth. He ridicules the literary matron who, when she goes out to dine, institutes comparisons between Virgil and Homer. All the philologists and rhetoricians are hushed by her chatter, which is like the noise of basins and bells. Messalina is introduced as a type of female licentiousness, and Hippa, the wife of Veiento, who eloped to Egypt in the company of Sergius, an ugly gladiator, is mentioned as an instance of vulgar passion in noble dames for men of mean calling. Of all the follies of Roman ladies, that which we can least understand is the practice of the gladiator's art. Women of the lowest class often appeared in the arena, and no one thought anything of it, but ladies of high family, both under Nero and under Domitian, dressed as gladiators with helmets and greaves, and fought in the amphitheatre. This scandalized Juvenal, but Martial speaks of it with an approving smile. The superstition of women is ridiculed by Juvenal, who describes them as ready to fall under the influence of every oriental impostor. Priests of Isis, Jewish hags, Chaldean astrologers, haruspices from the East, are all consulted and believed. The cruelty of ladies to their slaves is portrayed vividly. If they get up in a cross temper, their maids and tiremen, cosmetae, are flogged. Some, he says, pay so much as a year for the use of the public torturers in order to punish their slaves. Juvenal seeks for the causes of the degeneracy of morals, and indicates 3. 1. The evils of a long period of peace, which induces idleness and luxury. 2. The great increase of wealth, which produces the same effects. And 3. The influx of foreign nations, who brought with them effeminacy and debauchery. Since Roman poverty departed, he says, every lust is in our midst. There can be no doubt that these were the chief causes of the difference between Rome in the 3rd century B.C. and Rome in the 1st century A.D. The close connection between the 3 causes assigned is evident. Schools and education. At Rome, education was not compulsory, but it was general. The fees at the elementary schools were low, not more than 15 shillings a year. Under the Empire, men of the highest rank sent their children to public schools. Members of the imperial family, however, were always taught at home. The elementary school of the literator, or ludi magister, must be distinguished from the advanced schools of the grammaticus and the rhetor. The schools seem to have been held in porticos opening on the street, and the noise of the classes was often a nuisance to the neighbors. Martial assigns the din of a school near his lodgings as one of the causes which drive him to seek rest at his Nomentane villa. Children began to attend school at about 7 years old, and boys and girls were taught together. The school year began on the 24th of March, the day following the 5-day festival of Minerva, called Quinquartis, and the new pupil then paid his first fee, which was called Minervale. These 5 days in March and the week of the Saturnalia in December were the only school vacations, but the Nundinae were always free days. School began before dawn. The boys used to bring their own lamps. There was an interval for breakfast, prandium. Children were accompanied to school by a servant called the pedagogus, who had control over them and probably superintended the preparation of their lessons. Another slave, the capsurius, carried the books. The discipline both of the literator and of the grammaticus was strict. We hear much of the schoolmaster's ferule. Orbilius, the schoolmaster who taught Horace, was famous for his severity. On leaving the literator, children who were destined to have a higher education could go on to the grammaticus, who gave instruction in the recitation and interpretation of the Greek and Latin poets. Acquaintance with Greek began at an early age, and we read of a Greek maid being kept to exercise young children in talking the language, just as English children had French and German nursery governesses. Great stress was laid on the art of elocution. The master used to read passages aloud, and the pupils used to repeat them after him and practice the right emphasis. The meaning was explained in great detail. Of Greek poets, Homer and Menander were the favorites. Statius gives a list of those who were read at his father's school in Naples. It includes Hesiod and Pindar, Alcman, Stesichorus and Sappho, Sophron Callimachus and Lycophron. Of later poets, Virgil, Horace, and Lucan were the most popular in the 1st century. Statius seems to have been read at schools in his own lifetime. In the 2nd century, the school course was affected by the reaction in taste, and early writers were introduced, such as Ennius and Plautus. Music and geometry also came into the encyclic education, which was preliminary to the study of rhetoric. At the schools of the rhetoricians, prose authors were studied instead of the poets, and the art of prose composition and declamation was practiced. "Do you teach to declaim?" was a way of asking, "Are you a rhetorician?" The classes were very large. The lecturer sat in a high chair, cathedru, and the pupils sat on benches, subsellia, or stood. The subjects of the declamations frequently turned on historical questions, such as, "Should Hannibal have marched on Rome after his victory at Cannae?" or, "Advice to Sulla to abdicate." Such declamations were called sporsoriae, and are distinguished from the controversiae, which handled legal questions. Juvenal satirizes the tedious sameness of the subjects discussed in these essays. The parents used to come on special days to hear their sons declaim. The houses in Rome were of 2 kinds, domus and insulae. The domus was a private house, generally inhabited by one family, and of not more than 1 story above the ground floor. The insula was a building of 3 or 4 stories, let out in flats or rooms, and inhabited by people of small means. The insula was so called because it was detached and stood like an island, surrounded by streets. The ground floor was generally let out in shops. The garrets of the 4th floor were called saenacula. The upper stories had windows, and sometimes balconies, from which people could shake hands across the narrow streets, and sometimes the higher stories projected over the lower. These houses were often cheaply and badly built by speculators. They were generally of wood, and they were constantly either tumbling or being burnt down. Augustus made some attempt to remedy these evils, and fixed a limit for the height of houses. But Nero was the great reformer. He ordained that the outer walls should be built of peperino stone, and introduced other improvements. It has even been suggested that he caused the great conflagration in order to be able to carry out his reforms. In the domus, the dwelling of the rich man, most of the rooms were on the ground floor. The 2 most important rooms were the atrium, which was the original nucleus of the house, and the peristylium, both open to the sky. The hearth, beside which the household gods were kept, was in the atrium, where also were arranged the ancestral images, imagines. The space exposed to the rain in the center of the atrium was called the impluvium, and in it was a marble foundation. The peristylium had likewise a foundation in the center. An open space in the middle was planted with shrubs and flowers and surrounded by columns. The dining rooms, sitting rooms, withdrawing rooms, bedrooms, and kitchens opened out from the peristylium, which was kept as a sort of private court, while the atrium was used as a recreation room. The floors on the ground floor were generally of stone or pavement, that is, pieces of stone and brick beaten down to a smooth surface. In the upper stories, the floors were of wood or concrete. The walls were usually decorated with paintings on a prepared white ground, but wealthy and fashionable people at Rome used to line their walls with marble slabs, or adorn them with mosaics of brilliant colors. Ceilings were ornamented with paintings or relief in stucco work. Sometimes they were divided into small sunken panels resembling lakes, hence the name lacunar. There were windows in the upper story looking both into the street and into the inner court, but the ground floor rooms were chiefly lit from the atrium and peristylium. There seems to be little doubt that glass and other transparent substances were used in the windows. The rooms were heated by braziers or by pipes of hot air. Of the imperial palaces, we know most about the Flavian palace of Domitian, of which there are considerable remains on the Palatine. It was not a comparatively modest dwelling place, like the house of Augustus, but consisted of a number of stately rooms for public purposes. At one end is a very splendid throne room with a lararium or imperial chapel on one side, and a basilica for judicial business on the other. At the other end of the peristyle is the triclinium for state banquets, and beyond it is a series of stately halls, which may possibly be libraries, and an academia for recitations and other literary purposes. A sort of nymphaeum, a room containing a fountain with flowers, plants, and statues of nymphs and river gods, was placed at one side of the triclinium, if not on both, so that the murmur and coolness of the water and the scent of the flowers might refresh the wine-heated guests. The whole of this magnificent palace was adorned with the greatest richness, both of design and materials, with floors, wall linings, and columns of oriental marbles, alabaster, and red and green porphyry. Even the rows of colossal statues which decorated the throne room were made of the very refractory basalts and porphyry from the quarries of Egypt, at a cost of an almost incredible amount of labor. Remains of these were found early in the last century. The position of the Flavian palace is very remarkable. It is built on an immense artificial platform, which bridges over a deep valley or depression in the summit of the Palatine. The Roman villa or country house of the rich was generally situated on the seashore or among the hills for the sake of coolness. The Laurentine villa of Pliny overlooked the Tyrrhenian Sea. It consisted of numerous rooms of various forms and dimensions, and designed for various uses, united by open galleries. Most of these chambers commanded, as may be supposed, a sea view, and enjoyed nearly a southern aspect. Some were circular and looked forth in all directions, others semicircular and screened only from the north. Others, again, excluded the prospect of the water and almost its noises. Some faced west, some east, to be used at different seasons, or even different times of the day. Behind this long line of building, the outward appearance of which is nowhere indicated by Pliny in his description of it, but which seems in no part to have risen above the ground floor, lay gardens, terraces, and covered ways for walking and riding, and among these were placed also some detached apartments, such as we might call summer houses, while still farther in the rear rose the primeval pine woods of the Latian coast, which supplied the baths with fuel and formed a chief recommendation of the locality. Pliny's villa among the Tuscan hills seems to have been still more extensive. He describes in a letter the sylvan beauties of the spot, the wide range of plain and meadow stretching before it to the Tiber, the slope of leafy hills on the skirt of which it lay, the massy amphitheater of the Apennines behind it. It is approached by a long portico leading to an atrium or central hall, such as formed the nucleus of the town residence, but there the likeness ends, for whereas in the house at Rome all the living rooms open upon the atrium, and lie compactly arranged within the four outer walls, in the villa almost every apartment is substantially independent of the rest, and only slightly connected with them by suites of open galleries. The Tuscum seems to have abounded also in gardens and plantations, its situation being better adapted for such luxuries than the seashore. But neither in this case is there any mention of the exterior appearance, nor any hint that the reader might be expected to derive pleasure from the description of it. It is evident that an architectural design did not enter into the ideas either of Nero, when he flaunted over Rome with his palace of palaces, or of the elegant master of the patrician villa by the sea or on the hillside. The villa of Hadrian at Tibur was laid out as a sort of miniature world. It contained a representation of the underworld and a number of buildings called after the Lyceum, the Academy, the Prytaneum, and the Poecile Stoa at Athens. The Vale of Tempe was imitated with artificial mountains. There were libraries, temples, and a small theater. The villa was full of works of art, some of which have been recovered in modern excavations. Section 3. Meals. The first meal of the day among the Romans was the ientaculum or breakfast, generally taken about the 3rd hour. It was very light, generally consisting of bread seasoned with salt or honey, or dipped in wine. Schoolboys in some cases had their breakfast at cockcrow, and got a sort of pancake. The next meal was the prandium, corresponding to our lunch, or more nearly to the French déjeuner. It was taken at the 6th hour, about 11 o'clock, and might be as simple as a piece of bread, or consist of a number of courses of fish, flesh, and fowl. The regular hour for the cena, or dinner, the chief meal of the day, was the 9th, but it was often later. A fashionable entertainment was marked by the earliness of the hour, and early dining was considered a sign of luxury. The dinner always lasted a long time. 3 hours was considered a moderate length. The ordinary Roman of modest means dined in the atrium with his wife and children, but rich men had separate dining rooms called triclinia. The men reclined on a lectus or couch, the women sat. An elaborate cena consisted of 3 parts: the gustatio, somewhat like the zakuska of northern Europe, consisting of shellfish, olives, eggs, and other hors d'oeuvres to stimulate the appetite; then the cena proper, of several courses of all sorts of viands, after which offerings were made to the lares; and the 3rd part of the dinner, called mensae secundae, second course, was served, consisting of pastry and fruit, and corresponding to our sweets and dessert. Augustus used to give 3 courses, furcula, trays, of viands, or at the outside 6. Juvenal mentions 7 as luxurious. The arrangement of the dishes on the trays and the carving of the joints became, with the development of luxury, a special art. One tray often contained a large number of viands. At the dinner of Trimalchio, described by Petronius, a furculum was served with 12 dishes of fish, meat, fowl, vegetables, and fruit, arranged to represent the signs of the zodiac; and when the guests seemed disappointed, the upper part was removed and richer dishes, such as hares, capons, were discovered underneath. The Romans ate with their fingers, and hence used to wash their hands after each course. They wiped their hands on pieces of bread, which were afterwards thrown to the dogs. At dinner parties, 9 was the usual number. 3 couches, lecti, were arranged on 3 sides of a square, and each accommodated 3 people. To make up parties, it was usual for invited guests to bring uninvited persons who were called shadows, umbrae. Sometimes the host asked a client to fill the vacant place. Thus at the dinner of Nasidianus, described by Horace, there were 9 at the table, and Maecenas, the guest of the evening, had 2 shadows. The Romans dressed for dinner, the garment consisting of a colored tunic, vestis senatoria. When they reclined, they took off their sandals, which the guests gave into the charge of their slaves, whom they brought with them for the purpose. The Latin for "he rose from the table" is "he called for his sandals." During the meal, the guests were entertained by reading or music, acroama. Literary hosts used often to bore their parties by reading their own compositions. At the entertainments of the fashionable, there were frequently dancing girls and singing girls to amuse the guests by their performances, which were of a very loose kind. Dancers from Gades were especially in request. Juvenal tells his friend Persius, whom he invites to a modest meal, that he will not see girls singing the lascivious songs of Gades to the sound of castanets, but will hear a recitation of Virgil and Homer. It was a frequent practice at the end of entertainments to give presents to the guests to carry home with them. These were called apophoreta. The style of the slaves who waited was considered important by fashionable people. Africans and handsome Greeks from Asia Minor seem to have been the favorites. They were either dressed in showy silk or went without clothing of any kind. It was the custom for the guests to address the slaves in Greek. In third-rate society, manners at meals were often coarse and violent. Horace says that to fight with cups is a custom which should be left to the Thracians, but it seems to have been common in the civilized world. The vulgar freedman Trimalchio, in the satire of Petronius, throws a cup at the face of his wife Fortunata, who has just called him a dog. Juvenal hints at quarrels and bloody faces as a feature of entertainments given to freedmen by their patrons. Lucian in his Lapithae gives an account of philosophers fighting at a wedding feast. Diphilus fights with the slaves for a fowl. Xenothemis, seeing that a larger fowl has been set before Hermann than that which he has got himself, snatches it. They throw the birds at one another and tear one another's beards. Xenothemis flings a cup at his antagonist, and, missing him, hits the bridegroom. Then the women throw themselves between the opponents, and the cynic Alcidamas uses his club with great effect. A general fray ensues, and cups are freely hurled. Allowing for exaggeration, this description shows that scenes of the kind sometimes occurred. The public banquets, convivia publica, given by the emperors to their friends, must be briefly mentioned. An invitation to these was considered a great honor by senators of the highest rank. Statius was so elated at being invited to dine with Domitian that he wrote a special poem on the occasion. The wives of senators were sometimes present, as, for instance, at a banquet given by Otho. Claudius used to give large dinners constantly to about 600 guests. A story is told that on one occasion a guest was suspected of having carried off a gold drinking cup, and that on the next day an earthen cup was set before him. The fare provided by Augustus was very simple. That of Tiberius was said to have been hardly decent. Under the 3 subsequent emperors there was a reign of luxury. Vespasian's dinners were costly without being extravagant. Gold plate was a privilege reserved for the emperor since 16 A.D. All the guests appeared in the toga, and all, irrespective of rank, enjoyed the same fare. The treatment of the guests by the various emperors at their state banquets was very different. Augustus, in his role of a true princeps, was friendly. Trajan also showed himself very sociable, and the Antonines doubtless knew how to make their guests feel at home. Domitian was condescending, according to his admirer Statius, haughty according to the adverse testimony of Pliny, who states that he used to dine by himself before midday and sit at the public banquet as a mere spectator. A curious story is told of a grim practical joke which he played upon a select number of distinguished guests. He decorated a room in funereal black. The walls and ceiling and the floor were all black, and stone seats, also black, were arranged in order. The guests were ushered in at night without their attendants, and each man saw a pillar like a gravestone at the head of his seat, and his own name graven on it, and a sepulchral lamp hanging above it. A band of blackened naked boys then entered, danced round the room with hideous gestures, and offered the guests fragments of food such as are presented to corpses. The guests were terribly frightened. They expected death at every instant, and Domitian spoke of funereal subjects. But presently, when the emperor was sufficiently amused with their terror, he ordered that the silver cup and plate on which the food had been served should be given as a present to each guest, and likewise the slave who had waited on him. During the last 3 centuries of the Republic and under the Empire, Rome obtained her supply of water from the surrounding hills by means of aqueducts, some of which have been mentioned in the foregoing pages. When Frontinus wrote his treatise on the aqueducts of the city of Rome, there were 9 aqueducts, of which 4 dated from the Republican period. 1. Aqua Appia, begun by Appius Claudius, the censor, B.C. 312. 2. Anio Vetus, derived from the river Anio, begun by M. Quirinus Dentatus, censor in BC 272, 3. Aqua Marcia, built by the praetor Q. Marcius Rex in BC 144, 4. Aqua Tepula, built by the censors Servilius Capio and Cassius Longinus, BC 127, and so called because its water had a slightly warm temperature. The courses of the Aqua Appia, the Anio Vetus, and the Aqua Marcia were almost entirely underground. The Aqua Marcia, which began south of the Via Valeria, at a distance of 36 miles from Rome, supplied the coldest and purest water of all. There are still remains of it to be seen near Tivoli. It was repaired by Agrippa, and Augustus reinforced its supply from a new spring, which he connected with it by the Aqua Augusta. The two new aqueducts of Agrippa, 33 BC, 5. Aqua Julia, and 6. Aqua Virgo, have been mentioned in an earlier chapter. The Aqua Julia came from a source 2 miles to the right of the 12th milestone in the Via Latina. It joined the Aqua Tempula, and afterwards both joined the Aqua Marcia, so that the three channels traveled for some distance, one above the other, on the same substructions, and entered Rome on an arch, now the Porta San Lorenzo, erected by Augustus in 5 BC. The Aqua Virgo, renowned like the Marcia for the purity of its water, was designed to supply the baths of Agrippa. 7. The Aqua Alsietina, derived from the Lacus Alsietinus, was on the other side of the Tiber. The water was remarkably bad, and was probably intended for the Naumachia, the base in which Augustus made for sham sea fights. 8. The Aqua Claudia, and 9. The Anio Novus, were begun by Gaius and finished by Claudius, 52 A.D. The length of the former, which began near the 38th milestone on the Via Subalensis, was between 40 and 50 miles, and about a third of it was above ground, resting on arches and substructions. The Anio Novus, which began a few miles further on the same road, was still longer, nearly 60 miles, and higher, but less of it was above ground. These two aqueducts joined near the city, where they entered one above the other. Of the Claudian aqueduct, whose arches still remain in the Capagna, the elder Pliny wrote thus, quote, "If anyone will carefully calculate the quantity of the public supply of water for baths, reservoirs, houses, trenches, gardens, and suburban villas, and, along the distance which it traverses, the arches built, the mountains perforated, the valleys leveled, he will confess that never was anything more wonderful in the whole world." End quote. It has been estimated that the water supplied by these 9 aqueducts was, quote, "equal to that carried down by a river, 30 feet broad by 6 deep, flowing at the rate of 30 inches a second," end quote. And that if the population of Rome was 1,000,000, the supply was equivalent to 332 gallons a head daily. To these aqueducts Trajan added a 10th, the Aqua Trajana. It is interesting to observe that some of the ancient aqueducts still supply Rome with water, namely the Aqua Virgo, still called by the same name, Aqua Virgine, restored by Pope Pius IV, the Aqua Paola, named after Pope Paul V, who constructed it by uniting the Aqua Trajana and the Aqua Alsietina, and the Aqua Marcia Pia, restored in 1870. Splendid aqueducts were built also in other parts of the empire, and perhaps the finest remains of these achievements of Roman engineering are to be found at Segovia in Spain and at Nemausus, the Pont du Gard. The channel, specious, through which the water flowed, had a slight slope. It consisted of stone or brick lined with cement, and was provided with vent holes. Sometimes the water did not pass through the specious itself, but through pipes, fistulae, of pottery or lead laid along inside the specious. At the source of the aqueduct there was a large reservoir, piscina, and other reservoirs were placed at stages along the course. When the water reached the city, it flowed into a large chamber, from which it was conducted into 3 smaller basins, the middle one of these being filled from the overflow of the other 2. The 2 outer basins supplied private houses and the public baths, the middle one the public fountains and ponds, so that in the case of a deficiency in the supply, the most useful purposes were first satisfied. These reservoirs formed what was called the chief castellum, and were usually contained in a handsome building. From the chief castellum the water was diverted into lesser local castella, distributed over the regions of the city. The castella were either public or private. The former supplied the circus and amphitheatres, the public fountains, the baths, and the praetorian camp. The private castella were built at the joint cost of the families who used them, but were under the supervision of the public officers who controlled the aqueducts, curatores aquarum. The water was measured by the size of the tube, calyx, through which it passed out of the castellum. A very large number of officials were employed in managing the water supply, in keeping the aqueducts in repair, and in preventing fraudulent diversion of the water. The curatores aquarum had 460 slaves under them in the time of Frontinus. They were divided according to their duties as follows: 1. The valici, who managed the pipes and the tubes. 2. The castellari, who had charge of the castella. 3. The circutores, who went around and inspected the aqueducts. 4. The silicari, who took up the pavement and laid it down again when subterranean pipes had to be examined. 5. The tectores, who attended to the masonry. This will give an idea of the elaborate organization which the emperors developed for the supply of the city with water. Baths. In early times, the Romans made use of the bath only for health or cleanliness. They washed their arms and legs once a day, and their whole body every week. But in later times, bathing came to be regarded not merely as a necessity, but as a luxury, and in the imperial period was a conspicuous feature of Roman life. At first, public baths were only intended for the use of poor people of low rank, who were unable to have the luxury of a bathroom at home. But before the end of the Republic, people of all classes resorted to the balneae, and the emperors themselves used to bathe in public with their fellow citizens. The bath was a very cheap luxury, which the poorest men could indulge in, as the fee was only a quadrans, the smallest Roman coin. Women had probably to pay a higher price. The usual time for bathing was about the 8th hour, before the chief meal of the day. But idle and luxurious people often bathed several times a day. Gourmands used to take a bath after eating as well as before, in order to get a fresh appetite. This practice is ascribed, for instance, to Caligula and to Nero, and a contemporary writer, Pliny the Elder, considered it partly the cause of the degeneration of morality. It was an ordinary practice in the time of Cicero to take emetics for the same purpose. The number of public baths, some built by the state, others by private speculators, was enormous. Agrippa is said to have added 170 to those already in existence. By the beginning of the 4th century, their number was nearly 1,000. The bathing did not consist merely of a hot or cold bath, but was a long process, somewhat like that of our Turkish baths, only more elaborate. Hot air was employed as well as water. The chief rooms of a bath were the apoditerium, or stripping room, in which the bathers took off their garments and committed them to slaves, who were proverbial for their dishonesty. The aleothesium, or oil room, where the unguents were kept. The frigidarium, or cold room, for those who only wished for cold baths. The tepidarium, a chamber heated by moderately warm air, in which the bather sat and was anointed before proceeding into the hot atmosphere of the caldarium. In some rich baths there was a special anointing room, unctorium. The caldarium was heated by a hypocaust, over which its floor was suspended. At one end of the room, in the old baths of Pompeii, was a bath of warm water, at the other end a tub of cold water, which was poured over the head before leaving the room. In some baths there was a sweating chamber of higher temperature, known as the laconicum, which was a round room with a domed ceiling. When he had duly perspired, the bather was scraped all over with a strigil, a sharp instrument of bone or metal, whose edge was softened with oil. The rich man was scraped by his slaves, whom he brought with him for the purpose. The poor man scraped himself. It was a disagreeable experience for fastidious people to bathe at the same time as those who used rank-smelling oil. After anointing, the bathers remained some time in the tepidarium so as not to pass suddenly into the cold air. This general description applies both to the ordinary baths, balneae, and to the special kind of baths called thermae, which were introduced by Agrippa and formed a feature of imperial Rome. Baths were only a part of the thermae, which were really a Roman adaptation of a Greek gymnasium. In the period with which we are concerned, 4 great thermae were erected at Rome, those of Agrippa, Nero, Titus, and Trajan. These were extensive and splendid establishments, fitted up with conveniences for every exercise and pursuit. Here the youth of Rome could learn and practice athletics. Here there were cool colonnaded halls, exedrae, where the idler could lounge and talk, where the philosophers could lecture, and the poets recite their verses. It was usual for clients to escort their patrons to the public baths, and these large crowds of shabby and dirty retainers were a nuisance to others. At the balneae, not in the thermae, there were separate sets of baths for women. A story is told of a consul's wife, who wished to bathe in the men's baths at Teanum in Campania, and an order was consequently issued that all the men should be turned out. The men's establishment was probably better provided with conveniences than the women's. But although there were separate departments, it was a common practice in the imperial age for men and women to bathe promiscuously in the same baths. Respectable women, of course, did not do so, but the habit was so widespread that both Hadrian and Marcus Aurelius had to make attempts to check the scandal. Rich men had private baths, balneae, in their own houses, though they used to frequent the public baths also. Juvenal mentions 600,000 sesterces, 4,800 pounds, as a large price for building a set of bathrooms. The baths of Fronto cost more than half that sum, 2,800 pounds. The public games at Rome were not only a striking feature of Roman life, but they possessed under the empire an important political significance. They were one of the 2 great baits which the emperors used to divert the mass of the people from political life. The other was the cheap or free distribution of bread. Fronto says that it seems to be very politic in the emperor not to neglect actors and performers in the circus and amphitheater, knowing that the Roman people is held especially by 2 things, the corn supply and the spectacles, annona et spectaculus, and that the success of a government depends on amusements as well as on serious matters of policy. These 2 seducements were set together in Juvenal's famous expression, panem et circenses. For the cheap supply of food and the cheap exciting amusements, which the emperors provided for them, the degenerate populace of Rome were contented to surrender their political rights. The public games under the empire increased in number, variety, and splendor. We must distinguish between 1. The ludi seneci, consisting of dramatic performances in the theater, and the ludi circenses, including both 2. The races in the circus, and 3. Exhibitions of gladiators and beasts in the amphitheater. Games were given either by the consuls or the praetors or the quaestors or the emperor himself. The consuls had charge of the Actian games, which were celebrated at Rome annually on September 2nd, the anniversary of Actium, and of the games in honor of Augustus's birthday, September 23. Early in the 2nd century, the duty of giving gladiatorial shows, munera as they were called, devolved upon consuls elect, and, later in the same century, on consuls entering upon office. The duties of administering public games, which under the Republic had belonged to the aediles, were transferred by Augustus to the praetors. But the gladiatorial shows, which under the empire were exhibited publicly as well as by private persons, devolved not upon the praetors but upon the quaestors, who in the reign of Claudius were relieved from the duty of paving the streets in order to undertake this new burden. This arrangement lasted for about 7 years, but was revived under Domitian. It is important to observe that the public games gave an opportunity for the expression of public opinion. Quote, "In republican times much importance was attached to the manner in which the public men were greeted in the theater by the people. In imperial times we hear of the audience rising up when the emperor or a distinguished man entered, or waving handkerchiefs and vociferously addressing complimentary titles or good wishes, often in a kind of song. Of course, there was the most clamorous outcry for the liberation of slaves or criminals who had made a good exhibition in the contests, for the discharge of distinguished gladiators, and many a jibe was directed at unpopular people, and even the emperor himself. The people also made use of these occasions to declare against laws, against detested ministers, e.g. Tigellinus, and make many other appeals and demonstrations. Indeed, these were pretty much the only occasions on which the feelings of the people could be expressed or gauged under the empire, and the importance which was attached to this expression of the popular will may be seen from the fact that Titus, in order to carry out certain executions which he considered advisable, put people throughout the theater to demand them." A feature of the games in imperial times were the scrambles. The giver of the games often provided presents to be thrown among the audience and scrambled for. These were called mycelia. They consisted of fruits and other eatables, but more often of tickets, tesserae, by which various entertainments could be enjoyed. Another practice was to sprinkle the stage and seats with perfumes, especially saffron. The theater. There were 3 theaters in Rome in the imperial period. One, that of Pompeius, erected in 55 B.C., was the first stone building of the kind at Rome. It was constructed in the model of the theater at Mytilene and contained 40,000 seats. 2. The theater of Marcellus held 20,500 spectators. 3. The theater of L. Cornelius Balbus had room for 11,510 people. The Roman theater was like the Greek, from which it was copied, but with certain differences. As the Dionysiac chorus of Greek drama played no part in Roman representations, the orchestra or dancing floor was not required for its original use, and its shape was modified. It no longer forms almost an entire circle, but only a semicircle, and is appropriated to seats for a portion of the audience. The consequence of this was that the part of the theater occupied by the audience, the cavea, was semicircular also. A further change was that whereas in the Greek theater the stage and the seats of the audience were not connected, but open passages ran between them, in the Roman theater the walls of the stage buildings and the walls of the cavea were continuous. The orchestra was approached by vaulted passages at the sides. Awnings of various colors were spread over the building to protect the people from rain or sun. Before the beginning of a play, the stage, pulpitum, was concealed by a curtain, auleum, and at the falling of the curtain, not, as with us, at its rising, the play began. The seats in the orchestra were reserved for senators. Distinguished foreigners were sometimes admitted. The 14 rows in the cavea nearest the orchestra were assigned to the knights by the law of Rosius Otho, 67 B.C. The beadle who arranged the spectators and looked after the seats was called designator. Such an official named Leatus was often mentioned by Martial as clearing the equestrian seats of intruders. Augustus made further regulations in the allocation of special parts of the theater to special classes of persons. There was a tribunal or imperial box reserved for the emperor, or the person who presided at the performance, over the stage, to the left of the spectators. Opposite, on the right, was a similar tribunal occupied by the Vestal Virgins, and the empress had her place among them. The pieces performed were, as under the Republic, comedies, tragedies, Atellane farces, and mimes. The mimes, which represented vulgar characters speaking in vulgar language, were especially popular, and the composition of mimes was much cultivated. The female parts were acted by women, and the performances were often of a very licentious nature. The plots generally turned on some loose love affair. Some mimes had ghosts in them, for example, the Phasma of Catullus. And Laureolus, who has been called the Dick Turpin of the ancients, was the subject of another. In this mime Laureolus was represented as being crucified, and Martial relates that a criminal was set to act the part and actually nailed to a cross and lacerated by a bear. But a new kind of performance came into vogue under the empire, and became, among the higher classes at least, more popular than the mime. This was the pantomime, in which a whole story was represented by the movements and gestures of a single dancer. Such a grave personage as the philosopher Seneca owned that he delighted in these performances, and such men of literary distinction as Lucan and Statius composed saltatory dramas. Quote, "The rage for exhibitions of dancing that arose about the time of the Empire cannot be better exemplified than by the fact that poems of Ovid, not written for the theatre at all, were pantomimized, just as our second-rate novels are dramatized, and actually orations were set to music and adapted for dancing." End quote. The subjects were of all kinds, generally love stories. The actor appeared successively in various characters, and a chorus sang cantica during the dancing. There is much evidence in ancient writers to show that these performances were extremely fascinating. The art of the dancer, as far as the reproduction of the character which he impersonated is concerned, soon became quite conventional. Lucian tells of an actor who, having to dance Cronos eating his children, danced instead Thyestes eating his children. There is no doubt that these pantomimic performances, in which passion and tenderness were represented by the voluptuous motions of the dancer, had a serious effect on morality, and we hear of Roman ladies of high birth falling in love with the pantomimi, who were feted somewhat in the same way as distinguished musicians are made much of among us. Some of the actors, a histrio in imperial times generally means pantomimus, were influential at court, like Menester and Paris. But legally they were infames, disqualified from public and certain private rights, and they were generally slaves, freedmen, or foreigners. The fact, however, that men of equestrian rank often appeared on the stage in imperial times bettered the social position of the actors in general. The interference of Tiberius and Domitian with the histrionic profession has been mentioned under their reigns, but these cases are exceptional. The Circus. The Circus Maximus, which stood in the valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills, was for a long time the only circus in Rome, and it was the model of the Circus Flaminius 217 B.C. and all later buildings of the kind. It was a long building, at least 2,000 feet long and 600 feet wide, curving in a semicircle at the eastern end, towards the Porta Capena, and at the western in the Forum Boarium, closed by the chambers carceres from which the chariots started. All round the building were tiers of seats divided into blocks, cunae, or wedges, and this part of the edifice was called the cavea. The cavea was also divided horizontally into bands, maniana, of which there were probably 3. At the foot of the cavea, separating it from the racecourse, a marble platform called the podium ran all round the building, and on the podium were arranged marble seats for distinguished persons. Augustus introduced new regulations for the distribution of the spectators, like those which he made for the theatre. He assigned the podium to senators and other persons of high position, and defined special parts of the cavea for soldiers, for women, for boys and their tutors, and for married plebeians. Before this, men and women used to sit together. In restoring the circus after the fire of 31 B.C., Augustus added a marble pulvinar or box for the use of the imperial family. In the cavea, some of the seats were marble, but others, even in the 2nd century A.D., were of wood, and when the building was crowded, accidents often happened. In the reign of Antonius Pius, it is recorded that the seats gave way and 1,000 people were killed. The carceres were low vaulted rooms, each large enough to contain a chariot with its horses, and closed by grated doors, which were thrown open at the start. Above the carceres towered high state boxes, where the consuls or others sat, and the whole structure was called the oppidum, from its likeness to the turreted gates of a town. The racecourse was divided into 2 arms by the spina, a long platform, on which were placed statues, small obelisks, trophies. When Augustus restored the circus, he placed in the center an Egyptian obelisk, which at the present day stands in the Piazza del Popolo at Rome. At each end of the spina there was a set of 7 marble eggs, one of which was removed according as each lap, curriculum, of the race missus was run, for there were generally 7 laps. The turning points, or metae, consisted of 3 tall cones set together on a semicircular base close to each end of the spina. The start was made from a chalk line drawn across the arena opposite the metae, which were nearest the carceres. The signal was given by the president of the games, who waved a napkin, mappa. The goal was a chalk line drawn at a point between the 2 turning points and opposite to the box in which the judges sat. Considerable damage was done to the Circus Maximus by a fire in 36 A.D. Claudius restored it. He rebuilt the carceres, which were hitherto of tufa, in white marble, and set up new metae of gilt bronze, instead of the old wooden ones. The circus then contained room for 250,000 people. Domitian made some further improvements, but under Trajan the building became really magnificent. Quote, "The whole cavea with its tiers of seats, the carceres, the emperor's pulvinar, and the central spina were then of gleaming white marble, decorated with golden colors, studded with jewel-like glass mosaics, and adorned with long lines of columns made of richly colored oriental marbles, and rows of large statues in marble and gilt bronze, together with costly metal screens and richly sculptured thrones for officials of rank." End quote. The other circi of Rome were the Circus Flaminius, that of Gaius and Nero in the gardens of Agrippina, at the foot of the Vatican, and that of Hadrian northwest of his mausoleum. The games of the circus were opened by a procession, which assembled on the Capitoline Hill, and, descending into the Forum, passed by the Vicus Tuscus and the Velabrum into the Forum Boreum, where it entered the Circus Maximus by the Procession Gate, Porta Pompei, at the western end. It then passed round the spina, stopping to sacrifice and to salute the emperor's pulvinar. The procession was headed by the presiding magistrate or by the emperor, driving in a chariot and dressed as a triumphant imperator. A slave held a golden wreath over his head. He was followed by a band of nobles. Then came the chariots and riders who were to take part in the races. Then the priests, according to their collegia, with the images of the gods. The games consisted chiefly of chariot races, and the chariots were drawn by various numbers of horses, generally 2 or 4, but sometimes as many as 10. The races were extremely dangerous, and required extraordinary courage and skill on the part of the charioteers, arige. Each driver aimed at upsetting his competitors, and there were probably few games at which some unfortunate charioteers were not crushed to death or seriously injured. It was the custom for the charioteer to keep the reins looped around his waist, and this made the danger much greater, for though he carried a knife in his belt to cut himself free, it must have been often impossible to use it in the sudden shock of an accident. There was heavy betting, sponsio, on the races, and successful drivers often received immense sums from those who backed their horses. Scorpus, a charioteer in Domitian's reign, is recorded to have gained 15 purses of gold within an hour. The popularity of the jockeys is shown by the fact that statues of them were erected, a feature of Rome which surprised Lucian. The racehorses were bred chiefly in northern Greece, Spain, Mauritania, and Sicily, and carefully trained. No horse was allowed to run before the age of 5 years. The most famous racehorse in the age of Juvenal and Martial was Hirpinus. Martial mentions as one of the marks of the man about town, bellus homo, knowledge of the ancestors of Hirpinus. When a magistrate or any other person gave an exhibition of games at the circus, he merely supplied the money and committed the whole management of the arrangement, the providing of the horses and charioteers, to certain established companies, which were called factions, factiones. These factions were distinguished by colors, panni. The 2 oldest were the white, albata, and the red, rusata. Then in the early days of the empire came the blue, vecta, and the green, prasina. Domitian added a 5th, distinguished by purple and gold. The green and blue came ultimately to be far the most important. Each faction was elaborately organized and had an enormous number of officials and slaves. It was only natural that rivalry should be developed among these factions, and riots and disturbances often took place in consequence. Under the later empire at Constantinople, they obtained the significance of political parties, and their rivalry sometimes issued in horrible scenes of bloodshed. Amphitheater. The most characteristic amusement of the Romans were the gladiatorial shows and the combats of wild beasts. Notwithstanding the advance of their civilization in other respects, the love of these cruel sports prevailed among all classes, and is a mark of barbarism which conspicuously distinguishes Rome from Greece. At first the shows of gladiators used to take place in the forum, and the shows of wild beasts in the circus. But the want was felt of a new kind of building, not long and narrow like the circus, but such that all the spectators could have a good view of the whole space at the same time. The first attempt to supply this want was that of Cerebonius Curio, who, B.C. 50, constructed 2 theaters placed on pivots so that they could be turned either front to front, so as to form one building, a double or amphitheater, for exhibitions of gladiators and wild beasts, or else back to back and form 2 theaters for dramatic performances. This building was wooden, and likewise the amphitheater built by Julius Caesar a few years later. The stone amphitheater of Statilius Taurus, as has been already related, was burnt down in the reign of Nero. Augustus had contemplated erecting an edifice of this kind in the middle of Rome, but the design was not carried out until Vespasian began, and Titus and Domitian completed, the Flavian amphitheater. The shape of this wonderful building, which occupied about 6 acres of ground, was an ellipse. The seats of the spectators were ranged in tiers all round the building, and were reached by 4 corridors, each corridor corresponding to a story. The corridors of the 3 lower stories received air from without by 80 great arched openings separated by piers. In front of each pier stood a column, and over the arches, round the whole building, ran a continuous entablature. The columns of the lowest story were Roman Doric, of the second Ionic, and of the third Corinthian. The 4th story has no arches, but a windowed wall, and is adorned with pilasters in composite style. A wall ran round the arena, high enough to protect the spectators against danger from the wild beasts. From the top of this wall rose, as in the circus, the podium, a terrace wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 rows of marble seats, which were reserved for the senators, the ambassadors of foreign nations, and probably the Vestal Virgins. The emperor and the person who exhibited the games had raised seats on the podium. The gratus, or stairs, rose in tiers above the podium, and accommodated the other spectators. They were divided into moniana, or stories. The lowest of these consisted of the 14 rows of seats reserved for the knights, the next was appropriated to the populace, and the third to the common people. Higher still, there was a gallery which was set apart for women, who were not allowed into the other parts of the building. Between each story there was a landing place, praecinctio. Moreover, the maeniana were not continuous, but were divided into cunae, or wedges, by flights of stairs. Each spectator had a ticket marking the exact place where he was to sit. The space in the center consisted of boards covered with sand, to absorb blood, whence it was called the arena. Underneath the arena were elaborate substructures, being dens from which the animals were raised in movable cages, and let loose into the arena by trapdoors. They cannot, however, have been kept long in these places, as sometimes, between the exhibitions of animals, the arena used to be flooded with water for the purpose of a sea fight. The general effect of the Flavian amphitheater and its spectacles is happily given in a celebrated description of Gibbon. Quote, "The outside of the edifice was encrusted with marble and decorated with statues. The slopes of the vast concave, which formed the inside, were filled and surrounded with 60 or 80 rows of seats, of marble likewise, covered with cushions and capable of receiving with ease above 80,000 spectators. 64 vomitories, for by that name the doors were very aptly distinguished, poured forth the immense multitude, and the entrances, passages, and staircases were contrived with such exquisite skill that each person, whether of the senatorial, the equestrian, or the plebeian order, arrived at his destined place without trouble or confusion. Nothing was omitted which, in any respect, could be subservient to the convenience and pleasure of the spectators. They were protected from the sun and rain by an ample canopy, occasionally drawn over their heads. The air was continually refreshed by the playing of fountains, and profusely impregnated by the grateful scent of aromatics. In the center of the edifice, the arena, or stage, was strewed with the finest sand, and successively assumed the most different forms. At one moment it seemed to rise out of the earth, like a garden of the Hesperides, and was afterwards broken into the rocks and caverns of Thrace. The subterraneous pipes conveyed an inexhaustible supply of water, and what had just before appeared a level plain might be suddenly converted into a wide lake, covered with armed vessels, and replenished with the monsters of the deep. In the decoration of these scenes the Roman emperors displayed their wealth and liberality, and we read on various occasions that the whole furniture of the amphitheatre consisted either of silver or of gold or of amber." In the wooden amphitheatre temporarily erected by Nero, the nets designed to protect the spectators were of gold wire. Gladiators were of two classes. There were those who were forced to fight, such as slaves, captives, condemned criminals, and there were those who of their own free will undertook to fight, and took an oath of obedience when they entered on the gladiatorial career. Men of all classes, even senators and knights, and not only men but women, fought as gladiators under the empire. The places where gladiators were kept were called schools, ludi. 4 ludi were built by Domitian at Rome. The training masters were called lanistae, and the gladiators sometimes belonged to the trainers, who hired them out for exhibition, sometimes to private citizens, who hired lanistae to train them. In B.C. 68, the Senate fixed a limit for the number of gladiators which a citizen could keep, but this was removed by the Emperor Gaius. The emperor, however, appointed an officer to inspect and control the ludi. The gladiatorial practice in the schools was carried on with wooden swords, called rudes, and when a gladiator was discharged, he received a rudis as a token of his release. At the public shows the real fighting was preceded by a sham fight, or prolusion, fought with these wooden weapons. When a gladiator received a wound, the people used to cry habet, a hit, or hoc habet, a palpable hit, and if the wounded man was at his adversary's mercy, the spectators, when they wished him to be slain, used to turn up their thumbs. When they wished him to be spared, they probably waved their handkerchiefs. The most usual occasion for the gladiatorial shows, munera, was a funeral. Gladiators fought in different ways and with various arms. There were the Samnites, who wore a helmet with a high crest, and bore the oblong scutum. There were the Thracians, who had the round buckler worn by that people, a short sickle-like sword, and greaves. The Myrmilones, armed like the Gauls, and generally matched against the Retiarii. The Andabatae, who fought blindfold, as their helmets had no eye-holes. The Essidarii, who fought in chariots. The Retiarii, who were armed with a net, whence their name, to entangle their adversary, and a 3-pointed spear to attack him when he was enmeshed. And the Secutores, who were matched with the Retiarii, and possibly received their name, pursuers, because when the Retiarius failed in casting the net, he had to fly, and the Secutor pursued him around the arena. Gladiatorial combats were a common subject of Roman painters and sculptors. The combat of men with beasts, or of beasts with beasts, was called a venatio, a hunting. We should call it a beast-baiting. All sorts of animals were exhibited. We hear of bullfights, of battles with bulls and elephants. Combats of men with elephants, lions, tigers, bears, and boars were common. The number of beasts slaughtered at a venatio was sometimes enormous. It is said to have reached 11,000 in Trajan's games after the Dacian conquest. Some scenes in these beast baitings were commemorated in Martial's Book of Spectacles. He describes a rhinoceros tossing a bull, a bear sticking fast in the blood-moistened sand of the arena, the feats of the beast slayer Bestiarius Carpophorus in dealing with bulls and lions. The taming of wild animals was also carried on to great perfection. We hear of elephants dancing, leopards yoked, stags and bears bridled. Various scenes were represented in the amphitheatre by means of pageants, paginata, lofty structures of wood of several stories, which could be raised and lowered, or open out and close in, by machinery. Strabo saw a pageant of this kind exhibited in the Forum. The scene represented Etna, and a condemned Sicilian brigand was placed on the summit. The pageant suddenly collapsed, and he fell among wild beasts who were concealed beneath. We hear of boys being caught up from the top of a pageant to the awning of the Flavian amphitheatre. End of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.